going to be sticking over with Twitch for now. And, okay, so that just restarted everything. And let's just take a quick refresh. Control F5. Oh, there we go. Okay, so there we go. Okay, so apparently now it went live after like multiple bouts of it not wanting to go live for some reason. Shrugs. But yeah, we are live. So for those of you on YouTube, first of all, welcome, and sorry for the various issues getting the feed over on your side. But yeah, that's just the way it goes. It seems as though Day 2 and Day 3 have decided to spring a few surprises for us in terms of the technical setup. And yeah, you've missed, as a result, the first matchup between Gwen, with Gwen Epos, as well as Wosile and Granati, where both Epos and Granati will punch their way through the EWC. They are qualified to the upper bracket final, and both Gwen and Wosal are dropped down to the lower bracket. They'll be playing a little bit later on. In the meantime, we're getting ready for the second semifinal in the upper bracket, Mudda, Carlo, Tak, and Bren. And again, those two that win that match will be in the Esports World Cup proper, as well as the upper bracket final. Just to give a little bit of a gander of the bracket, how it looks, and I can actually refresh to give you the overall results once everything just starts loading, if it does want to load, because yeah, the bracket's a little bit funky. But yeah, I guess I can just go Radio Le Mans style if I can find the proper scene. There we go. So, oh, even on my browser, the bracket is completely screwed. So, just to give you a quick outlook, Pack and Mime have won their respective rounds in the match opposing them against Heave and Pussy Tobacco. And over on the Massa Elcom match, it is Elcom P1, Massa P2. So, Binks, Jadon, Pussy Tobacco, and Heave are eliminated from the tournament. We're down to 12 players already. And after this match, we'll still be on to 12 players. After the next round of matches, we'll be down to 8, and those will be the first 8 players confirmed into EWC. We already know 2 of those being Epos and Granati, of course. As you can see, I'm currently on the server. There's currently nobody on there. We're still a fair bit early. We're at 25. Matches slated to start at 25 according to the overall schedule of the tournament. So it will be a little bit of time before we actually get going. Sorry about that. I just took a bit of a swig of water. I don't know why, but I guess I think it might be worth consulting with the doctor. Sometimes I get a little bit of a sinus buildup, or like stuff stuck in my throat, getting a bit shocked up. That might be worth checking out, I think. But I'll be able to push through so far for this final day of competition in this weekend. And of course, thank you very much if you've been sticking with us throughout the entire weekend of competition, be it, of course, for the rest of the day today here on my own, or for having been there over the course of the last 2 days with myself and LuckersTurbo. Over the course of the weekend, we've had plenty of pleasure to bring you the matches live, and I hope you've enjoyed the show as much as we did bringing it to you, as the Gamba has been started. Mudda, Carlo, Tak, Bren, make sure to make your predictions and your picks on who you think will win that match overall. Round will be for Mudda, 2 for Carl, 3 for Otak, 4 for Bren. Make your bets now. And yeah, as I said, we're very happy with some of the stuff, with the stuff that we've been able to bring to you. Like, again, huge shout out to Leviathan for that graphical package. We cannot say enough praise for what the man has done. We literally reached out to him like a couple of days before the event, and he cooked up a very sleek package that you can see in pretty much every scene. There are some coupled together stuff, like for instance the replay asset. That one's on my own. Could you tell? But yeah, I'm still pretty happy with the way that the replay system has really worked. This is a very, very early version, a very early implementation of that. I've been trying to refine it for day 2, which has led into the unfortunate stream crashes that we've had yesterday. But having found the culprits and rolled back to the version that works, now I'm able to bring you that in a bit more of a consistent manner. I think Mudda will win. He's shown consistency throughout the Elite Cup, and Carl Jr. will get second just because he's the GOAT. That's a pretty solid prediction to make, but I think we should never count out Bren. Bren has been really, really good and really strong over on the second day of competition and has made a comeback exactly when he needs to. He was able to continue to have the leg up towards the middle part of the rotation in the match versus Binks that we saw yesterday. So I think all 4 are a good shout to go through the upper bracket final, and all 4 are a good shout for an EWC spot as well. So honestly, it's a bit of a toss-up if I was to predict that. I think Mudda, though, does have a clear edge and stands above the rest. What time is Wosal's next game? Wosal's next game. So that will be round 2 of the lower brackets. Semi-finals that I like to call it. It's called quarterfinals, but I call it semi-finals. And it will be, let me quickly, actually let me show you the schedule. It will be at, it will be after this match, Tux. Let me just quickly show the bracket real quick. Well, bracket is still kind of empty, but you can see, well, I'll show you the schedule. Oh God. Oh no. The bracket is not loading, guys. It's having a lot of trouble. It's really, really sad. Okay, there we go. Now the bracket. Oh, bracket with all the results. Cool. Pack and Mime, first and second. Massa, first and second in their matches. So Heath, Paco, and Banks, Jadon knocked out. And that's for the schedule. The next round of matches for Wosal, it still doesn't load. So it will be in approximately 45 minutes to an hour. Yeah, Tux, exactly right. Binks knocked out. Yeah, that's a bit of a shocker for me at the very least. But that doesn't mean he's completely out of the race for the EWC. Just as a quick reminder, there are still 2 main ways to qualify. DreamHack Birmingham being the very first and earliest way to qualify to EWC. But there's also now the Elite Cup season, the spring season starting on May the 3rd, and we'll go through to May 30th. The top 8 of the Elite Cup season will be attributed a spot in EWC. Unless they're already qualified to Birmingham, then the slots will propagate downwards. We'll get into that probably later on. And, of course, there will be the open qualifiers with 6 regional qualifiers that will be played from 12th to 14th. Binks are qualified via Elite Cups with points, as a lot of players up there who will qualify today. Yeah, plus, of course, one thing to note is that it's the best 5 results over the course of the 10 races that are played in the Elite Cup that will count towards qualification. And it's a maximum of 5,000 points that one can get. So, honestly, I think there's going to be a lot more focus for certain players that missed the mark in Birmingham onto the Elite Cup to try and brush up their season that they had if they had a bit of a slow start in order to be able to make their way through to the Esports World Cup proper without going through the open qualifier. If they fail, that's where they have to go. 12th to 14th of June, the open qualifiers for Europe, MENA, Asia, Oceania, North America, and South America as well. Alright, it is currently 24, 25. I wonder if there's anybody on the server. Nope, nobody's still joining in just yet, so I'm guessing we're way, way early compared to what the final planning will be. But yeah, I'm still seeing a lot of talking heads over on the official broadcast. Oh, there we go. We got one of the competitors that has just joined in. Otak, the second signing from Team Liquid, but yeah, not the least slouches of the signings, I should say. It's a bit hard to get my act together sometimes in words, but that's all I'll say. Yeah, Otak, 2023 World Champion, along with Brand as part of the Carmine Corp, of course. That was back in Montpellier on November 26, 2023. Winner of the original edition of XP Evo in that same year of 2023 as well. Has joined Team Liquid, I think it was in before the USA round on round 3 of the Elite Cup. Does it even make sense to play Elite Cups for people that qualify from Birmingham? Well, not really, because the order of qualification, like in terms of priority, it will be Birmingham, then Elite Cup, then it will be the open qualifiers. For EWC, it may not make sense, but he will still have a role to play for the Esports Nations Cup applications. It will make sense for some pro players if they want to actually represent the nation at ENC in November to play the Elite Cups, but for the overall EWC, the slots, no matter if they finish in the top 8, the slots will propagate down to the next eligible player, of course. There's still some value in playing Elite Cup, but perhaps more value for those that have missed the mark in Birmingham who did not attempt Birmingham at all, for instance. Thinking of the likes of Afi, Tona, Xera, or so on and so forth, that still think they might have a shot to EWC qualifying as well. So all the players are on the server. So I did say Otak, 2023 World Champion, along with Bren, they are both on the same server. Former teammates, now frenemies in a sense, as everybody still has as they still hang out. Well, wouldn't say they hang out, but everybody's still everybody's everybody's friend almost in competitive circles in Trackmania at the very high level. And Otak and Bren, of course, having won that World Championship title together earlier in the game's life cycle in 2023. Bren having joined the likes of Twisted Minds before the season start. Then, of course, we have Mutta, the wheelman now from Australia, the Thunder from Down Under, as Turbo likes to call him, as we get started with the pick phase. It will be Mutta picking France up first. Carl will be picking Greece then in second position. China, USA, and Brazil left up for grabs. It will be Otak who is up next for map number 3. What will Otak pick, though? I think USA might be a better pick for Otak. Brazil, he has a bit of a revenge to take with that gate post. China will be picked by Otak, so Bren has the choice between USA and Brazil for map 4. It will be Brazil map 4, USA map 5. France, Greece, China, Brazil, USA. The 5-map order for the second upper bracket semifinal. I was going to finish the presentation of the players. Moda, the wheelman from Australia. 2-time Trackmania Grand League champion, once in solo as part of Edelweiss Esports in the spring 2022 season at the end of a thrilling 5-game finals, which was decided by just 6 milliseconds in the final round. And then, of course, 2023 won it in duo on stage 2, along with Soldier as part of Team Alliance, defeating Big in the grand final. He also has a couple of World Cup appearances under his belt, 4 of them to be exact, or 5 of them I think more specifically. He did the first online World Cup in 2021, then went all the way to the finals in the Stade de France, finished on the podium in 2022, 2023 finished in the top 3-4 in Montpellier. 2024, he got knocked out in the semifinals, and in 2025 finished runner-up along with Bren as part of Team Jetlag. That's kind of true, Clement. He meets Otak, he meets Muda, and of course, there is one name that I haven't gotten to name, and I have gotten to present, but I don't think there's really any need to go super extensively. The man, the myth, the legend, what I refer to as the Lewis Hamilton of Trackmania, Carl Jr. As we do see that he has left the server now, so I think we're going to have a bit of a delayed start. I wonder if this is going to be a setup issue on his part. I'm just going to... Oh, okay, there we go. There comes Carl back. Okay, I think we're going to go back in game. So, there you go. Carl Jr. 7-time world champion. 5-time ZRT Cup winner. 4-time Trackmania Grand League champion. I think enough said with all of those already. The winningest driver in Trackmania history as round number 1 is underway here on that second upper bracket semifinal at DreamHack Birmingham. And already we're seeing Bren going over the top of the road and over on the right-hand side or left-hand side of the bubble road, losing a lot of time in the process. Moda with a great no slide will be sliding back past Carl Jr. for the lead and sprinting away into the distance. Look at the gap visually. It will be about 1/10.5 to 2/10 of a second, and it is going to be down to 1/10 at checkpoint number 6. Great outside dirt for Moda as well. Bren in 3rd place in pursuit, and that 2nd place held by Carl, who gets the best landing at the dirt. It will be Moda, and a great attack at the inside of the dirt turn before checkpoint for Bren allows him to move up to 2nd. Carl now under threat from Otak. Moda still leading quite handily by 2/10. Bren now under threat from Carl Jr. at the first drop down in the first half pipe, and it will be a big clip from Bren. In that case, Moda still holding on to the lead despite a low entry into the first half pipe, and it will be Moda taking the win with a .288. Carl in 2nd, Otak in 3rd, and Bren in the 4th position. Going on to round number 2. Sorry for that, guys. I just have a little bit of a dry throat. Despite that water, it tends to dry up pretty quickly, and I had to cough a bit. So, checkpoint 2, checkpoint 3. Currently, Otak at the tail end, getting left behind by about 1/10 of a second from Muda, who still holds a very nice lead. Let's see if he pulls the no slide here. Gets a great setup. Gets the no slide perfectly, and look at how much speed he recuperates from that setup change. And he will be moving through in the lead by 1/10.5 ahead of Bren and Carl Jr., who are timing the means together. But a huge clip from Muda, who is going to be sliding back down the order, forcing himself to respawn after full stop picking into the edge of the block into checkpoint number 6. Carl inheriting the lead. Bad landing from Bren, which allows Carl to sprint away and gives Otak a bit of an opening to move up to 2nd himself. And the gaps have widened quite a bit, actually. Let's see if there's anything else in the half-pipe. Oh, big clip from Carl Jr. promoting Otak into the lead. And Otak not with the best of entries into the half-pipes as well, but he has enough gap to see Bren coming. And it will be the 10-pointer going the way of the man from Team Liquid with a .781. 1/10.5 ahead of Bren. Carl Jr. a second down. Muda down to 4th. Will only be on 13 points collected. And it's a pretty even points distribution there or thereabouts due to the amount of attrition and shenanigans happening here on France. It was indeed already said, Vehicle, but if a player who qualified through Birmingham is in the top 8 of the Elite Cup, the slot will propagate down to the next eligible player in the Elite Cup standings. So, If someone is in 8th and qualified through Birmingham in the Elite Cup standings, then the spot will go to 9th and so on and so forth. And at checkpoint number 4, sector number 1, again, good nose slide from Mata, who's going to be sliding his way back through the field. This is very much such a cheat code, that snow slide, isn't it, for Mata? The rest going for the conventional strats are just left in the dust. And the one that is being the most left in the dust right now is Otak at the tail end of the pack with a quarter of a second of a deficit to Mata and Carl, who are battling with each other. This is bringing a flashback to 2022 again, when these two battled it out for the title of Trackmania Grand League champion. Mata with a solid exit from the corner before checkpoint 9 will still go toe-to-toe with Carl Jr. going into the half pipes. Carl just trailing Mata by a tiny bit, but has a bit more speed going on to the final transfer, and it will be the victory going the way of the man from Team Falcons with a .018 as well. Great time on the part of CJR. Mata with a PB on that map will move up to second. Otak and Bren third and fourth, and Bren will be the first one to be left really behind with just 12 points collected. Start of round number 4. Bren and Carl side by side. Mata being just left slightly behind. Onto the platform, then the jump into the dirt. Carl going very wide, trying to get the setup for the no slide. No slide, which again executed by Mata perfectly. And Carl slowing down dramatically at the drop down after the no slide. Will be falling back down to last place at a quite consequential rate as well. Mata and Bren locked in battle, whilst Otak just watches from slightly further afar than he would like to be. Bren with a low jump. Mata landing a little bit wonky, allowing Bren to slide through into the lead, but only just by 35 milliseconds. Who gets the best corner? It will be Bren getting the best corner, thus inheriting the lead, continuing to pull a lead away. Now to the half pipes. Who gets the best landing? It will be Mata with a bit more speed. Bren trying to compensate with a bit of a lower landing. Otak as well in the attack. Mata with a big clip. Then same for Bren. It will be Mata taking the win with a 107.350. Otak up into second. Bren up to third. And Carl down the 4th position will be on 23 points, and Mata will snatch the lead away at the end of map number 1. I wonder what I captured actually on the replay. There you go, end of the no slide, and actually good, huge slowdown on the part of Carl Jr. You see his ghost just vanish away. You see the speed difference as well, 229 to 244, so that's a 15 kilometer per hour difference in favor of Mata that he was able to capitalize on, even compared to the rest of the field, to then move into the win. Next up is Greece. Carl Jr.'s pick, as a matter of fact, here on this particular matchup. And you saw one of those going for the jump over the berm. I wonder if we're going to be seeing that pulled off on match, or we're going to be going for the regular strategy. And we are missing one player, so it looks as though we are going to be heading towards a technical pause. We have seen a disconnect from Mata. There he is. So I think we're going to get a round skip, or are we going to be continuing to go through with that round? Because Mata's stuck at the starting line after having rejoined the server. In the meantime, we see Otak and Carl Jr. going side by side here for the lead, with that particular ice slide going well for both of them. Bren just a bit behind, 2/10 down. Onto the plastic, changing from one side of the track to the other in terms of camber. And Pack also having grabbed the new tournament record in his lower bracket match with a .220 on this map, as you can see on the top left of the screen. Carl leads on the way into the long left-hander slingshot into checkpoints 12 and 13. Better speed kept throughout the penalty grass on the part of Otak, but doesn't get the right alignment through that first platform. Does get away with it, though, somehow, and will thus cross the line in third. Bren slides into second. Carl wins the round with a .649. Let's just take a look at that. Yeah, that's off the second platform where he exited a bit wonky, and look at how he saves it. Lands on the left-hand side first, thus regains a little bit of grip, allowing Bren to slide through, but also, most importantly, allowing himself to continue in the match, as we did see the round well, not the round skip, but we do get a bit of a technical pause. I wonder if the points will be reset as a result of the disconnect that we saw a little bit earlier on, just before the round started, with Mudda having left the server completely. And in the meantime, I'm just going to take a quick swig of water. I will have the drink. Cheers. Ah, I needed that drink. And hello, Kvik. Hope you're doing well, my guy. Kvik, the man, the myth, the legend, whose performances were nominated as part of Performance of the Year in the Trackmania Awards 2025. I personally voted for him. The man, the myth, the legend, two-time Trackmania Formula E champion. Welcome along, and I hope you're doing well. Alright, let me just quickly switch to dual cam and see if I can see the server messages. Okay, so apparently Mudda got kicked from the server before the round even started. So yeah, the points will be reverted to those of the previous round. That's what I'm seeing from the server messages that I can see on my game, and I can show you the game. I'm not going to show you the messages, but yeah, I was able to get some insight into what happened there. So, just as a quick reminder, we are on the second upper bracket semifinal. We did see the first upper bracket semifinal play a little bit earlier on, which saw Epos and Granari be the first drivers to punch their way into the upper bracket final, and at the same time, by proxy, winning the first two spots to the Esports World Cup in Riyadh at the end of August in that particular moment. Well, I guess I can take a look. Well, shall we do real talk in between the matches instead of between in technical pauses? Because I don't want to get out of the groove. There's some things that I want to say to you guys, but I prefer to just stick to the match for now. And maybe after the match, I'll say maybe one thing or two. So everybody getting a little bit of a run around the map. Let's see if there are any updates. Now, so far we are still stuck with the same messages that I've seen a little bit earlier on. So we do have a fair bit of delay. I guess I could talk a little bit. I hope you don't mind the stammering and stuttering that I do have sometimes here and there. And I try my best to keep it somewhat down and try to get my act together, but it's a little bit difficult at times. I hope you guys don't mind it too much. That's the main thing I wanted to say, because yeah, I haven't done one of these solo bolo casts in a while, and I'm trying to get back on the saddle myself as well, to be a bit more on my A game for the rest of the year coming up, because it's an exciting year for Trackmania, in case you haven't seen already. And it looks as though the points have been reset. 29 for Mudda, 24 for Otak, 23 for Carl, and 16 for Bren. And that means we will be getting started soon on the first rotation of Greece. Actually, let me just put you the game back in full screen. Yes, Kuboman, the way this works is if someone in the top 8 of the Elite Cup by the end of the season has qualified through Birmingham, the slot will propagate downwards to the next eligible player. So, if someone finishes in the top 8 of the Elite Cup season, and then you have that player qualified through the DreamHack Birmingham scenario, then that spot will go down to 9th. If the player in 9th has qualified through Birmingham, it goes down to 10th, and so on until the next eligible player is found. Are you going to cast the Overdrive League? I won't say anything for now. Just have to wait a little bit, Famago. You might be able to pick up on that if you're smart enough, but I prefer not to say anything. All right, now we are starting for realsies. First round out of 4 on Greece. It will be Carl Jr. with a great start, thus leading Mudda by a few hundredths of a second. And Otak at the tail end. Will he be able to compensate with a good ice slide? Yes, actually, Brent has a very poor ice slide exit comparatively to the rest of the field. Otak moves up to 3rd, but look at the gaps already between the top 2 and the bottom 2. 0.2 of a second between 1st and 3rd. And Carl losing a little bit of time, actually, in that first drop-down section will allow Moda to emerge in the lead before checkpoint 9 and the double left-hander NASCAR turn. Through checkpoint 11, a bit wider of a line for Moda, trying to carry a bit more speed, but actually Carl gets the more speed on the booster before the slingshot around the outside in checkpoint 13 in the dirt, and they're side by side, separated by a millisecond at the split. Who gets the best nosedive? It looks like Moda gets the best entry, but now it's Carl Jr. who actually gets a bug midway through the first platform, and Bren will take advantage of the situation, likely, not quite. He still will sit in third, Bren. Second place for Carl. Moda wins with a .465. Otak only picks up 3 points for his efforts in fourth. And compared to what we saw in the warm-up, we are not going to be seeing one direct jump to the other side of the banking. This is just a meme strat, I guess we can call it that way. Everybody going for the standard trajectory and strategy. This time it's Moda at the tail end. Oh, Bren exits a bit too far inside. That's going to be compromising his line and his speed on the exit of that ice slide, thus allowing Moda to move up to third and actually sliding Bren back down to fourth. And a sector or two after the plastic. Carl Otak side by side. Moda 64 milliseconds behind in third. Through the NASCAR turn. Big lift, very close to the apex on the inside of the second half of that corner for Otak. Still keeping pace with the 7-time world champion. Moda also keeping pace with the top two. Right now within 93 milliseconds. And look at that outside dirt push before checkpoint 13 for Moda, who tries to go for the throat and go for the lead of the race. Oh, we go a bit far on the left-hand side for Otak, who gets the best landings. Otak forced to release a little bit, gets a big slowdown there. Otak versus Moda. Moda versus Carl, rather, to the line. Moda will win it by 35 milliseconds. Otak was out of the picture because of this drop down right there. First drop down, a bit of a wobbly landing there, but then look at this landing. Watch this. Just so close to the edge, and then big slowdown before that penultimate drop down, which cost him dearly and will drop him from a 10-point position to a 4-point position. Carl with the best start. Otak, Moda, Bren in that order. Bren going very far inside on that entry. Who gets the best exit? It will likely be Moda, as Otak had the same sort of exit that Bren had in the previous round, which sort of compromises his line and exit speed, allowing Moda to move up to second. Carl in the lead, going very close to clipping on the landing after checkpoint number 7, but it's still all good for the man for Team Falcons, who still leads by almost 2/10 going into the NASCAR turn. And you can see the train has somewhat started to separate its wagons a little bit and its cars, with 4/10 between first and last. Now Otak trying to make the junction against Moda, trying to join the Australian player in the battle for second place. Carl, Moda, Otak, 1, 2, 3, and Bren now in the mix as well to go for up the third place. Moda versus Carl, it's still going to be going the way of the Canadian, and Otak once again at the platforms loses a lot of time, and this time drops down the fourth position. Carl scores a .303. And that's the end of the last round here on Greece. We are not crossed the halfway mark just yet on either side of Moda or Carl. 55 for Moda, 45 for Carl as we go on to China, which was Otak's pick. Hopefully for the man from Team Liquid, he's able to take advantage of the full potential of his own pick. And that .061 from Moda here is far from safe. We saw Gwen try to stomp the foot a little bit of authority with a .2. So that mark might very well be gone by the end of the day. Team Liquid would be eating good if Otak also qualified. That is very, very true. Indeed, Nalux. Having both of their signings qualify for the main event would be a big, big achievement and a big day for them indeed. As Bren goes for the buck slide, so does Moda, I think. No, Moda doesn't go for the buck slide, but Bren pulls it off beautifully and thus will pull a gap of 0.3 of a second compared to the rest of the field, who opted for the safer strategy. Ice slide going full inside for Mata. Doesn't have that much exit speed, but Bran has also kind of bunked up the exit as well. Convex platform from Carl Jr., which was done beautifully by keeping a low line, allows the Canadian to move up to second place. Checkpoint 8 on the way up the dirt. Who's going to be closest to the wall? And we're going fairly conservative so far. Mata down to 4th after messing up 3rd sector. And Carl now going on the attack against his former teammate as part of Team Solary. Bran and Carl having won ZRT in 2019 together. Carl goes a bit deeper into the first booster and thus will have a little bit more speed. Does he go deep enough or too deep? It looks as though he might have gone a little bit too deep, and Brent will take the 10-pointer away from his former teammate by 18 milliseconds with a .460 to a .478. Otak 3rd, Mata down to 4th. We'll see Bren make the biggest jump of all, but he will still retain the lead by 7 points, the Australian. Bran with the buck slide again, beautifully executed. What's happened for Mata, though, is that he clipped the top of the barrier with the left rear, thus leaving the man from ROC completely hanging, pretty much dead at this point on the track. 6/10 down compared to the leading trio. Currently, Carl and Otak side by side. Bran just a bit further behind, around a 10th down, 2/10 down as a result of the ice slide. Who gets the best convex platform? It will be likely even Stevens between these two, but a much better setup for checkpoint 11 for Carl, allowing him to gain some time on Otak, who still resists and continues to hold the fort for Team Liquid. A 10th and a half ahead of the 7-time world champion. The drop down past the flag mast. Bran is also in the mix as we go onto the turnarounds. Otak goes deep, Carl goes a little bit deeper, but the speed is roughly the equivalent. Otak still leading by less than a 10th of a second. Who's going to go too deep? Who doesn't go deep enough? It will be Otak getting the perfect depth, and thus will be winning the 10-pointer with a .485. At last getting some fruits out of this pick after round number 2, moving up to 48 points. And Carl steadily eating away at the deficit that he has compared to Mata. It was 7 points before this round. It is now 4 points after it as we go into round number 3. Now the buck slide. Bran and Mata going for the buck slide. Who gets the best exit? It will be Mata. The Australian looking to put behind him 2 very complicated rounds here on China and try to get back on the saddle to put his stamp of authority on this match like he did in the previous 2 days. Carl exiting a bit more directly from that ice slide, will be into the lead, but a good convex platform from Mata to retake the lead, but Carl Jr. is not giving up without a fight. He's side by side with the Australian, 11 milliseconds behind. Otak makes it a 3-way fight for the lead. Bren is out of the picture, 3/10 down. Mata with a slow exit from the dirt allows Carl Jr. to come back through into the lead. Onto the turnarounds. From the perspective of Otak, who goes deepest? It will be Mata going deepest, and actually Carl Jr. gets reeled in by both Mata and Otak going into the second turnaround. Are there going to be anybody going too deep? Mata in the lead, Carl Jr. in second. No, swap the positions around with a great exit from the final turnaround. Carl Jr. gets the 10-pointer, second 10-pointer in 3 rounds here on China with a .471, devancing and pipping Mata to first place by 50 milliseconds, and with that, the scores are all tied up at the front. 77 points apiece, 67 points apiece, rather. Oh, what was the wiggle from Mata? And Bren also having... I thought that was Mata because Mata and Bren both have the same skin, but that was actually Bren who messed up the start. Not a good omen from the man from Twisted Minds here in this upper bracket semifinal. Otak as well suffering a bit of a sluggish start as well, not managing to take the full potential and full advantage of his own map pick there. Currently Carl leading by 3/10 of a second. Looks to be a very much attrition-filled round that will yield lots of points to the 7-time world champion. Going on to the turnarounds from the perspective of Mata, the gaps are already way too big, completely unassailable at this late stage of the map to really do anything about those. So it will be 77 points at the end of this round for Carl Jr., who clocks in a .406, 3/10 clear of Mata, who moves on to 73 points. Otak will only collect 4 points for this round, and Bren finishes down in last place, 2 seconds down. We are finally past the halfway point after China, and we now go on to Brazil, the fourth map, which is Brent's pick at this stage. Brazil, Scrappy and Elcon holding the world and tournament record respectively. Brent currently sits on a .858 ultimate pace on the public leaderboards. Carl is on a .850. Mata on a .822. And for Otak, if I can find him, Otak is on a .899. So maybe not the strongest map for Otak here. Let's see if he's able to pull something out of the hat. Going on board with the man from Team Liquid, the man from Samalo. 208 midway through the loop. That's about as fast as it gets for the leader, but Mata gets a solid exit from that loop and two great bounces over the water to lead after checkpoint number 5. All 4 drivers regroup within 0.2 of a second. Otak and Brent going over the berm, trying to get a bit more of an aggressive setup. Does work just as well, but Mata still holds on to the lead. And look at the exit from Sector 2 that he gets. On the plastic, we go high a bit earlier than what Epos did in the previous match that we saw. Otak is there to try and pile the pressure on the Australian driver. Carl and Brand battling against each other for 3rd place as we go onto the glider. No wheel skimming, but I think we did see a full stop pick from Brand. No, he did not full stop pick, but he was forced to slow down. Mata still very heavily in the lead. Otak versus Carl. It will be Otak by 11 milliseconds, sticking it to the 7-time world champion. And the time for Mata is stout as well, a .868. Mata with the 10-pointer snatches the lead back away from Carl Jr. Round number 2. This time we're going to be following along with Mata through the loop. And Mata gets the best exit from the loop along with Bran and Carl Jr. Checkpoint 5, Sector 1 done. Carl, Bran, Mata, without any particular order, regroup within 43 milliseconds. Otak with an appalling start finds himself 8/10 down. Great glider attack there from Brand to keep himself afloat and keep ground contact and visual contact and close quarters combat even with Mata and Carl. Mata trying to sprint away, just can't seem to shake off the 2 former Solary teammates. Mata still leading, but for how long can he keep this up? Carl going for a shallow entry into the first chicane on the second glider. Mata going for the wider setup, slaloms goes outside of the rock whilst Carl slaloms in between the rocks, but Mata is completely undefeatable so far. 2 for 2 here on Brazil with another great midpoint 8, .867. 93 milliseconds ahead of Carl Jr. Bren in 3rd place, Otak down the 4th. Penultimate round here on Brazil. After that, we'll be going on USA, which is the final map of the rotation. Now going on board with Bran. 2:12 actually, midway through the loop. This is a really, really solid top of the loop that Bran has offered there, but doesn't get the best of exits. He gets the same kind of bug, not quite the same, but the same vein of bug that Samasa suffered during the Elite Cup rounds earlier on in the season. Mata with a bit more exit speed from that first glider compared to Carl Jr., so the Canadian will be trailing the Australian by 25 milliseconds. Just a slight different approach on checkpoint 12. We'll see them all tied up at the checkpoint splits. Almost tied up at checkpoint 13 by 6 milliseconds. Mata will snatch the lead away, and Otak gets left behind by a 10.5. Second glider, the big one. Carl with a neat and tidy approach. Mata goes outside the rock, Carl goes inside. Who gets the best of him? It will be Mata after that little clip from the top of the rock from Carl Jr. But I want to take a little bit of a gander back again at something that I've seen, which is, of course, the clip from Brand, which is going to be right there on that little section, which has already taken a few victims earlier on in the season. Most notably, Massa fell foul of that particular section, and he hit the tree that then sent him into a bit of a sideways landing. 4th and final round on Brazil. Otak leading. Can he keep up the pace at the end of the loop? Not quite. Carl Jr. gets much better bounces and will move up into the lead, although he gets the bug and will land with the rear wheels first. Otak in the lead. Mata in hot pursuit, 39 milliseconds behind as we go into the first glider. Otak going over the berm. Oh, the gate hit from Mata. That's a rare one, allowing Otak a bit of room to breathe as Bren and Carl Jr. slide on through the second and third. The man from Team Liquid desperately needs the points. Same for Bren. The gap is way too far gone at this point. 24 points between second and third, with Mata already in the triple digits as well in the lead as we go on to the big gliders. Carl Jr. attacking and going past Bren already. Now having his size set on Otak, but the man from Liquid will get the win for 41 milliseconds on a .141. Bren in third, Mata in P4. And again, let's just take a look at that gate hit from Mata. Take a look at that. Just goes in a bit too sharply towards the end of the corner, and thus will be on the collision course with that gate right there. Boom. And then he's forced to lift in order to save it, which costs him a lot of time and effectively locked him into fourth place in a perennial fashion as we go on to USA for the next map, which is the fifth map on the rotation. Quick score recap on the board. You can see that at the top left. 106 points for Mata, 99 for Carl Jr., 79 for Otak, 61 for Bren, who is not having the performance in the mid-game that we have come to see from him on day 2. And Mata can pull it off here on this map. Only 14 points remaining until he reaches finalist. The best boss play will be going the way of Mata and Bren as we go on to the quarter pipe. Who gets the best landing? Are there any hard breaks? Everybody makes it nice and clean, but Carl with the supremely clean landing will be moving into the lead at the end of checkpoint number 4 and sector number 1. Now onto the two left-handers in the dirt. Bren and Carl side by side. Otak in hot pursuit. Otak going for the low jump. Bren and Carl pulling it off successfully and carrying a lot of speed to boot. Now onto the ice patch. Through to the dirt flick. Dirt flick that is so inside, and great execution on the part of Carl that absolutely leaves Bren absolutely stranded on the racetrack, and he bites the dust just like Otak bites the dust with that pinballing action on the double right-hander before the identity. Carl might be on the ripper here. He still has a 10th and a half of a lead against Bren. Will save the finish. 0.645 for the man from Team Falcons. And let's just take a look at the dirt flick again just to see how well he pulled it off. Just look. Pretty much not going too far inside as well. Perfect timing on the slide cancel and perfect regain of grip on the way into the right-hander over the crest. Does not get any airtime at all, and that prompted him to get the win. Round number 2, Mata on the 110, and the gap completely wiped away almost with Mata on the 110 and Carl on 109. Just a single point separating these two now. End of the first sector, Otak will be leading ahead of Carl and Bren. Mata is also in the mix, 77 milliseconds between first and last, and that has completely shifted away in favor of Carl and Mata, with Otak's slight brush against the wall on the outside of checkpoint number 5. Who gets the best dirt flick? It will be Carl once again, who seems to really have the upper hand in terms of that particular corner compared to the rest of the field. Mata goes way outside, opts to go a bit safer into the double right-hander before the identity. It's Bren versus Carl. Bren trying to get some points for himself, but also deny some more points to Carl Jr. We go towards the end to the line. It won't be Carl Jr. winning with a .596. Bren second, Mata into third, Otak in the fourth. Actually, Mata down to fourth, who messed up the identity. Otak to third. Let's take a look at what Otak did. Just went a bit too far off on the outside, just slid wide, and then hits the wall right there, which completely brings him to a standstill with the dreaded acceleration penalty kicking in, and he manages to salvage third. That could have been only a fourth place for the man from Team Liquid. Mata needs a win if he wants finalists. Carl can just sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride as he just needs to finish the round in order to get to finalist himself. Mata and Carl towards the back after the transfer. And Sector 1 will be going the way of Otak and Bren, separated by 30 milliseconds. This time Otak keeps it within the blue line and avoids hitting the wall. Good low jump from Carl Jr. Carrying a bit of speed, trying to make the junction again. Back to those up front. Now to the dirt flick. No mistakes on the dirt flick. Mudda is back in the action after being a little bit languishing behind. And he makes the move for the lead of the race. Trying to deny some vital points to other competitors. It's still all to play for. With 70 milliseconds between first and fourth. Mudda loses a lot of speed on the entry. A bit bump from Carl Jr. midway through the identity. Otak still in the lead. Brent versus Mudda to the line. Mudda has messed up the finish. Will be on 119. Carl has a single uninterrupted attempt towards finalist status. And just take a look at what happened to Carl there. He will be coming in the corner just afterwards. He got a little bit early, got the nose slide, and thus clipped the helper edge there, thus dropping him down to fourth, even though it didn't really matter at this point. He's still on finalist. Here it is then, the red trigram. The first attempt to punch his way into the winner bracket final of DreamHack Birmingham for the 7-time world champion. Doesn't get the best of landings here in the quarter pipe, but we all know that it really comes alive in Sector 3 with how clean he has gotten the dirt flicks. This time it's Mudda and Bren, first and second. Mudda trying to go for a bit more conventional jump, low jump on the way of Carl Jr. and Bren. Trying to make the junctions with the leaders. The dirt flick, no slide outs, big clip from Carl Jr. He will be denied on his first attempt. Bren is completely out of the picture as well. And a big sigh of relief will be taken by Mudda, knowing that he has a double finalist shot to finish P1 in his matchup. Otak in the lead though, still by about a tenth of a second, going in the identity. He desperately needs some points to keep pace with the leaders, moving up to 106, and he will do so with a .793. Mudda had a bit of a heart flutter towards the tail end of the round, but he will still come away as a finalist status and will thus be back on France with his very first finalist attempt. Otak on 106, Bren on 83. Point of no return has been reached, ladies and gentlemen. For Bren, he needs to absolutely lay it all on the track, leave nothing on the table. But we all know how that goes. Sometimes you need to overdrive 101, 103, 105%, but with overdriving comes the risk of overpushing and thus making silly mistakes much more commonplace. And this is the trap that you must not fall into, but it's easier said than done. Mudda and Carl, the face-off. Seems like we wound the clock back to 2022 once again. But here we are. It's indeed the year 2026 Trackmania Esports, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go then for the first round of the second rotation on France. Pole shot will go the way of Carl Jr. Bren will fall off the other side of the road. Mudda is now promoted up to second. It's all between the finalists now up front. Mudda has got the nose slide in the pocket, so he might just leave Carl in the dust. Look at the speed that he's able to accumulate through that nose slide, retaking the lead away from the man from Team Falcons. Bren in third. And Carl will hit the wall on the way to checkpoint number 6. Mudda has a clear straight shot ahead of him as long as he can keep it all on the road. Gets a bit of a slight nosedive at the exit of the second jump, but makes the landing clean. Bren's up to second, Otak up to third. Checkpoint number 9, the identity coming up with the half-pipe jumps. First half-pipe, clean landing for Mudda, who opts to go a bit safe. Does he opt to go a bit too safe, though? Bren is there waiting to pounce in case he leaves a bit too much on the table. He will not do such thing. And Patrick Radizic, a.k.a. Mudda, qualifies himself to the upper bracket final and to the Esports World Cup. 0.962 being the time that has been done by Mudda to win that round. 2 rounds denied as finalists for Carl Jr. Otak can potentially try to deny a third one. He's on 110, needs to get the round win. Brent could also be his best friend right here. And try to deny Carl Jr. Carl Jr. doesn't get the best of starts so far. Drops down to third. Otak going for the no slide line, very close to clipping on the inside edge though. Brent slowing down. Otak up to second, but by the skin of his teeth. Jumping into checkpoint number 6. We briefly graze the wall for Brent, and Carl Jr. as well gets the clip, but Otak doesn't get the best line. All 3 regroup within 43 milliseconds. We go for the full set on the jump for Brent. Brent exits with so much speed that he retakes the lead and pulls a 2/10 gap on the rest. Bren leading by 2/10. Otak down the third, though. Carl in second. Can he pull a comeback in the identity? Bren doesn't get the best of entry speeds in the first half-pipe transfer. Does manage to keep the gap afloat, though. Can he keep it all the way to the end? The answer is a yes, and it's a third consecutive denial. A finalist conclusion for Carl Jr. Bren gets a 10-pointer with a .778. Otak only inches his way forward rather than make a big leap on 114. And thank you, Seahawks Bennies, for the prime. Much appreciated. Of course, it's not going towards me. It's going towards Turbo, but we're going to be splitting the revenue. Things are getting tense. Very, very tense. And Bren will fall off. Went too far off on the right side. Otak Carl Jr. for good this time around. Otak going for the no slide and pressing B for boost to get back past Carl Jr. at checkpoint 5. But Carl still piling on the pressure on the 23 world champion. Goes for the full send around the outside in checkpoint 6. They're neck and neck, separated by 12 milliseconds to get the best jump. Otak clips the top of the barrier. This could be the defining moment of this round. Carl only has, quote-unquote, a 2/10 lead. It can still all come undone by the time we reach the half pipes. Carl opts to try and go a bit safer on the alternative strategy. Is it enough to pay off? The answer is a yes! Carl Jr., the Lewis Hamilton of Trackmania, the man, the myth, the legend, is the 4th player qualified to the Esports World Cup with a .825. And for Otak, there is just no justice in this world, is there? He must be thinking, 120 points. He finishes on finalist status as well, but doesn't get a chance to try and conclude. He will have to go to the next round of matches in the lower bracket to try and get that EWC spot as well. Well, that was a fun one, wasn't it? Yeah, it was a pretty good one, all things considered, and that concludes the upper bracket run, and now the setup is going to be a little bit different for the next round of matches, as we are going to be, well, there is that scene that I did show you, the dual intermission there, where there is going to be on the left-hand side what I'm going to be streaming, so the server, and the right-hand side will be what the mainstream is serving. So at periodic intervals during the match, I'll be punching into that scene in between the maps, as a matter of fact, in order to be able to bring you updates on how the scores and how the matches are going on. So that's something that I wanted to implement for the last round of matches, where 2 matches are played at the same time. After that, it will only be single matches with, of course, winner bracket final, lower bracket final, consolidation final, and the grand final. And with that, we have our lineups for the lower bracket matches that will be up next. So, it will be, okay, Gwen, Bren, Elcon, Mime, Otak, Wasile, Pack, Masa. Those are the lineups for the lower bracket round. And again, as a reminder, I'm going to be covering the opposite of what the mainstream covers. I'm going to be getting some inside info from Kai to see which match they will be taking over on the official stream, whilst I'll be taking over the other match on my end as well. So keep your eyes peeled. The action's not over, and the next round is going to be critical. 8 players for 4 spots left to Esports World Cup as a result of DreamHack Birmingham. I'm going to be taking a quick break. I'd say maybe 7 minutes. I think that should be good enough, unless there's been a schedule change. 15, 25. Oh, I can take a 10-minute. I'm going to take an 8-minute break, guys, if you don't mind, just to get something for the throat. Maybe try to get a snack going so I can actually get some munchies to avoid feeling absolute shit afterwards. But yeah. 8 minutes break. I set up the timer, and I'll be back in a little while, guys. Okay, there we go. Stay with us. We'll be right back. You didn't see nothing. You didn't see my scene switch. All right, welcome back, guys. I'm still trying to get some intel on what the mainstream is going to be picking up in terms of the lower bracket matches that are going to be happening a little bit later on today in a few minutes. Just as a quick reminder, the lineups of each match: Gwen, Bren, Elcon, and Mime on match number 1, Otak, Wasile, Pack, and Masa on match number 2. The top 2 of each match are qualified through to the top 8 of DreamHack Birmingham. We'll still have an even bigger shot at a prize pool, and of course, we'll be locked in as the last 4 qualified players from that tournament to go to the Esports World Cup. So I'm just trying to get some intel again from Mr. LuckersTurbo, who is going to be, of course, on the mainstream. I don't see him on the chat, so in case there's anybody who's checking in the EWC channel, make sure to let me know which match they decide to go on, because, yeah, I'm just going to have to hold the fort a little bit and yap for about 6 minutes, 5 or 6 minutes, because it's around 15:25 that the match is slated to start. Right now, I see still only a countdown at the present moment. I'm just going to join a server for the time being and at least give you more than my greasy face to watch, and just a little bit of a glimpse of China once again as our lobby map. So as a quick reminder, we now know 4 of the first 8 qualified players to the Esports World Cup as a result of the upper bracket semifinals, with Epos, Granati, Mora, and Carl Jr. being the first drivers to make their way through there. Of course, with Epos having made a really solid going for himself, as well as Granati, who has been one of the more dominant forces of the tournament. Mora as well. Carl Jr. really coming through as we expected him to be, with him being the GOAT of Trackmania himself. And now it's going to be a very important round of matches for those that have fallen victim to those in the upper bracket. So we are just going to be waiting for to determine which server we are assigned to, really, because, yeah, just to give you, I'm not bullshitting you, by the way, I'm just only seeing a break screen at the moment, so we do not have any info of what the mainstream is going to be picking up in terms of the match. Both of the lower bracket games will be valid EWC finals, in your opinion. Yeah, that's actually kind of true. Both of the lower bracket finals, I mean, EWC is going to be stacked no matter what. A lot of people are talking smack about some of the allocations and whatnot, but I feel like it's still going to yield a really solid tournament overall whenever we get to witness it in the end of August. Oh, God, excuse me. Man. I don't want to throw up yet. I have, like, it's been 3 hours since I last eaten it. I shouldn't be throwing up. I think it should be all good. Alright, so just continuing to circle around the map and still looking for info. Please give me info. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what's going on the mainstream. Still with that break screen happening at the moment. Otherwise, I hope you guys are having a good day. I know I'm repeating myself a lot, but I don't really have a lot to talk about, really. I want to keep it somewhat focused. But yeah, as I said during the previous technical pause during the Mud at Carl game, I apologize for some of the stammering and stuttering. I'm trying to keep myself in casting mode, and I know words don't really come easy for me sometimes. English is not my first language. I mean, je pense que vous pouvez peut-être le deviner que ma langue maternelle n'est pas l'anglais, avec la langue maternelle que je parle, qui est le français. But yeah, that was just the littlest little bit of French talking that I will allow myself for this entire weekend, just to prove the point that it still takes a fair bit of brain power to be able to cast like this, and sometimes the mouth is quicker than the brain, and words can get tripped up. I hope you guys don't mind it. And with that, cheers. Okay, Masa's in that server, so I think the Masa game will be covered by Lars, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, 1 minute left on the timer. Well, I'm wondering what I want to know if the mainstream is picking that Nalux. I haven't had an answer from Kai yet. Up. I don't know if I can pick this match or if I have to pick the other match with Gwen and Elcon. So I'm waiting on an answer for Kai, or I have to figure it out basically on the spot whenever the mainstream comes back on camera to see what match they're going to be picking. But yeah, I just joined that server as a placeholder. It might be subject to change in case the mainstream picks up that match. They might likely pick up that... I mean, Otak Masa Wozal Pack is a match where you can't exactly go wrong by picking it. I mean, the other match as well, but I feel like that might be of interest for the mainstream. Actually, I'm going to try to listen to what the mainstream says. Hold up. Can I get an answer? Okay, so apparently that's the server that I just joined in will be taken by the mainstream, so we're going to be moving on to the opposite game, and it will be the Gwen Elcon match. So, or am I joining the same server again? I think I might have joined the same server again. Yep, I joined the same server again. Skill issue. Okay, hang on. So server 1. There we go. And... oh, wait, did they already start? Oh, goody! I missed the first round. All right, well, sorry about that, guys. Didn't mean to do that. But we are already getting started, and it will be Brent taking the first round win on Greece, which has been picked up as the first map, then Mime, then Gwen, then Elcon. Really sorry about that. I was just waiting on information that I got a little bit late. Late Gamba Ding Donk and late start of the round. Ding Donk. Round number 2 is underway. Elcon having taken the lead away from Gwen. Gwen with a really, really aggressive entry into the first ice slide will be moving into second place at the present moment. Bren down to third. Mime having completely come to a standstill will be down to fourth. Elcon leading in checkpoint number 8. Gwen in second, Bren and Mime third and fourth. Mime down in last position, down in the doldrums. Gwen continuing to try and pile on the pressure on the young Czech driver from Team Nemesis, but he goes a bit too tight and hits the wall head on. And actually, Elcon with a huge slap as well will be forced to respawn. Bren promoted up into the lead. Just has to navigate the identity quickly, and he does so really, really cleanly as well. 0.558, the winning round time for Bren. Gwen in second, Elcon third, Mime in fourth position. So it currently is a clean sweep for Bren, who has 20 points out of 20. Round 3 out of 4 here on the first map, that is Greece. Elcon going full inside on the start. Whole shot will be going the way of Bren with a 0.658. Good second apex for Elcon, who will be going toe-to-toe with Bren, going into the ice slide, which marks the end of Sector 1. Checkpoint 5. Elcon leads with 26.365. Bren loses a bit of speed compared to Gwen, who gets away with the clip somehow. Will still be languishing towards the back end of the field in third position. Bren with a double bounce at the final landing of the staircase of checkpoint 7, and will be losing a little bit of time for Elcon. Brent still keeping pace, though, with the current round leader, whilst Gwen and Mime are falling by the wayside. Very close to clipping the hole on the left there for Brent, or the wall on the left on the last jump. Now to the identity. Gwen is coming back into the picture as well in the perspective of Brent. Elcon has this round firmly in control, and Brent nearly threw it all away, and a new track record for Elcon, a new tournament record for Elcon, .199. He will put an end to the streak of round wins that Brent had so far, and will move up to 17 points himself. Just as a quick reminder, there are still a little bit of time to use the channel points in order to make the predictions happen, to have your say in who you think will be winning this match. Brent briefly grazing the wall. The acceleration penalty at its hardest there will be dropping the man from Twisted Nines down to 4th. Mime just a bit high on the exit of the ice slide, will be a bit slow on the uptake, still holding on to 3rd though, gets a great setup into the drop down staircase of checkpoints 5, 6, and 7, will be moving into the lead, the man from Team Navi. Elcon chasing him by 63 milliseconds, gets a solid setup into checkpoint 9, the dual left-hander with that big lift in the middle. Elcon retaking the lead for Team Nemesis, but Mime not giving up without a fight, and Gwen making it really interesting there, 63 milliseconds down. Elcon went a bit wide on the exit of the dirt before checkpoint 13. Will lose a bit of time compared to his former teammate. Going on to the identity. Oh, and Mime completely flunked the first landing, and Elcon slowing down dramatically as well. Can he compensate with a good nosedive? The answer is a yes for 2 milliseconds. Elcon resists the onslaught of speed put on by Gwen with a .374 to a .376. Let's just take a look at what happened to Mime there. Yeah, very harsh landing on the edge of the block, and then look at what Gwen was trying to pull on Elcon. Elcon went a bit wide on the 3rd platform there, which allowed Gwen to slide through, but unfortunately for the man from AG Global, it was not enough for just 2 milliseconds as we now go on to map number 2, which will be China. 30 points for Bren, 27 for Elcon, 20 for Gwen, 15 for Mime, the one with the worst start at the moment, but a fairly even distribution of points in between the top 2 at the moment. So it looks to be a pretty hotly contested match so far. Going on to the round now, number 1 here on China. Gwen, Bren going for the buck slide. Gwen gets it pretty much picture perfect. Elcon completely messes it up, and Mime is completely out of it as well. It's an all-French duet at the moment, with Gwen firmly in command of the round by 3/10 ahead of Bren, but he slides out right at the entrance of the corner a little bit earlier compared to what Pac had in the Elite Cup round when this map was first played. Everybody gets automatically promoted up 1 spot, with Bren the first to benefit, heading into the lead. And with that race of attrition being complete, it will be an easy 10-pointer for Bren, who will be moving on to 40 points. He's already going to be at the quarter-way mark towards final status, at the 3rd-way mark towards final status. The quarter has already reached it. 30 points out of the 120 that are required, but Bren gets in a really easy 10-pointer then locked in with a 105.484. It will be Elcon 2nd, Mime up to 3rd, and Gwen will throw away that 10-pointer and be stuck down in 4th position. Let's just take a look at that ice slide out again. Here we go, and then you see just losing the grip and just heading very high right there, and we'll be conceding a lot of time and a lot of positions and all the points that come with it. Sticking with Gwen again for the buck slide. Gets a very wide setup, a little tap of the wall, gets away with it somehow, and will emerge in the lead. The gap, 0.2 of a second against Bren. Mime in the mix as well. On the ice slide. No slide out this time for Gwen. We go very far inside for Mime, trying to compensate with a bit of a booster, but Gwen is just completely leaving everyone for dead on the racetrack. 0.3 of a second to lead for Gwen ahead of his nearest competitor, which currently is Elcon. Bren up to third after Mime had a sluggish turn 8. Sluggish turn for checkpoint 8, rather. And Elcon now piling on the pressure on Gwen. Going for the throat and the identity move. First turnaround, who goes deepest? It will be Elcon going deepest with a bit of a speed differential in his favor compared to Gwen. Will Gwen go too deep trying to compensate for it? Elcon is completely stopped by. Gwen passes by in first place with a 0.472. Elcon nearly lost second to Bren as well. Here on that round, manages to keep it for just 100th of a second. Gwen and Mime third and fourth. And let's just take a look at that bug slide again. Absolutely beautiful execution there on the part of Gwen, which immediately allowed him to open up the gap that allowed him to sprint away into the lead and the win. This time, bug slide. Oh, we had a very, very heavy set landing there for Elcon. Mime does get it decently accurate, still doesn't quite stick the landing, so he will be dropped down to third, and Gwen continues his consistency record with that bug slide. 3 for 3 for now for the man from AG Global. And slide out for Bren this time around. The match leader and the man from Twisted Minds will be dropping back like a stone down to P4. And actually currently sitting in third, battling his way against Elcon, who suffered an even bigger blunder in the middle sector. Probably the same kind of slide outs that Bren suffered from, or continuing to pay the price from the sluggish start he had. And now we're going to be following along with Gwen, the man who has put in such a dominant performance in the upper bracket quarterfinals yesterday. Looking to get some of that magic back here on China. And he will do so with a 10-pointer locked in a time of 0.183. About 1.5 tenths away from the tournament record held by Mata, 0.061, which no longer is the world record, by the way. The world record, you saw it on the top left of the screen, a 105.033 held by Granadi, and I suspect that was driven in match as well, because there is a history of desyncs between the world record and the tournament record as well. On to the final round, then on China, continuing to follow along with Gwen for the buck slide. Again, picture-perfect execution every time. The buck slide from Gwen is dialed in just like a Swiss watch. Okay, that time was driven during practice. Thank you very much for the inside pit saying, and it looks as though we might have lost Gwen with a very huge stopping into the checkpoint 4 gate, allowing Elcon and Mime to take the lead. Mime desperately needs the points, but Elcon is not going to let him take it too lightly, although that job is going to be a lot easier for Mime with that slight wall brush from the left rear. Bren going very far up the wall, trying to carry a bit more speed down on the dirt, but it's not enough to try and get the gap back down compared to Mime. The man from Team Navi looking to break his duck and actually kickstart his match right now will be getting a 10-pointer to move on to 38 points collected with a .308. 3/10 clear of Bren, Elcon in third, and Gwen in fourth. Let's just take a look at what happened to Gwen then, if I capture this correctly. Yep. Just went too far inside, and there's the contact point. There's the failure point there with the left front, making heavy contact with the gate, and thus completing it, bringing him to a dead stop, and thus dropping him down to fourth and last position as we now move on to USA for our next map. Duplex match states. Let's get a little bit of a word in with that. So it looks as though it has just started. 16, 14, 13, 9. I don't really exactly know the difference in there. From, okay, 14 for Wosal, 13 for Otak, 10 for Masa, 9 for Pack at the moment. We're back underway. First round out of 4 here on USA. Map 3 out of 5 in this lower bracket match. Going onto the quarter pipe. Bren has the slight advantage, but who gets the best landing? And it's super clean for everybody, but Elcon will be left a little bit behind at the end of sector number 1, will be 2/10 down compared to the leading trio. And the positions are going to continue to be shuffled around Checkpoint after checkpoint. We go for the low jump on the part of Brent and Gwen. Beautifully executed. Mime goes for the conventional strategy. Now along with Elcon, he goes very far out wide for a better setup with much more speed into the ice before the dirt flick. And look at the speed he's able to carry through and parlay that into a third place and a potential attack opportunity for the second place and the lead points. Mine going very wide, allowing Gwen to catch back up. Same for Elcon going into the identity. Are there going to be any heartbreaks, any very hefty clips, any no slides? Gwen attacking for all it's worth as we go to the line. It will be Gwen tied on the same milliseconds compared to Mime. But by virtue of being ahead at the previous checkpoint, it will be the Frenchman taking the 10-pointer and moving on to 56. This is, I think, the very first time on stream that a battle for the lead has yielded an equal time at the checkpoint and at the checkered flag. Let's see if that scenario happens again. I'll review the footage. I forgot to press the replay button, spacebar, and I don't think you'll be able to see the rankings anyway with the way that the scene is set up. I'll take a look at that. Now to the dirt flick. Now that took my mind away from the cast a little bit. Let's just take a look at what's going on there. Gwen leading with Mime and Brent chasing. Elcon also within touching distance, a 10.5 down. Going on to the identity, it will be Gwen leading, Mime second, and Mime gets the no slide and goes for a dive into the abyss, and thus will be dropping down the P4 and continue to pile on the suffering on top of himself. 0.641 for Gwen, who gets another 10-pointer in the bag and is now past the halfway mark towards finalist status, and so is Brent as well with 64 points and a change of lead as well. I don't think a replay is necessary for that, Neon. I think we all saw the no slide. Whenever the car goes sharply towards the corner, we all know the slide didn't get through. Brand went a bit high and lost all of his horizontal momentum midway through the quarter pipe, so we'll be losing a lot of positions. Dropping down the fourth at the end of sector number 1. Elcon almost touching the outside wall midway through that double left-hander in the dirt. Gwen and Elcon going for the low jump, managing to make it work. Mime went for the conventional strategy, and the speed delta is all clear to see. Now onto the dirt flick, and a clip from Elcon from the right rear, promoting Mime into the lead, who gets a much better crest compared to Gwen. Gwen going wide, out wide, almost hitting the wall on that double right-hander before the identity. It's Mime this time having the upper hand by a 1/10.5 of a second. The man from Team Navi desperately looking to turn the tide around, and he will be able to do so in this round with a .594, just 700ths away from the own tournament record. Let's take a look at the replay there. We're going to be able to see that dirt flick from Elcon. I wonder if it's going to be cutting too early, though, because it's always a little bit touch and go when it comes to... Yeah, there you go. There's that dirt flick, and there's that contact right there. Elcon falls victim to that, and we'll fall back down the order. Grizzix, I joined in one round after the match started because of lateness communication transfer, so I did not get to see the pick and bans. I'm really sorry about this. Okay, Brent again opting for a bit more of a safer line through that quarter pipe. Will be dropping back down the fourth, but not as much as he did during the previous round of competition. Sector 1, it will be Elcon and Mime, the two former teammates, going at it together. Elcon going for the low jump and sprinting away into the lead. Look at this. Gwen almost hitting the wall on the outside, going for that same low jump that Welcome went for. And Elcon has messed up the lineup into that corner and will be dropping back down the fourth into the dirt flick. Gwen in the lead. Brent and Mime second, third. Elcon part of the high-speed train as well. Oh my god, and a touch of the wall from Mime, and a clip of the girder. The helper from Brand. Gwen is left all on his own. Elcon too far back to make anything happen. .795. Take a look at the replay on what happened to Gwen. I was a little bit late on triggering for Mime's turn, but just take a look at that. Just a little clip of the helper right there was enough to slow down Brand to lock him perennially into third position. Now moving on to Brazil. A map where I think Elcon still holds the world record, no? Indeed. Oh, not world record, but tournament record. World record is Scrappy on the 0.725. I did not mean out of disrespect, Whoop and Tilted Frank. I see what you're going for there. I meant as part of competitive teams. I know Joel Esports is a thing, but I was mainly thinking about the Into the Breach days. I know some people don't like when we bring that up, but I wanted to bring that up anyway. Here we go then, round number 1 on map number 4, which is going to be Brazil. Now, we're going to be moving on to the onboard camera, if you don't mind, with the regular camera 3 in this game. 201 for Elcon, that is towards the lower end of the spectrum when it comes to the top of the loop, and it will be Brennan Mime taking advantage of that to move up into shared lead almost at the end of sector number 1. Gwen is at the tail end of the pack as well, looking to get some back up, going over the berm, trying to go for the more aggressive setup. It's not really enough to do anything about Brennan Mime's advantage, and even more not than enough compared to Elcon. Even more not enough. Man, my English is good today, isn't it, guys? Sorry about that. Mime and Bren going toe-to-toe. Checkpoint 13, the start of sector number 3. Brent still leading by 21 milliseconds. Elcon in hot pursuit, waiting to pounce upon any mistake from any of the top 2. Mime going full inside, taking the lead, slamming in between the rocks. So does Elcon. Brent going outside the rock. It will be Mime winning, and Elcon sniping Brent for second place with a .018. Mime needed a 10-pointer. He's now back in the conversation. 6 points behind second-placed Bren. Picks are shown in in-game chat. I think I cannot show the in-game chat on the stream. At least that's the way that I interpret it. Some of the guidelines that we've been given for co-streaming. I hope you understand that. Elcon with the best start will lock in the lead with a 10th of an advantage at checkpoint number 5, the end of sector 1. Gwen going over the berm again. This time gets a really, really solid reactor exit. So does Bren. They're both going to be reeling in. Elcon at the moment, the gap down to a single 10th. Bren now leading the charge, right back in it, almost hitting the top of that restraint block through the quarter pipe. Elcon still leading quite handily by a 10.5 to 2/10 of a second. Gwen and Bren trying to tandem this together. Bren going full inside the same way that Mime did, trying to go for the lead. He has to go outside the rock. Elcon slides in between the rocks, and he will take a .957 and a 10-pointer that comes with it to move up to 78 points. Gwen continues to slowly but surely make his progression up the leaderboard. He's currently still leading with 89, but look at the gaps, how well they've closed. 89 to 82 and 82 to 78, 78 to 73. Uh-oh, that was a clip from, I think it was Bren, wasn't it? Yeah, that was Bren who clipped the gate. Bren did clip the gate on the way towards checkpoint number 2 and will thus be trailing by half a second at the end of sector 1. Elcon and Mime going at it against each other again. Currently still advantage to the guy from Team Nemesis. Less than a 10th ahead of Mime. Bren down the third, 3/10 down without any hope of catching back up, and he's getting reeled in by Gwen, as a matter of fact, for the points for third. Onto the glider. Penultimate corner, well done. Mime and Elcon going on the right side of the rock. And it will be Elcon completely undisturbed with a .944, taking yet another 10-pointer. Mime in second, Bren in third, and Gwen, will he be able to reach the finish? Yes, he does, but he had the same kind of clip that Link had a little bit earlier on during the Elite Cup rounds, where he actually basically clipped the rock at the apex of the checkpoint with the right front, which meant that he got the rock as soon as he clipped the checkpoint, which meant the respawn is completely And yes, Kazurik not finishing is no score, so it is extremely punishing in cup mode. Going full inside, managing to keep 211 at the top of the loop. He will get a great start, and this will be right back in the fight against Brendan Elcon for the lead, and he will get the whole shot at the end of checkpoint number 5 in sector number 1 for 15 milliseconds. Mime gets an appalling start and will be a second down. The reactor goes really nice so far for Gwen, Brendan Elcon. Elcon at the back of the field. Elcon goes higher a little bit late. Slides in between the two Frenchmen. Elcon managing to get a solid exit from the dirt, but hits the gate! He hits the reactor gate at the entry to the second glider, offering Brent second place, and Gwen will take the 10-pointer to move himself in triple digits territory with a .014. Brent second, Elcon third, and Mime in fourth, and that was indeed a lucky escape scene. In fact, let's just take a look at that again, so you can see. I'm just going to pause right there. Oh, that was just drifting a bit too wide, isn't there? Just a bit too wide. Would have gone on the collision, head-on collision course with the gate, but he just hits it with the rim of the tire, and then just look at that save job right there. This is the mark of a true talent in Trackmania. And we now go on to the fifth and final map, France. Quick score recap, you see it at the top. 102 for Gwen. 92 apiece for Brent and Elcon, 82 for Mime. Mime is still in it. It's still all to play for, but the window of opportunity is starting to get narrower and narrower as time goes on. Oh no, Bren! Falling foul of the chicane at the start. The door is open for Mime. Currently going side by side with Gwen on the jump towards checkpoint number 4. Will Mime go for the no slide? He doesn't go for the no slide. Gwen tries to do so. Elcon as well, but don't execute it quite clearly, or maybe they didn't go for it. But Gwen, with a good amount of speed on the platform, will go on to checkpoint number 6. Going side by side with Mime. Mime gets a much better slingshot into checkpoint 7. Will take the lead ahead of Elcon. On to Sector 3 we go. Mime and Elcon side by side, separated by 2 milliseconds. And Bren at the 10-second threshold might not get points indeed. Better speed on the entry to the first half-pipe from Elcon. Slight clip from Mime on the second and third half-pipes. Can Gwen take advantage of it? No, he had an even bigger clip, and it will be Elcon winning once again with a .135. Mime in second place, Gwen in third, and Bren 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 will not finish the round, and it is a 0-point score. Taking a look at what happens over on the other match, and it currently is 78 for Pack, 63 for Massa, 58 for Otak, 54 for Wosile. And Mime this time falls foul at the start. Elcon leading on the way towards the platform at the jump towards checkpoint 4, marking the end of Sector 1. Elcon, Gwen, side by side. Gwen going for the no slide. Will it pay off? Not quite. The speed advantage is negligible. Elcon managed to retaliate beautifully on that particular round. The Czech driver still leading, goes for the full send around the outside towards checkpoint 7. Goes for the sideways jump, trying to go for the lowest amount of jump on the second part. Manages to make it work beautifully, will be a 10th ahead. Gwen still chasing, still trying to find an aperture to make a strike happen. Elcon slow on the first half pipe. Here comes Gwen. Flashbacks of 2020 all over again. And it will be the Frenchman moving on to 116, denying the 10-pointer to Elcon with a .157. Just take a look at that final transfer. Absolutely beautiful shot. I wish I could have triggered a little bit earlier, but I wasn't sure exactly how it would parlay into a win. But Gwen absolutely nailed down to a T the execution of that identity. And this time the start is clean for everybody involved. Although I say that, Brent fell foul of that long right-hander at checkpoint number 2. Mime, Elcon, Gwen, 1, 2, 3. Gwen going for the white setup and going for the no slide. So does Elcon. Mime is probably going to be left in the dust. First Elcon, then Gwen. I'm going to go past him. Elcon leading in checkpoint 6. Who goes for the full send? Everybody with the roughly equivalent lines through the dirt. Checkpoint 7, the start of Sector 3 with the 2 dirt jumps. We go a bit low. We clip the top of the barrier for Gwen, but we get away with it somehow. Mime and Gwen side by side. Elcon still in pursuit in third. Let's go from the perspective of Gwen, the chaser. Can he try to pull the same comeback that he did in the previous round? He's still going toe-to-toe with Mime, who is just a little bit slower. It's all down to the final transfer. Can Gwen pull it off again? The answer is a yes. Gwen is into finalists, ladies and gentlemen. And look at what he got away with. Just look at that second jump. First jump lands a bit late, and just look, he skims the top of the barrier with the left-hand side wheel. Somehow gets away with it. First attempt to EWC for the one and only Gwen. Bren is completely out of the picture, having fucked up the start. Sorry for the swear word, that came out of nowhere. He completely missed it. Elcon, Mime, Gwen, still side by side. 27 milliseconds apart. Elcon leading. Looking to try and extend the fight for one more round. Elcon going for the side jump. And again, Gwen going so low, managing to make it work without skimming this time around. Elcon still leading somehow. Mime in second. Gwen in third, narrowly avoiding contact with the wall. How did he get away with that? The half pipes. Clip from Mime. He might be out of it. Gwen in second place. Can he try to catch back up to Elcon? Is it going to be enough? With the final transfer coming up, it's down to the wire, to the line. Elcon snipes Gwen by 11 milliseconds, or resists the Gwen snipe by 11 milliseconds. We have a double finalist situation. Man, my heart is beating at 150,000 beats per minute. I don't know about you guys, but it's getting real tense as we circle back to Greece. And just a little bit of a quick sit rep on how the other match is going. 97 for Pax, 77 for Wolstyle, 76 for Massa, 72 for Otak. After the match is over, we'll likely be popping onto the other server as well, just so you know. Bren on 102, Mime on 101. Elcon and Gwen locked in battle together. First round of the second rotation of Greece is a go. Good second apex on the double right-hander for Bren on the way towards checkpoint 4. Now the ice slide, going a bit high on the part of Gwen. Going way high on the exit for Elcon, losing a bit of speed. Mime will lead at the end of Sector 1. The staircase. Mime leading for now, but will he keep the lead at the end of the drop-downs? Look at Elcon's setup, completely blasting his way past his former teammates. Mime, Elcon still side by side, 30 milliseconds separating these two onto checkpoint 9 of the big NASCAR turn. Big lift for Elcon, multiple lift actually for Elcon, allowing Mime to slide back through. Gwen has retired, having made a bigger mistake that I didn't catch on camera, but right now it's Elcon versus Mime. Mime could be the best friend of Gwen right now, and the best friend of Bren as well. Elcon gets a better nosedive. Mime carries a bit more speed onto the penalty part. Now onto the identity. Who gets the best? Who gets heartbreak there? Mime still in control. Still firmly holding onto the 10-pointer, and he gets it with a point 389. Moves on to 111 points. One down. 3 potentially to go here on Greece. Bren with his back against the wall, but so does Mime. Mime needs to win to get finalist. Bren needs a bit more than that. He needs 14 points. Mime needs 9. Mime close to the apex on the way to checkpoint 4. The ice slide, who gets it best? It will be the best exit to Elcon, who takes the lead in Sector 1. Elcon so far inside will be completely out of the picture for this round. Bren inherits the lead. Mime up to second place. Gwen in third. Big lift for Bren on the entry to the double left-hander NASCAR turn from checkpoint 9 to 10. Checkpoint 11, it will be Mime just extending a little bit more. Bren still going side by side and still holding onto the lead by 61 milliseconds. Gwen making it a three-way fight for the lead by less than a tenth. Going close to the left-hand side wall. Bren losing a bit of speed on the way to the identity. Here comes the staircase. Mime versus Gwen. Bren. Gwen is out of it. Or is he out of it? It's going to be Bren out of it. Forced to respawn. Mime makes it a triple finalist, ladies and gentlemen, with a .427. And let's just take a look at what happened to Elcon there, shall we? So I had a clip right there. Then, as we continue circling through, the clip lands a bit too far on the inside and then clips on that particular part of the corner right there, completely out of it. Triple finalist, and Bren didn't even reach the finish. Not even 109. He has scored 0 points. This is the worst case scenario for Bren. Win or bust at all costs. Exit of the ice slide. Elcon too far inside will compromise a lot of his exit speed. Mime will be able to retaliate and take the lead. Gwen is in the mix as well, but Bren is now trying to mount a fight back. Can he parlay that into an overall round win to just make the suspense last a couple more rounds? Can he keep the dream alive for himself and for Twisted Minds? Elcon still leading by 67 milliseconds. Checkpoint number 11. Start of sector number 3. Elcon still leading, but Bren still chasing down, still trying to pile on the pressure on the young man from the Czech Republic. Elcon goes close to the left-hand side wall, gets a good nosedive, but actually slows down dramatically from the perspective of Graham. We go into the identity. Who gets it best? Who gets heartbroken there? Bren pulls for all it's worth. Mime is under the picture. Elcon versus Bren. Bren will get him by 8 milliseconds. We're on to 116 for Bren. I can't believe what I'm witnessing. Is it going to go down to 2 rounds of China? Can Bren pull it off? That's the big question, guys. If Bren makes it a quad, it's on to China to decide it in 2 sudden death rounds. Final round on Greece. Checkpoint 4, my God. I'm getting the real shakies now, guys. Elcon gets a good exit. We'll take the lead at the end of checkpoint 5, but Bren is in his toe. Looking to get a little bit of a leg up. Elcon looks a bit slow on the final drop down. Checkpoint 7. It's still neck and neck. Bren goes for the move and takes the lead away from Elcon for 31 milliseconds into the NASCAR turn. Bren with a big lift, goes back too far on the outside. A bit more of an early throttle application for Elcon, continuing to keep pace with the man from Twisted Minds. Going side by side, the full push around the outside for Elcon, piling the pressure on the 2023 World Champion. They're side by side, separated by 2 milliseconds. We go into the identity. Mime is in the mix as well. Gwen as well. Elcon leads. Can he pull the lead all the way through to the end? The answer is a yes. Elcon is through to the Esports World Cup with a .224. And Bren makes it, at the very least, a triple finalist. And we now move on to 1 single round on China. And before we go back to that, let's take a look at that pack with the relief. He's through as well. 96 for Masa, 94 for Otak, 93 for Wosile. We'll definitely be checking that server as soon as our match is over. One final round. The upcoming 65 seconds might be the most important of these players' life at the moment. Gwen, Bren, Mime. Here we go. We'll go along with Gwen for the bug slide setup. Everybody going for the bug slide. Who gets it best? Gwen has got the pocket on everyone else. 5 bug slides, 5 successes so far. Mime is there with him though. The man from Navi, 36 milliseconds behind, having had such an appalling Elite Cup season in the winter, looking to wipe it all away. Goes lower in the ice slide compared to Gwen. Will take the lead provisionally, but has Bren to contend with as well. Sector 3 starting now with checkpoint 7. Bren with a lower approach and a much wider line takes the lead, but Mime still is in there to win it. Has not given up without a fight. Checkpoint 8. Side by side through the dirt. Bren exits with more speed. Gwen has retired. He knows it's all over. It's all over for all global. For all gamers global, it's out of it. And Mime goes in too deep. He might be way too far gone. And ladies and gentlemen, Brendan Seb is your next confirmed player into the Esports World Cup with a .423. Mime and Gwen gave it all they could, but they will have to go through another set of 5 knockout rounds in the Elite Cup season if they want another shot at qualifying for EWC. And now I'm just going to quickly join the other server that is still ongoing. I cannot join it. I cannot join it, guys. I have to rely on the global feed, so I'm going to quickly set this up. Just give me a second. Oh my god, I'm shaking. I'm absolutely shaking, guys. There's not going to be any sound, just as a matter of fact, because there's going to be the comms as well on there. Anyway, let's go on to the next game. So we're going to be casting this without any sound for the moment. I hope you bear with us as we follow along with Otak through the turnaround. It's going to be Masa leading, Wosal second. Wosal with a good amount of speed will be able to make it back all the way through. He goes in a bit too deep. Masa is confirmed with that 10-pointer. He is going to be winning with a .451. Brand is to EWC as well. Masa taking a quick sip. Very important for him to take a quick sip. Of course, there are others that can join the servers, but I can't. So, sorry about that, guys. And I think that was the end of China, so I think I can just... Do you mind if... Do you think we should bring the music back at the very least for that last few seconds? I'm putting the music back in, guys, just so at least we have some visual background. Otak pondering stuff. We're going on to USA then. USA it is. For what could be the defining moment. To see who will be the last player through to the Esports World Cup. We've seen Brand go through. We've seen Elcon go through. We've seen Pac get his round win as well. 112 for Mafsa. 109 for Wosal. 102 for Otak. The man from Team Liquid is in the doldrums. Taking a look at Wosal. Absolutely focused. Otak up into second place. Masa with a great start. After sector number 1 will be in the lead by 1/10.5 compared to Otak. Everybody going conservative. Going for the low jump we go for Otak. Carries a lot of speed on the exit as we go towards checkpoint number 6. And now checkpoint 7 after the ice patch and the dirt flick. And both Otak and Masa mess up the dirt flick. Masa full stop picking onto the apex, and a big slide out from the one and only Otak, leaving Wosal up into the lead of the race. And now he knows he can just safe it. You can see from the overhead perspective the identity that is being driven by Wosal. No need to overpush. 0.937. He moves on to 119 though. And Masa, I think Masa finished in third, or did he? Let's just see that on the scoreboard if we can in just a second. Masa's not finalist. Masa's on 118. Yeah, I might be a little bit behind, guys, but as I said, I have to rely on it because of the server issue that I have. I can't join the server. Still all to play for with the double finalist situation very well on the cards now and more than likely to occur with the point standings as they are. Wosal in the lead at the end of the first sector. Otak chasing him a 10th down. And then Masa also right there in hot pursuit. Trying to go for the more middle of the road jump. Dirt flick coming up now. Wosal gets very close, and Masa's out of it. He has Clit with the right rear. Otak with not the best exit from that dirt flick as well. It will be Wosal moving up onto finalist status and getting an uninterrupted attempt. No, I'm of course talking out my ass there, of course. I was mainly thinking that if Masa was before 110, but no, Masa will be finalist as well. I just remembered that. Sorry about that. Either way, it is now the crunch time, and Otak has his back against the wall. Win or bust for the man from Saint-Malo. La Machine Malouine is in peril, ladies and gentlemen. 12 points to make up. Wosal with a great bobsleigh will emerge in the lead before the quarter pipe. Quarter pipe is not clean, though, for the man from Genji. Masa takes advantage of the situation, but Otak could be the best friend of Wosal right now as he emerges in the lead on the way to checkpoint number 4 and 5. Masa with a good push around the outside in the first dirt will be continuing to pile on the pressure on the young man from Samalo and trying to go for the move, but Otak goes for the low jump to get some more speed ahead of him and trying to keep the lead away. And Masa did the same mistake that Elcon did in our previous match, and Wosal will clip very briefly, or did he clip? I don't think he did. Maybe both Otak and Wosal clip, but either way, they're still side by side. Otak leading in the identity, but Wosal going for the uber push, trying to go for one final send, one last hurrah to get Genji to EWC and Trackmania to the line. Wosal snipes in by 3 milliseconds, and under the bewildered appearance of Pac and the absolute elation that Wosal has exhibited, he is your 8th and last player from DreamHack Birmingham to make it through to the Esports World Cup. And Masa and Otak have to go at it again in the Elite Cup. And if all else fails, the Open Qualifier. And look at this. The relief is palpable on Wosal's face. And, yep, just not really anything to say for Otak, and Masa probably very disappointed at his result as well. I think is that understandable, the state of mind that I am right now? Oh god. That was intense. Also, apologies for the swear word that kind of slipped through at a couple times. That was just slipped out of nowhere. I meant to be restrained. To restrain myself a little bit, but oh boy, sometimes you just can't help it. And there we go. We got our last 4 players confirmed into the Esports World Cup from DreamHack Birmingham, and we do have all 8 qualifiers. I wonder if I can actually show the bracket now, or if it's going to be still somewhat borked. Yeah, the bracket is somewhat borked, but oh my word. Yeah, the day isn't even finished, but I think, Krage, I'll be taking it a little bit more subdued. They were a little bit more subdued, actually, in the next few rounds, because there's the prize money on the line, but the bulk of the work is really done there, Krage. Mr. Caster, were you frustrated by Brent's performance when that word popped up? No frustration or anything. It just... I'm a naturally sweary man. I try to keep it PG here, but sometimes I've been pretty good with it. I had a pretty good track record with it so far, but it just slipped out of my mouth. That's all there is, Mr. Shengar. And if Frank and Whoop are in the chat, if I know you say, hey, respect Joel, blah blah blah. I didn't mean any disrespect, and if you're going to be pissy about it, you're going to be banned from my chat for the next few little bit. Plain and simple. So keep it civil, guys. Okay? They were subdued, but you're clearly a top dude. Thank you very much. Pure emotion to drop some swear. Yeah, the brain just shuts down, and then you just speak from the heart. That's all really that there's to it. Unsung is there. Oh boy. Okay, so next match is at 16:27. Okay, you know what, guys? I think I'm due for an 11-minute break there or thereabouts. Imagine swearing because of Trackmania shaking my head. Oh boy. Okay, let me just quickly set up a timer. So it says 16:27, so I'll do 16:19, guys. That's okay. Or 16:20, 16:21. I think that should be good enough. I appreciate the kind word, guys. And just keep in mind, I still have 4 matches to go. I'm doing this solo bolo, which is not just the casting, but also the production. Like, the little ding spoons on la ESPN? Well, actually, let me just write this out. ESRN. That's all by doing. I'm literally writing on a tablet that's used as a third display using a program that allows me then to put the plugin for drawing on the actual screen. Man, this is probably the best piece of technology I've ever introduced in cast, and I'm probably going to use it even more on other streams. And hello, Speds, I hope you guys are doing well. Yeah, and I'm also glad how the replay system works. I mean, just another quick example of what it looks like. Just with that clip from Elcon, this is looking so good. So now Carly Pons, Mara and Granadi. Yeah, I think that should be it. It should be winner bracket final, then lower final, then lower consolidation, then grand, and Alex. Okay, I think I'm going to be done yapping for now. I need to take a big old swig of water and also get something to eat because I definitely need it. Okay, so the timer will be at 16:21, 9 minutes of a break. We are going to be taking that break and we'll be back. Now, write cuss words instead of saying them saves little kids' ears. No, but it won't save the little kids' eyes, so we're losing either way on song. Anyway, I'll be back in a few minutes. Stay with us. Alright guys, welcome back, and yeah, now we're gonna be going towards a bit more of a chill side, I guess, because, yeah, I think you'll know why at this point whenever you hear me talk, because, I mean, can you really fault me for really using up my voice in the first 3 sets of matches? I don't think you can, because there's been so much stuff happening, the stakes were so high, and the last match that we've seen was absolutely pure cinema. I'm honestly looking forward to see that match being uploaded to Turbo's YouTube channel. Of course, YouTube channel linked in the bio of Turbo's stream, of course, if you haven't seen it already. But my word. I'm still kind of recovering from my breath here after that whirlwind of matchups that we've had. Of course, we now know the names of the first 8 drivers qualified for the Esports World Cup. Epos, Mora, Carl Jr., Ganari, Pack, Elkon, Wasal, and Bran, your first 8 validated players for the EWC. A quarter of the field is already settled. Trophy is cool and stuff, but compared to EWC quality, is much more chill now. Yeah, exactly. Don't get me wrong. There's still plenty of stuff up for grabs. Like here, okay, so that's settled, that's settled, that's settled, that's settled, this and this as well. So now all that's left is to determine the vast majority of the prize pool, including this one right here, the 5 grand for winning the overall tournament. And we're going to be trying to satellize our voice, in a sense, in the grand final. Just try to send it off and finish off with a bang, if you know what I'm saying. But yeah, I feel like in the next couple of matches, maybe the next 3 matches, we're going to be able to take it a little bit more smoothly. As, yeah, we still have a couple of minutes wait to go before we go into the match proper, which is slated to start in 5 minutes' time. Start time is at 27 past 4 p.m. Central European Summer Time. As a reminder, we have forwarded our clocks by 1 hour, which always kind of sucks. It's not gonna lie, I wish we kind of made away with that rule completely, but you know, the people in charge are apparently still thinking about it for some reason. But that's another topic altogether. In either way, if you're with me, if you're joining us, first of all, thank you very much for joining us. If you joined us during the last game, you've been for an absolute treat. You've been in for an absolute treat, guys. And if you've been with me throughout the entirety of the day so far, thank you so much for sticking with me. I know this might be really, really weird to say, but my God, doing this solo, I'm really out of shape when it comes to that. I should probably go to the gym and get in better shape for those long solo bolo stints, but I hope you guys enjoy the show as much as I do bring it to you, be it as a caster, as a producer, or a bit of both, as you see here this weekend. And of course, a massive shout out to LuckersTurbo for, of course, allowing me to cover the final day on his channel for him, as well as being able to cover with me the first 2 days of competition, which has been great. Also, a huge shout out to Leviathan for the visual package that he put together, which looks really, really clean. And thank you guys again for watching. And if you want to support the stream, make sure to do so by sending subs, by subbing to the channel, sending bits, donating, or whatever, you know. And yeah, make sure to do that to the Turbo's channel. We made an agreement that we would be splitting the difference in between ourselves in terms of the revenue share. This is the sort of stuff that we felt was the fairest of most. We said that already during the course of the weekend, but yeah. It is, if you want to pitch in, of course, it's not mandatory, but it's always appreciated if you want to support the hustles of guys like us, continuing to keep up the pace of Trackmania casting, and continuing to tell the story of racing one corner and one checkpoint at a time. That's all I'll say. All right. Just to give you a little bit of an idea, I am on the server. There's just nobody in there. I'm desperately alone, guys. Alright, so up next is Epos, Mara, Carl, and Pack. This is one of the last few matches that we're going to be... Actually, the next 3 matches are going to be the last ones played with 120 points for finalist status. After that, in the grand final, we'll be moving up to 140 and 3 winners. So the grand final is going to be a little bit more of a test of endurance than the rest of this bracket. In terms of individual match length, of course. Man, I'm happy that we are arriving in this sort of that we have ridden the crest and that we are entering the valley, so to speak. And I hope you stick with me through that valley. I know I may not be the most interesting guy to hear talk around. Some people may say, well, it's not really my cup of tea when it comes to casting, but I appreciate that there are still a lot of people out there that that recognize the word. And I've already sort of, you know, I got bumped for the swear word that I said unintentionally during the rounds, but I've already said a swear word like during the breaks. During the breaks, I think during day 1, but you guys are the only ones that give a rip. I'm just gonna go for the PG rated version now, but you guys are probably among the only ones in the world in not only just in game but in IRL that give a rip about what I do in terms of production or in terms of casting, and for that I'm really, really grateful. Thank you so much for the support, guys. But also, if you want to support my fellow colleague LuckersTurbo, make sure to check out the official EWC channel over on Twitch. In fact, I think I should be able to have the channel link saved up somewhere. Oh, I'm not quite sure if I have it saved up, but I can quickly try to fetch it back up if I may, or somebody else like Nalax may have already have that channel link posted somewhere in the chat. I'll just scroll back up. No, I can't. There's just too many messages at this point. But yeah, you get the idea. Twiggy and Turbo are on the main cast. Make sure to also go support them as well if you can. They are absolutely crushing it. I can guarantee you that. EWC Plus English. Thank you very much, Sigith, for the name of the Twitch channel, so make sure to go check that one out as well, where there will be, of course, a little bit of talking head segments before we go and get started with the match that is going on in here with the winner bracket final. Also, good work on keeping on top of all the Trackmania, all the Trackmania League Cup shenanigans, by the way, Sigith. If you're, I haven't had the chance to tell that to you, but every time, this man right there, Sigith, in the chat, every time the Elite Cup rounds have come to an end, he has been absolutely on the money, filling out the information sheet for every single one of the rounds and filling the global information sheet of the overview over on Liquipedia. One of the main admins, I guess I could say, main contributors of the Liquipedia Trackmania website. And of course, if you haven't checked that out already, make sure to go check it out. What are you doing with your life? If you're not following Liquipedia stuff, you're not really a true Trackmania esports enjoyer. That's all I'll say. But yeah, Liquipedia Trackmania esports. This is for the esports World Cup page, but make sure to check out the entirety of the Liquipedia. There's a ton of great stuff on there. Wait, you're not Turbo? No. Otherwise, I would say right there, Silent Storm. That would say it right there. Oh, no, that's not the wrong button. Okay, there we go. All right, it is 28. I guess we might have a bit of delay when it comes to the match starts. Wouldn't surprise me. Maybe they're... Oh, you know what? Maybe they're setting up people on stage. You know what? That might be because they're setting up people on stage. 8 minutes until start. Oh, okay. Yeah, we got plenty of time then. We do have plenty of time. Yeah, it says 7 minutes on the... Hope the cast goes well today. Thank you very much, Kai. I hope everything's going well for you on the official stream as well. And yeah, I'm glad that we are past the crest. That's what I said. We're heading towards a couple of matches where it's going to be a little bit more lenient, a little bit more chill in a sense, until we get to the grand final, and then we're just going to send it to the moon. So yeah, apparently start at 35 then, because it was standing at 27. Yeah, it still says at 27 on the in-game schedule, so I got a bit duped by that, but that's okay. We can still yap for a few minutes more. But yeah, Turbo's in the chat. Make sure to, of course, if you're not following him, first of all, what are you doing with live? Second of all, you're missing out on a ton, be it casting or casual streams, be it on Trackmania, with stuff like the Quack 100's Discovery that he did a couple of weeks ago, or more variety stuff like playing Repo and whatnot. I've been turning to some of the streams a little bit here and there because I've been very busy with other stuff, but a very, very cool content creator, a cool guy to be hanging out with, and one of the best casters in the world out there. And of course, congratulations to him for winning Caster of the Year this year. I know some people might have some feelings about it, but I'm not really too bothered by it too much. I have been fortunate to win that award 2 times. Turbo joining an exclusive club, being the only 3-time Caster of the Year as well. And honestly, it's all fraternity when it comes to casting in general. Be it myself, Legion, beat myself, Turbo, people like Legion, people like Boney, Nua Lake, you name it, Randomize, Twiggy, you name it. I feel like we're all a big brotherhood, and that's the most important thing to me. I'm on the official broadcast every time and enjoying my time. One of the contributors, but everyone can contribute, and there are other active contributors. Shout out to them too. Yeah, honestly, I think they were one of the nominees in the Trackmania Awards as well, weren't they? Along with Twitch moderators, those were like the blanket nominations, which I think are deserved, because yeah, you guys are actually absolute, well, not quite historians, but archivists of Trackmania history in a sense, being able to put that information available to the public, which also comes in handy for us casters whenever we actually read up on make up player profiles and so on and so forth. We've been using that whenever we actually made the player profiles during the Elite Cup broadcast, and it's come in handy more than once, not just in the Elite Cup, but over, of course, of my entire caster career. So huge shout outs and much love to all of the Liquipedia contributors out there. You are doing God's work. Honestly, deserve nomination, Sigeth. Deserve nomination for all of you guys. You really, really are doing a lot of work that shouldn't go unnoticed, in my opinion. Alright, so still 4 minutes to go, apparently, before we are back on the rails with our winner brackets final. Okay, just checking a few things on Twitter and what so on and so forth. Much love to you, Geek, for pulling off this insane day on your own for us. And the day's not over yet. That's the thing, Sauce. I'm going to manage myself a little bit over the next three matches because, yeah, I still want to be able to put on a good show for the grand final. I think you guys understand that. And I don't want to fry my voice is already halfway there. I don't want to fry my voice completely when we reach the grand final. I think you'll understand that. Oh, I guess I can show you this. Can I? Oh, I think I can have enough reach on the. Okay, let me just quickly show you the setup that I use for the. I've learned how my setup for this has been called. It's called a telestrator. I never knew the word before, and it's Kem that actually made me learn the word. Like, thank you very much, Kem, for that little piece of knowledge. The more you know. But actually, let me just quickly switch over to dual cam. It's going to be a little bit sketch, but hang on. Okay, I managed to unclamp it. So, this is what we're witnessing. So, this is the latest purchase I had. Oh, there you go. Look, whoa, rubberous sort of camera effect. But I basically have this hooked up via USB to my computer, and I'm running a piece of software that allows me to have a third monitor be on a connected Android device. And the best thing about the software is that it uses touch input. So, I can do that with my hand, like this. Or, to be more precise, and the reason why I kind of invested a little bit on this thing, I mean, it's not much an investment, it's just $10, but this little stylus allows me to be a bit more precise, like this, like this, like this, and this is what you've been seeing me do, and how I've been pulling off the telestrator over the course of the weekend so far. And honestly, this is a pretty simple setup, all things considered. I mean, Android tablet or Android device, then you get the software, which is actually available for free. I think it's called Space Desk that I use. So yeah, I use that, the software, and in OBS, there is the draw plugin from the GOAT of OBS plugins called Exeldro that basically enables me to draw on top of the screen. So there you go. Telestrator on the cheap, quote unquote. I mean, depends on how much you pay for your tablet, but yeah, I'm not gonna get into that. I don't really want to get into that whole deal. And for the replay stuff, I mean, I'm more tempted to do like a general behind-the-scene production stuff with some of the stuff that I've done. Over on my channel. If you're interested, then make sure to voice your concerns, and I'm probably gonna schedule that, maybe not next week, but probably the week afterwards. It depends on how busy I am with other stuff. But yeah, I really want to give you a look at what I've been going through for production for like Elite Cup, for TMFE and whatnot. Not necessarily in terms of graphical assets, but most notably for especially automation and making the cast somewhat polished and being able to pull off some pretty insane stuff as well. So, it is close to 35 to 25 to 5, or yeah, 16:35 is coming up in 10 seconds. So the players should be joining in a very small amount of time. TMFE, I mean, I'm talking about stuff that I've done on the past broadcasts, and I'm not going to show the assets of that, but it's going to be more of a little overview of how I automate things to make sure that I make my life a little bit easier as well, instead of just constantly pushing buttons left, right, and center at every time. What's your prediction for the next game? So, next game, the winner bracket final. So, Epos, Moda, Carl, and Granadi. I'm thinking the two real boys are going to go through. Granadi has been really, really on his A-game. Moda has been strong throughout the entire weekend. It's going to be a close one, but I feel like Granadi and Moda are both going to go through, in my honest opinion. I'd love to be proven wrong, and I could be proven wrong at any time, because Epos and Carl are absolutely no slouches. This is going to be a stout match. A match that will be due to start anytime soon. And it looks like it's been extended. I just have a 2-minute 30 timer on the main stream that pops up. Epos and Mara for you. I mean, it's fair. I think you can't really go wrong with any type of prediction whatsoever, I think, now, Lux. We're at this stage where no matter the pick, you're still going to be, there's still going to be some room for upsets and whatnot, so I'm sticking with Maragrana. I really think they're going to punch their way through to the grand final directly. People have way less pressure now that they're already qualified to EWC. Yeah, that's true. That's true. But I still feel like, even though there's less pressure applied, I think the two-wheel guys are still going to be really, really showing up nice and clean through all the rounds that they're playing. That's the gut feeling that I have, anyway. Kana sometimes really struggles on finalists, so I go with Carmoda. Okay, fair. Yeah, I mean, he did struggle on finalists on his matches as well earlier on. The win earning isn't that big compared to the EWC prize pool. True, true. But it's still good. It's still good because even though the prize pool isn't as big, remember that this is the very first tournament of the entire year which is played in cup mode. So it's nice to be able to perform right there and then to kind of see where you're at in terms of cup mode performance as well. And I feel like this is a good breath of fresh air for some players who may not be taking a liking too much to the knockout format, or might be feeling like it's not really well suited to them. So I think it's a good... I think people are still going to give it their all in that particular final stretch of Birmingham, even after the EWC spots have been attributed. At least that's the way I think. Okay, looks as though the mainstream is going back in 20 seconds, so maybe we'll get the players joining very, very soon on the server as well. Most of the win. Being qualified to EC must lift a lot of pressure. Yeah, no, I know, but I still think that even with the pressure of qualifying completely washed away, there's still going to be some of the players, like, I think Mada and Hana are still going to try to go for it and try to make their statements made, so to speak. I still legitimately think that they're going to go through first and second. That's the way I see it, anyway. Brent said everything from now on is about... I think for Brent, I get it, but I feel like for Masa and Mada, there might be something a little bit more in there to reach for them, so they're probably going to try to push for all they're worth. At least that's the way I see. Will Kel go for the Bucks land on China? Good question. He hasn't been going forward throughout the entire weekend, is there? Some people are here to win, not just qualify. Exactly. Some people are content with just reaching top 8, and honestly, with the stakes that are at play, can't blame him. But those that are here to win are really going to shine through. And I feel like the people like Mada and Granadi are really of those that really, really want to win. So that's why I went with my particular pick. No diss against Carl Jr. Repos. Far from it. That's just the outlook that I have on this particular matchup. Alright, so we got 3 out of 4, soon 4 out of 4 that are going to be on the server. Let's just take a look at the server, and all 4 are on there. So I'm actually going to quickly remove the clean feed. There we go. And now we are back in it. We now have full camera control, guys. And we'll have full camera control over the course of the next 4 matches. So, quick reminder of the forces in presence here. Epos, #1 signing from Team Liquid. One of the first players to qualify to EWC. One of the leaders in the chase for the ENC UK spot in the Elite Cup standings as well. 2-time XP Evo winner. 2 World Cup appearances under his belt. 3 Beacon World League Championship titles to his name as well. The sharpest of the sharpest end of the field in the BITM community, only probably superseded by the GigaChat himself, Pack, that we'll see a little bit later on. Then we have Mada, the most recent wheelman in the fleet, as we go onto the pick phase. Mada, championship runner-up last year at the World Cup. Epos will be picking USA as the first map. Mada, thus, World Championship runner-up as well. 2-time TMGL champion. One of the full speed greats, having won full speed league Glitched Edition, that's the Full Speed League Solo, and the first edition of the Full Speed League as well with AR or Aurora Racing. Switched to mixed style and has been a force to be reckoned with ever since. Then we have Granadi, the OG wheelman, Nico Giamatti from Germany, P3 at Ascension, winner of the Big Land Race in 2024, many other great results under his belt as well, vice champion of TMGL back in 2023 Stage 2, and lots more performances as well. Then, of course, the man, the myth, the legend, Carl-Anthony Cloutier, aka Carl Jr. from Team Falcons, 7-time world champion, 5-time ZRT Cup champion, 4-time Trackmania Grand League champion. I was trying to find my words, but there we go. Mata. Oh, random pick. He lands on France. I wonder if there's an issue there as well. I wonder that. That's a bit weird. Let me just quickly see the messages. Overlay bug. So we're going to have a restart. All right, false start then. That's all there is to it. Classic, absolute classic start. So, I'm just going to quickly cut the local record so I don't waste space on my SSD. And, yeah, we'll restart that when this pick phase starts again. So, just stick with us, guys. Yeah. So, I briefly did the presentation. Carl Jr., Mota, Epos, Granadi. That's going to be a pretty stout match, and I'm sticking with my predictions of the two wheel boys going through. Yeah. This is going to be just a restart. It just finished the first bogus pick ban, and what's going to be restarting now. 60% on Carl, 33 Epos, 25 and 24 on Mata and Granadi. Okay, yes, it's a bit closer than I would have expected. I was thinking more people would be going all in on a single player. All right, well, I guess we're going to get a match restart. It's going to be coming into effect in a few minutes' time. A rare moment where Carl's the... Yeah, that's true. I mean, to be fair, Carl becoming the underdog, I mean, I do get that, but I feel like he's been a bit more quiet than an underdog. I feel like... I think you know it more than anyone now, Alex, especially with XP Evo, how it went last year. The Carl Jr. plot armor is definitely a thing, and it's absolutely unreal when it kicks in. I think you guys know that. So we are not far from seeing that plot armor come into effect again, to be bluntly honest. So, just as a reminder, we are not live. This is still pre-match, and you can see the pre-match warm-up text is now back up on the screen right there. And we will be going for another pick phase attempt in just a few seconds, as there was a little bit of an overlay bug that prevented Mata from selecting a map, and potentially would have prevented other players from picking a map as well. So just hang tight, ladies and gentlemen. The picks and bans will be coming up very, very shortly. Sorry, I just seen a meme from Satel. The check fail from Mosal and Epos. I didn't see that because I didn't have the player cameras, but still, it feels so friggin' funny to see that. Ah, well. Okay, still waiting on the word. Okay, there we go. We have the pick phase. So I'm just going to quickly go like that. There we go. So, pick phase for the upper bracket final. Brazil will be picked by Epos. France will be picked by Mata. Good prediction, Dendeze. Then we will have Carl Jr. picking between USA, China, and Greece. China will be picked by Carl Jr., leaving just USA and Greece the choice for Granadi. USA will be picked by the German wheelman. Greece will be your final map. So, Brazil, France, China, USA, Greece, your map order for the winner bracket final. And with that, and the map order now properly settled, we're going to be starting the match in a little bit. At least I hope so. It still says pre-match warm-up at the top. Brazil, France, China, USA, Greece. Thank you very much once again, Nalax, for riding down that border and pinning it at the top, because I know with my sometimes when I go zoned into cast mode, I get a bit of goldfish brain regarding some details of the match, and it can be easy to slip up when it comes to map borders. So I'm very grateful for what you're doing here. All right, there we go. Map being switched out, and we're now going to be starting off on Brazil. The map where you switch from 4 wheels on the ground to 4 wheels over water as the car transforms into unlimited hydroplanes at 2 particular sections of the racetrack. Here we go then. The tournament record still courtesy of Elcon with a 103.845. Elcon, which will be, of course, playing in the lower bracket final just after this match is over. And so, we are about to begin the upper bracket final of the Road to EWC qualifier here at DreamHack Birmingham. Carl Jr., Granati, Epos and Mara fighting for 2 spots in the grand final. Good luck, have fun, may the best man win, and as the lights flash from red to green, the field is let loose and we are racing. Nobody clipping the gate in the reactor part. Now moving on to the perspective of Mara with the loop coming up. Loop going on 208, 209, and Mara not getting the best start so far. Will be languishing towards the back end of the field after checkpoint number 5 in Sector 1. A quarter of a second down, as a matter of fact, compared to the leading trio of Carl, Granati, and Epos. Epos will be going over the sand a bit more aggressively than Carl Jr. Will try to get a bit more exit speed from that, but the setup was a bit compromised, as a matter of fact. And so Grana and Carl, first and second place, will be duking it out for the lead. Granati going high early, Carl going a bit later towards the high side. Will be able to come away with an even bigger lead in checkpoint 13. Granati and Epos are catching back up really quickly, however, allowing them to put up a fight in the final glider. We go outside the rocks on the side of, I think it was Epos, and Granati almost gets sniped by both Mara and Epos, and it will be the round win for Carl with a .105. Let's just take a look at that close fin again. There it is. That was very, very close margins indeed for Granati compared to both Epos and Mara as well. So it will be the 6-pointer for the German, who still starts off pretty decently. Start of round 2, following along with Granati now. Onto the loop. Drops down to 198, almost in gear loss territory there, and he's going to be exiting really slowly from the loop, dropping down to 4th at the end of Sector 1. Still, all 4 regroup within 77 milliseconds, so it's all to play for after the first glider. Epos with a bit more exit speed from that glider setup will still be going toe-to-toe with Carl Jr. Mara is also in the mix, looking to have a word to say in proceedings. Goes high early, though. The Australian Carl goes a bit lower, a bit later, carrying a bit more speed all the way through the corner. But Mara, with a great dirt cancel slide, will be moving up into the lead. Epos in second place, Carl and Granati 3rd and 4th. It's still all to play for, separated by 86 milliseconds. Epos currently towards the back of the field. Mara going on the outside of the rock. He will be emerging in the lead and taking the win ahead of Carl Jr. by 65 milliseconds and punching a brand new tournament record as well with a .832. Less than a tenth away from Scrappy's record. This time it's Mara who gets a bit of a sluggish start, following along with Granati again through the loop. 204, a bit better than the previous time, but it's Epos who gets the best start this time around and will be slide-shotting into the lead almost before the jump into checkpoint 5 with Carl Jr. here to pick up the spoils. Onto the sandy beach. Then the first glider part. Epos looking to catch some time back up, but Carl with a great exit from the reactor part will move up into the lead quite firmly at checkpoint 3, and a touch of the wall from the inside there from Granati will confine the man from Big down to last place with a half a second deficit to make up, now 6/10 compared to the leading trio. Carl and Mata, ghost, within 24 milliseconds of each other. Epos looking to have a bit of a word in edgewise as well. Going onto the glider. Mata outside of the rock, Carl inside of the rocks. Carl will be able to take the weight. Epos looking to try and snipe him away. Doesn't make it stick though for 8 milliseconds. 0.047 to a 0.055. And Carl will move on to 26 points out of 30 collected in the space of 3 rounds. Fourth and final round here on this opening rotation of Brazil, a map which we'll be circling back to a little bit later on during the rotation, more than likely. This time it will be Epos briefly clipping the gate on the reactor part. Now moving on with the onboard perspective from him. It's 209, not the best exit from the loop that he has ever had. Mata will get the best exit that he has had so far on this map in this match, and will take the lead after Sector 1 with an 80 millisecond margin over Granadi and Epos. Mata, Carl, Epos, Granadi dans cet ordre, in this particular order. Carl piling the pressure on Mata. Epos currently sitting down in 3rd position, looking to try and catch some time back up. Mata in the lead, entering checkpoint 14 and the glider. Carl in pursuit, same for Epos as we go over the sand, not over the sand, but in the chicane. Everybody keeps it nice and tidy. Mata going outside, Carl going inside. Can that inside line parlay into a win for Carl Jr.? The answer is a yes for only 6 milliseconds, however, a 0.974 to a 0.980. 36 points out of 40 for Carl Jr., who continues his unstoppable march forward through the first map, meaning that we will be going on to the next map, which will be France, and it is a Mata pick, and he will be looking to make the most out of it. France, tournament record still courtesy of Gwen, the man from AG Global, having punched in a 0.958 throughout the tournament. The world record is still courtesy of the man from tmesports, Nico, with a 0.898. Nico, which we'll likely see return to competition during the Elite Cup spring season, which will start on May the 3rd. Here we go then for the first round out of 4 on France. Everybody makes it through the start clean. Nobody going too far outside. On the drop down of checkpoint 3, checkpoint 4, sector 1 done. It will be Granadi leading Epos and Mata. Carl does not go for the nose line. Mata does, however. And look already the advantage that is going to be paying off and paying big dividends to the man from Australia. ROC's flying man just flying into the lead of the race, managing to get a low jump, not the best amount of speed. It's going to be Carl Jr. though, recouping some of the lost speed earlier on and moving back into kiting contention for the lead with Granadi and Mata. Epos completely out of it, half a second down. Through the half pipes. Good entry speed for Carl Jr., who will be taking the lead. Just a slight clip, which allows Mata to still have a little bit of a fighting chance. And now Mata going for the move on the final transfer. Big clip from Carl Jr., who will be conceding not only first, but second place as well. Mata wins with a 0.125. I wonder if I can catch the clip. Oh, I was a little bit late on the clip there from Carl. Yeah, you could briefly see it at the bottom of the screen with the ghost actually surging ahead, and then it was clipping with the rear axle, I suspect, for Carl Jr., which completely sent his momentum thrown off and would allow both Mata and Grana to move into first and second. Now to the drop down. Checkpoint 4, sector 1 done. Granadi leading. Who goes for the no slide? Not Carl Jr. Mata does. And once again, he's been so consistent and so precise with its execution that he just is able to parlay that into a 1.5 of a second gap pretty much every single time he's pulled it off, actually. Great landing for Carl and for Granadi. Not so much for Mata. I was meant to say Epos and Granadi. Carl is a little bit further back. A 10.5 down, as a matter of fact. Now the half pipes. And a big clip for Moda, forced to take the safe strat. Granati also with a very hefty clip. Carl Jr. promoted back up into the lead, coming out of left field. Can he parlay that into a win? The answer is a no, with a great final transfer from Epos. It will be the man from Team Liquid. Just take a look at that again. Just take a look at this. So, yeah, you can see he's just a little bit lower compared to Carl Jr.'s Ghost, and he's able to get a much tighter turn through, allowing him to fend off the attack from the Canadian in the late part of the round to then take the win and a 10-pointer that he desperately needed to keep himself relevant in the conversation. Sector 1, the first 4 checkpoints done. It will be Mutta crossing in the lead. He got overtaken during the turn, but then retakes the lead quite swiftly with that no-slide execution. He's 3 for 3 for now on the no-slide. A 1/10.5 of a second still the margin in favor of the Australian wheelman. Epos trying to go for the full sneak shot to catch some of the time back up. Goes a bit low. Touches the top of the barrier. Will be paying it dearly for it, though, as Carl and Granati swoop past. Carl up to second, going onto the half pipes. Mutta has a bit of margin to see everybody else coming. As long as he doesn't do any significant clips, it will be all good. But now Grana and Epos looking to try and snipe Carl Jr. away from second place. Granati will be successful, and a brand new tournament record for Mutta with a .944, thus pipping Gwen's mark away from the leaderboard. Mutta looking to make the most of his particular map pick, currently looking to be within 2 points of Carl Jr. Checkpoint 2, it's going to be Epos, Carl, Mutta, Granati in no particular order. Currently it's Carl versus Epos up ahead. Then the bottom 2. Mutta doesn't go for a really good dirt slide or no slide, but I guess it's still going to be good enough for him to get back within touching distance of the lead. And look at everybody regroup within a 1/10 of a second between first and last. Carl leading as we go into the jumps, and unfortunately for Mutta, we got a hefty clip, which is going to be completely rendering him inoffensive compared to the rest of the field. Carl in the lead, 0.3 of a second now of an advantage for the 7-time world champion. Going onto the half-pipe. Oh, that is a very risky landing on the first half-pipe for Carl Jr. Makes it sick, though. Epos in second position, third place. Granati will position himself as such, and Carl will be on the point. 0.48, still... Oh, that would have been close to a 106. It wasn't meant to be. Record during the event. Yeah, that's the tournament record, Softy Dipsy. Yeah, indeed. And with that, we move on to our next map. It is going to be China. And a quick recap of the scoreboard, as you'll be able to see on the left-hand side of the screen very shortly. It is still Carl Jr. leading with 60 points. He's at the halfway point towards finalist status. 51 points for Mutta, who didn't get as much points as he was probably looking for on France. Then 39 for Epos, 34 for Granati. Mutta will go for the box slide. Epos as well. I don't know if Granati has been pulling enough. I think he went for it. Will Carl go for the safer line, or will he be forced to go for the box slide? I guess we'll... Can we go for a helicopter camera? I think a follow-wall camera wouldn't be too bad for that particular purpose. Carl goes safe. The rest go for the box slide, but Granati completely messes up. Mutta and Epos got it pretty much perfectly. So it will be Epos leading just ahead of Mutta by 85 milliseconds. Going into the bank corner to checkpoint 4, marking the end of sector 1. The long ice slide, and he slide outs, not to be seen. Just Granati way far behind because of that messed up start. Now to sector 3 after that long left-hander uphill. And it will be currently still Epos and Mutta locked together, battling for the 10-pointer. Epos in desperate need of a 10-pointer, sitting on 39 in third place in the points so far. The man from Team Liquid currently has the advantage on the way towards the first ice turnaround. Can Mudda pull something together and go a little bit deeper than Epos does to carry a bit more speed? So far, it always going to be advantage Epos, and it looks as though it will remain that way up until the bitter end of this round. What will the stopwatch say, though, in this round? 0.273 for the man from Team Liquid, who finishes a 10th ahead of Mudda in second, Carl in third, Granadi in P4, and let's just take a look at that buck slide attempt. So you can see Carl opting for the safer strat right there, whilst everybody is pitching the car into the ice slide shape, and Granadi forced to release in order to avoid hitting the pole, but wasn't in the proper angle for the buck slide, whereas Mudda and Epos got it beautifully and allowed themselves to pull a very significant chunk of a lead compared to the rest of the opposition. Not so much of a perfect buck slide for Epos this time, which allows Carl Jr., who was going through the safe way, to make it through into second position. Granadi messed up the start even more this time around and will be 7 seconds down. Mudda has to contend with the 7-time world champion. Of course, he's already done that beforehand multiple times, not only in this tournament, but over the course of his Trackmania career. Can he try to pull it off again to try and get himself back within the conversation for the lead of the match overall? Through the ice turnaround, going camera 2 along with Carl Jr. Doesn't go as deep as he would have liked to be. Maybe cannot go any deeper than that to try and get some more speed compared to Mudda. And it looks as though the man from Team ROC will take the round win and the 10-pointer with a .213. The current holder of the tournament record, a .061, just about a tenth and a half away from his point mark. From his own time mark. Man. Struggling a little bit. Mudda up to 67 points. Carl only up to 70. What a buck slide from Epos, though. What a buck slide from Epos. You all saw that from the perspective of Carl Jr. Just his car absolutely get launched through the corner. And look at the gap he's pulled. 3/10 of a lead. Through the ice slide. We go a bit high in the middle of the corner for Mudda. A bit more exit speed to compensate. Will be able to smoke his way past Carl Jr. He just smokes Carl Jr. completely there. But Epos might be onto something. Could be a .1 or a .0 in the building here as we go through checkpoint 8. Very close to the wall on the outside goes Epos. Coming onto the identity, following along with Mudda. You can see the gap, 0.3 of a second, pretty much unassailable, no matter how deep you want to go into the boosters to carry some speed through that little chicane. And it looks as though Epos has got this in the pocket once again. What will the stopwatch say this time? .216. Okay, I was maybe a little bit deceived by the gaps, but still, .2 is nothing to scoff at in terms of times. And Epos is absolutely cooking here on this map as he moves up to 63 points. He's past the halfway mark towards finalists as well. Round number 4 here on China, and an unfortunate clip from Mudda on the way into the buck slide, and this time Granadi does get a pretty good buck slide. Not as good as Epos on the landing, though. On the exit will allow Carl Jr. back past in second place, and Mudda will be the one to lose out the most as he currently sits at 1.3 seconds down. Epos, Carl still in that order. Granadi a little bit further removed compared to what he would like to be. Carl going very low on that convex platform to move a bit more speed, but it didn't manage to get so much speed compared to Granadi, and thus will be falling in the clutches of the German and thus under threat for second place. Epos still having a firm handle on this round and on this map. All together as we go through the boosters. Granadi went much deeper than Carl Jr. did, thus will be back in contention for second place. They're almost neck and neck. It will be Granadi up to second, and Epos wins with a 105.256. 3/10 clear of both Ghana and Carl Jr. in second and third. Mudda down to fourth. Will exit the map with 76 points, and we will have a lead change. No lead change because Carl was entering this map in the lead. It will still be the lead for the Canadian, just down to 2 points now as we go on to our next map, which will be USA, as chosen by Granadi. The top three regrouped within 5 points of each other, as you can see at the top. 78 to 76 to 75. And Granadi, the only one to have not been able to get any kind of good points count so far, at 49 points. He's on his map pick now. He needs to use it to turn the tide around and actually get himself back into the fight. First round on the way. Good bobsleigh on the part of Epos and Granadi. Going on to the quarter pipe. Who gets the best landing? We extend a little bit for Granadi, trying to carry a bit more speed on the way out, and it seems to have paid off. He will be right in the thick of it at checkpoint number 4, which marks the end of Sector 1, through the two left-handers in the dirt on the way downhill. It's still Carl leading, but Epos and Grana are very much having a word about this as we go for the low jump on the part of Carl to carry a bit more speed out of the corner before the jump. Now for the dirt flick, along with Granadi for now. Goes a bit wide and actually clips the barrier with the right rear, and he will be out of the picture for the rest of the round for the time being. Carl inherits the lead of 2.5 tenths of a second ahead of Epos as we go towards the identity. Following along with the Englishman from Team Liquid, it will be the position staying as is more than likely, as Carl will be getting the 10-pointer and locking a brand new tournament record, just 8 milliseconds away from Gwen's world record of 0.421. Echoes of 2021, as a matter of fact, when it comes to Carl Jr. and this map being played. Let's just take a look at what happened to Granadi there. You can see the dirt flick came in just a bit late, and then he clipped with the right rear, completely bringing him to a stop and thus voiding any kind of opportunity he had to go for big points on that round. Oh, bit of a clip there on the quarter pipe there from Epos. Manages to get away with it somehow, still in third. And how did Grana get away with that landing without hitting the wall? That was very, very sketch for the wheelman from Germany as we go for the low jumps on Epos and Carl's part. Still managing to make it executed beautifully. Following along with Granadi as Epos touches the wall before the ice patch and will be sent back down to fourth. This is again an open goal for Carl Jr. at the present moment with the way the match has been going on from map 1 to map 4. Grana has to fight off against Mudda to try and get some big points underway. Right now gets the best entry into the identity and the better first half compared to Mudda. And we see Carl Jr. will be sliding a little bit on the plastic like many players have done, but he has got enough of a gap to really see everything coming at a 0.541. He's on another freaking level altogether. He's already 3/4 of the way towards finalist and then some. He's on 98. He just needs 22 points to reach finalist. He won't be able to reach it here on USA. He will be definitely reaching it, though, on the next map, which is, of course, going to be Greece. Again, going back to the helicopter perspective after the bobsleigh for the quarter pipe transfer. Not the best of the landings from Mudda. It does lose a bit of speed. Carl Jr. went a bit conservative as well, so both of them will be dropping down to third and fourth, respectively. It will be Epos leading after checkpoint number 4 and sector number 1. Granadi in pursuit, around a 10th behind. Low line for Epos, which works great. Carl Jr. going past Mudda, but actually Mudda managing to keep pace with a 7-time world champion. Going through the dirt flick we go now. And, oh, how did he not clip? How did Carl not clip the dirt flick? We're going to have to watch that again because that is probably one of the slimmest margins we have seen so far. Epos will be leading, but he's looking a bit shaky and a bit slow onto the identity. Mudda is there to pile the pressure on, and so is Carl Jr. It's down to the finish, to the line. We go a bit wide for Epos, and Mudda snipes Epos for 16 milliseconds. And again, let's watch that again. How? There's like a single pixel in there. How on earth does he get away with these kind of things? Fourth round here on USA. Carl will not reach finalist at the end of this map. We've already established that, but he can go on to 112 if he wins this one. He leads at the end of Sector 1. Down to the two left-handers in the dirt. Carl with a pretty healthy buffer to see everyone coming. Epos and Carl going for the low jump. Mudda and Grana for the conventional strategy. Now, the ice for the setup for the dirt flick. Are there going to be any bunkers in there? No, everybody cleans it nice and easy, but Granati just a little bit slow on the exit maybe. So is Carl Jr., however, and he will drop down to third and maybe even under threat for third from Granati. It's going to be Epos and Mata duking it out at the identity, but too aggressive an entry at the first part of said identity for the Australian man from Team ROC. It will be Epos taking the round win for realsies this time with a 0.680, 81 milliseconds ahead of Carl Jr., who fends off a late attack from Granati. Let's just take a look at what happened to Mata there. I wonder if it's going to be cutting off a little bit short. But yeah, you see that from a perspective of Epos, and actually a bit too aggressive of an entry there. If there was another helper extending a little bit, that would have been able to clear, but that's not the case. And you can see the left front just hanging over the edge. That's just asking for trouble at this point, and the trouble he did get with that particular corner. As we go on to Greece, the fifth and final map of the rotation. Quick score recap, you can see at the top of the scoreboard, 108 for Carl, 98 to Epos, 97 for Mata, 65 for Granati, who's very well completely outdistanced at this point in time. Mata going for the jump on the warm-up. I don't think we're going to see the same during the live rounds here. Oh, excuse me. Whole shot checkpoint 1 for Epos with a 0.652. Through the downhill chicane, Carl Jr. managing to go a bit wide, trying to hook the apex. It will be an apex hook, beautifully done from Granati. Mata towards the tail end of the field. Gets a good ice-line exit though. Mata will be able to take advantage of a compromised line from Granati to move back into contention for the lead of the race. And also Epos, having had a bit of a sluggish exit from checkpoint 5, will be dropping down to last. Carl in third. Granati Mata, the two wheelie boys, currently going at it. Through the NASCAR turn, a bit of a later lift for Granati, carrying a little bit more speed and gaining a little bit more time compared to the man from ROC. Carl Jr. just watching from afar as an independent adjudicator to that battle up front between the first two positions. Mata Granati still side by side, locked within each other's ghosts pretty much as we go for the nosedive and the identity. Who gets it best? Who gets heartbroken? Who is going to get a nasty clip there? Mata versus Granati. Granati pushing for all his worth. Can Mata try to retaliate? Here comes Carl to pick up second place. Granati takes the win with a 0.341, 53 millisecond ahead of 7-time world champion. Mata down to third, Epos down to fourth, and they will be all tied up in the scores at 101 apiece, whilst Carl will be just a second place worth away from finalist status. Good apex from Epos there on that double red-hander before checkpoint 4. Now the ice slide, Granati a bit high, nobody going for an uber inside line, but the regain of grip was a little bit sudden maybe, and not the most optimal exit for the wheelman from Germany. So at checkpoint 5, he will be trailing the leading trio by about 0.2. Onto the plastic from one side to the other. Checkpoint 8, Carl Jr. leading, Epos and Mata side by side. Carl leading through the NASCAR turn of checkpoints 9 through 10. Checkpoint 11, start of sector 3. It is still going to be the man from Team Falcons in the lead, but now he faces pressure from Epos and actually messes up a little bit the execution of the outside dirt turn and allows Epos to have a little bit of a fighting chance there. They're going side by side. Mata and Granati also there waiting to pounce. Who gets the best identity? Who carries it the more speed? Granati once again pulls his ace out his sleeve and will take his second win in a row. Just 66 milliseconds ahead of Carl Jr., who will be through to finalist status, but Granati moves up to 85. And Mata managed to take advantage of a bit of a sluggish exit from the final part of the identity from Epos to move up to third, so it is advantage Mata in the race for second by a single point. Round 3 out of 4 here on Greece. Granati with a good start. Mata kind of all over the shot, trying to attack that double right-hander. He will be languishing at the back, a 10.5 down. Epos with a wider line through that ice slide, spikes a little bit more, carries a bit more speed compared to Carl Jr., who will be shuffled to the back of the field. Granati at the end of Sector 1 is leading by over 1/10 of a second compared to the nearest competitors. end of the first drop down side, and it will be a bit more speed on the landing for Epos compared to Granadi, so the fight is still very much on. Checkpoint 9, the NASCAR turn. We go very wide for Granadi, probably prompting a bigger lift, allowing Epos a little bit of a glimmer of hope as we go on to checkpoint 11, start of sector 3, and Epos now goes for the move, and he goes for the throat, maybe with an even more outside push. On the outside dirt, Granadi was confined to the outside and was forced to put in a bit more steering angle. They're still going at it side by side. Mata just watches from afar and now makes himself a force to be reckoned with. Into the identity, trying to push it for all it's worth, but this is where Granadi's always had the pocket compared to his competitors. Mata clips and will be out of competition, and Granadi messed up the landing. Epos will move up to 114. Carl Jr. gets denied, and Mata, worst case scenario, is on 109. Let's take a look at that identity again. Slight clip from the left front there from Mata, which will hamper his progress, and then a bit further up ahead, the nosedive isn't quite as well executed from Granadi, allowing Epos to just side his way through and go into the distance into the checkered flag as we go on to round number 4 on Greece in the second finalist attempt of Carl Jr. Granadi briefly grazing the wall into the chicane will be out of the conversation for now. It is a 3-horse race between Epos, Mata, and Carl Jr. Mata going a bit far inside, a bit more exit speed for Epos. He will be tightening that group up nice and cleanly. Mata trying to take a bit of a wider line through that staircase, trying to carry a bit more speed on the exit of that staircase in checkpoint 7. Carl Jr. takes advantage of the situation to move into the lead. Great line through the double right-hander NASCAR turn, double left-hander NASCAR turn rather. Checkpoint 11, start of sector 3. Carl still leading by over a tenth of a second. Will Epos and Mata try to push for it, or will they let the Canadian go through with his attempt? Identity coming up. Epos is looking to have a word about this. Same for Mata, who carries so much speed on the way to the identity. Who gets a clip? Who gets it best? Who gets it worst? Epos versus Carl Jr. side by side. It's all down to the nosedive, and it is going to be Carl Jr. with a point 239, who is the first driver to book his spot into the grand final of DreamHack Birmingham with that particular round outcome. And Epos will be the next man to move into finalist status. Let's just take a look at that round, and again, they're both side by side, neck and neck, ghost within ghost. It's a much better nosedive and a much better contact with the ground for Carl Jr. to smooth his line out and thus accelerate away into the finish line. And thus we're back on Brazil. Score recap: Epos on finalist status, Mata on the 113, and 94 points for Granadi, who just didn't seem to really be able to get in the groove of things in that upper final. But it's safe to say that with the caliber of players that have been trickling through those phases of DreamHack Birmingham, maybe some stumbling blocks are there to be expected for Granadi. All right, following along with Epos, let's see if I can catch a good loop from him. 2:15. This is probably one of the best loops we've seen so far, and great exit from the loop as well from the man from Team Liquid, who will take the lead after checkpoint 5. Mata's in it as well. He needs to actually win it to be able to make the round a finalist status. Otherwise, he would be on 119. So far, he's looking to make that scenario happen. Currently leading after the first glider, heading into checkpoint number 12 in sector number 3 by 90 milliseconds. Goes wide early, goes high late, goes Epos. Mata went wide early, and that might have been costing him a little bit here at the start of the third sector. Epos in the lead by 39 milliseconds, a bit of a direct line on the sandy beach for Mata before we get to the glider. Who gets the best amount of speed there? Mata went outside the rocks, Epos goes inside the rocks, and they're going to go again, but it's going to be a clip of the rock from Mr. Epos that propels Mata into a finalist status with a .942. Let's take a look at that again. Exiting the hairpin, and you'll see both diverting for the two lines. One around the outside, one in the inside, and just look a few seconds. That rock right there is the culprit behind that late barrel roll from Epos, allowing Mata to get finalist status and making it a double for a spot in the grand final. .215 for Mata. Great loop from him. Same for Epos. Same kind of speed, but a much better bounce, courtesy of the Australian that will move into the lead at the end of Sector 1 for 30 milliseconds. Granadi's out of the picture. Might be fully resigned to the fact that he has to fight in the consolidation final. Great reactor setup from Epos, allowing himself to move him into the lead, but the speed Delta is in favor of Mata, who will be coming right back at him in Sector 3. They're all tied up at checkpoint 12. Checkpoint 14, they're still going at it, neck and neck almost, but this time it's Epos who has the upper hand. This might be the one to settle it all, and Mata has messed up the lineup. He didn't get the proper slide that he needed to actually set it up, and Epos slaloms through the rocks with ease, and will be the next player, along with Carl Jr., to be confirmed into the grand final. And look at the time, 0.744, just 20 milliseconds away from Scrappy's world record. And let's just take a look at that again from Mata, the one that sealed it all. Entering the glider. Gets the rotation a bit too early, and there's the rock right there. It's right in front and center. Hits it with the right front, and that is all she wrote for Mata in this grand final. He has to play a little bit later on in consolidation if he wants to have a shot at the top 4 spots. So, yeah, he felt the nose slide and kind of somewhat threw him off indeed, Nalax. I was focusing more on the glider setup, but yeah, I kind of see what you mean. So, man, my throat is starting to go, guys. I'll be bluntly honest, I'm not really sure if I can keep up that for the entirety of that. So yeah, scheduling game is kind of screwed because, yeah, we're definitely a little bit late compared to the original schedule. It says 17:10 for the next round of playoffs, but we're already 11 minutes past that. So I'm expecting some reconfiguration to happen there, and I'm expecting the break to be a little bit longer, especially over on the mainstream, to see what happened there. And oh god. Okay, I think I'm gonna take a quick swig, guys. Cheers. If you were playing Grand Tanjiro, you missed up a great match with Elgon and Brent, to be completely honest with you, Clement, among other things. So yeah, EWC qualifications are already settled. We're now just playing for prize money. That's basically what's happening here. And we're done with the winner bracket for now. It's now very much all eyes on the lower bracket for next match and the match afterwards. And then after that will be the grand final. Yeah, I'm just taking a little bit of a breather, guys. And, okay, I'm not sure if that... Okay, 17:36. Okay, you know what? I'm going to take a 10-minute break, guys. I think I deserve it to get some water, get a throat pill and whatnot, because I might need it a little bit later on in the run. So, I'll set a 10-minute timer, and I'll be right back. So, let me just quickly get my countdown timer doc. So, 17:33. Okay, so it will be around a 10-minute break. I'll be back after the timer's over. Stay with us. Alright guys, welcome back. We are going on to match number, I think it's match number 5 for today. Yeah, that is going to be the lower bracket final up next with Pac, Alcon, Wosal, and Brank. The top 2 will be moving through to the console edition final to play against Mata and Granari as well. Had the time to take a little bit of a throw pill. Oh yeah, true, the Gamba. Hang on, who wins the match? Oh, that's true. Oh yeah, the Gamba has been started already. Wow, you guys are fast. Okay, I thought there was a Gamba that was not closed, but no, it was appropriately closed. Thank you, Nalax again. Base mod, very, very cool. I wish I had mods in my my stream, and I wished I streamed a bit more sooner to get a bit more often to get mods, to be completely honest. But yeah, all 4 drivers are on the server, so it looks as though we might be starting on time. It was slated for 36 past the hour, so in around 2 minutes time. Actually, let me just show you the game itself so you can see what's going on. And I guess I can do a little bit of a prize pool standpoint. So we are now in that little zone right there. That's a pretty solid drawing job. So there's still this amount of money that is still yet to be paid out, and by the end of this match, we'll know who will come away with $650 and $800. These are the first very, very big payouts. This is where it gets interesting money-wise. Well, already, like, if you finish 9/10, you will still come away with $500, which is not all that poor to scoff at. Nothing to scoff at either. But if you reach top 6, you have a payoff of $950 that awaits you. And if you reach the grand final, it's minimum $1,500 that you're able to get paid out for. So there's going to be a lot at stake there in terms of prize. Pretty decent gains. That's very, very true, Nalax. Also, one thing I'm probably planning on doing, I have the clean feed that is set up in the game scene, and I'm probably gonna be showing you the clean feed once the game is over, and put the sound down so that you guys also have potential interviews if there are any interviews whatsoever. I hope that there are some interviews on site anyway. I'm not quite sure if there will be, but yeah, if it would be nice to have interviews on site for the grand final at least. We'll see if that happens. Also, if you're wondering, I'm taking one of those throat pain relief pills. Virtual's been getting once, yeah, but pulling a Twitch stream on OBS is a bit of a no-no, Fayfish, to be bluntly honest. I've tried it before, and it's the must would be if the official YouTube stream has an interview that will be pulled up. That's why I say I hope we get some interviews on the main stream. I highly doubt we're going to get some, but you never know. You never really know. Hello, Alex. Good to see you there, fellow Beat It enjoyer. It's nice seeing you every now and then on Beat It's chat, and nice to see you on the LuckersTurbo channel as well. I'm on my own. Jello Revoice. I've tried it when I was at XP Evo. I think that was XP Evo 24. That was I think that was Mighty that gave me the tip for that, and I went. I did a quick apotheca run when I went back to my grandparents' place near Karlsruhe to get some Jello Revoice, but I don't know if we got that on France. I know it's known under a different name. It's known as Jellovox, but right now I don't really know of any place that I can buy, so I'm just relying on the good old reliable Dobendan, as you know it in German, or Strepsils in French. I'm sorry I'm using brand names. It's not sponsored, whatever, but that's what I have to rely on. At least I believe it's called Dobendan in Germany. I know the French name. I've seen the German name, but I'm pretty sure I butchered it somehow. Alright, so I guess we're just getting a little bit of a delayed start. We're still waiting for the match UI to pop up. I wonder if there's going to be ending. So, okay. So, okay, there we go. We got the pick ban phase going on, so we're going to be showing you that. And we are going to be starting off with Pac, who's going to be picking the first map. The first map is going to be USA. Up next is Elcon, the man from Team Nemesis, who has the choice between China, France, Brazil, and Greece. I wonder what his pick will be, actually. It will be China up in second place. Brazil, map 3 is picked by Wosal. Brent has the choice between France and Greece. He will pick France, so it will be USA, Brazil, China, USA, China, Brazil, France, Greece. Sorry. USA, Brazil, China, USA, China, Brazil, France. I'm going to keep on messing up this. USA, China, Brazil, Grand Prix. My brain is starting to fry after all the matches that we've had. But you get the idea. So, map order is now all settled. It will be getting underway in a few seconds. Make sure to get your Gamba predictions in. You only have a few seconds left in order to make your predictions so far, and it looks to be a pretty even split so far, with just Pack getting ahead in the betting predictions. Elko was out with the same amount. Oh, someone went big on Brand. Someone just went big time on Brand. There's still a few seconds in order to get big on one player if you wish to. But there's yeah, other than that big pick, there was a pretty even split. As Brand's oh my god, a lot of people going on Brand, and it seems as though the stakes for the others are going to get higher and higher. There you go. We see a few going on Brand once again past the 3,000 mark. 4,000 on Elcon, 1,687 on Pack, 1,000 on Warsaw. It's going to be closing in a few seconds' time as we go on to USA, the opening map pick. World record still held by Gwen with a .413. But then, of course, you all saw Carl Jr. drive the brand new tournament record of a .421. That 413 looks to be within reach. We're likely to see a brand new public world record here on USA as round number 1 of map 1 is underway here in the lower bracket final. Best bobsleigh except will be going the way of Brent. He's been very good at executing these bobsleigh really cleanly. As we go now onto the quarter pipe, everybody makes it through clean and within pretty much each other's ghost. And of Sector 1, 50 milliseconds between first and last. Exited the dirt, going very close to the outside wall for Wosal. Do we go for the low jump? No, we go for the conventional jump. Brennan Pack did go for the low jump, though, and that is going to be paying off dividends in terms of speed as we go for the setup for the dirt flick. Wosal leading. Elcon will slide out, ladies and gentlemen, and will be out of the picture. Great crest climbing on the part of Pack that will actually allow him to move into the lead. Wosal Bren going side by side, the two Frenchmen, as they try to take on one of the tech gods themselves. Pack from Team Vitality looking to hold the lead. Bren seems to have clipped a little bit. Wosal bunged up the finish and will only get third place. Such a shame to go out on that particular moment. Elcon down the fourth. Let's take a look at what happened here at the dirt flick for the man from Team Nemesis. And just a straight slide out right in the middle of a corner. You can see the car just sharply go over the left-hand side. And then Pac was a bit early for that, but he had a great crest climb over the hill after checkpoint 8 to really cement his place in the lead. Round number 2 is underway now. Pac Brent side by side. A bit of a bobble of the bobsleigh from Pac. Will still be going toe-to-toe with the man from Twisted Minds. And a bit of a long transition in the quarter pipe for Pac. We'll see him drop down to third, and actually Elcon also down to fourth place at the moment in checkpoint number 1. Checkpoint number 4 from Sector 1. Low jump for Pac, Brandon Elcon. Both trying to pile the pressure on Wosile, the man from Genji who has won the Elite Cup on this very map a couple of weeks ago. A bit late on the ice dirt flick from Pac, and thus he will be relegated down to fourth place in a very, very solid manner. Ooh, going wide there on the downhill turn for Elcon. Identity, it's Wosal versus Bren. Bren must avoid the clip that he had in the previous round. He will avoid it just fine. Can he parlay that into a win? The answer is a yes, because Wosal once again seems to somewhat overextend. Let's just take a look at that. Oh, I didn't oh, there you go. It's safe. So yeah, you can see how close he was. And there you go. You can see that he goes for a little bit too much airtime there, slides off, and Brent manages to keep the line a lot tighter, and thus allows himself to move into the lead past Wosal due to that little discrepancy in approaches for the finish. Round number 3 underway. Wosal with a poor start will be relegated to last place, 3/10 down on the way to the quarter pipe, forced to overdrive a bit and clips heavily on the entry to the quarter pipe, and that will be compounding his misery as he now finds himself, well, almost half a second behind after checkpoint 4. Pac in the lead, Brennan and Elcon side by side, all going for the low jump. Oh, Brennan, that was a very, very big attack, but hits the inside wall on the way towards checkpoint 6. Now the dirt flick, Pac settling for second for now. Great exit from Elcon, though. So close to hitting the outside wall as well, just like we've seen a little bit earlier on with Carl Jr. So far, it is the young Czech driver from Nemesis who still holds the lead as we go into the identity. Pack a bit slow on the uptake at the entry towards that first set of turns. It will be Elcon taking the win. What will the stopwatch say, actually? It will be a 0.636. Solid round overall for Elcon. Let's just take a look again at that little clip from Brand. You can see sharp turn towards the right-hand side, and he will be grazing that wall right there. And that's the acceleration penalty kicking in. You can see instantly the speedometer drop down in terms of the count. 19 points apiece for Bren and Pack, 17 for Elcon, 14 for Wosal, as we go into the fourth and final round of this opening map. Elcon a bit slow at checkpoint 4, will be dropping down to a 10th.5 behind the leading trio of Wosal, Bren, and Pack. Wosal conventional strategy, Pack going low jump along with Bren. Bren forced to release and wind up clipped the outside wall actually on the way out of the corner. Pack versus Wosal in the dirt flick. Are there any heartbreaks? No. It looks as though Wosal got a much better exit than Pack though, and so did Elcon, who's going to be back in contention for second place. Goes for a wide approach, trying to hook the second apex on the double right-hander before the identity. Wosal still leading, did not get a signal clip, but look at how Pack is reeling Wosal in. Oh, and we go, oh no, Pack, no, not like this. Oh, sorry, Pack. I have no choice but to do that. Went a bit too far outside, clipped the inside of the girders like this. Clips it, actually, just that little clip there was enough to unsettle the car, and full stoppix right there. And just look, there was like maybe 2 or 3 pixels missing for this wheel right there to get the trigger for the finish, but he did not get it. That is such a shame. I pronounce it a lot English for whenever I do English casts, so Wosal, like Turbos pronounces it, but whenever I do the French cast, I pronounce it the French way, which is Wozil. So it's interchangeable between the languages, Ice Crusher. And we now go on to China. Will be interesting to see if Pack goes for the buck slide. So far, he's only been going for the safe way in the warm-up. We'll see. I guess it's time for the helicopter camera. Time to bring the West Cam back, ladies and gentlemen. So, bear with us for the first couple of corners. We're going to see who goes for the safe and who goes for the bug. Safe for Pack, everybody else bug. Going a bit wide for Bren. Best execution for Elcon. Once again, he's been the one who's been pulling it out week in and week out without any issue. It will be Elcon in the lead. Wosal with not the best landing of the bug slide, and also a bit of a problem in the start for Bren, which will be relegated to 1.5 seconds down. So Pack, despite going for the safe route, is still in contention for some big points ahead in second place. And you can see the gaps, just 2 points between first and fourth and the end of the first map, which was pretty even in terms of point split. Elcon still having a very healthy lead right now to work with, over 3/10 of a buffer. I wonder if we're going to be seeing a 0.0 on the side of the man from Team Nemesis. Pack does not really have any opportunity to catch up whatsoever, nor does Wosal, who completely messed up in the second half of the map. So it will be all eyes on Elcon. And what does the stopwatch say this time? 0.278. 3/10 clear of Pack. Wosal and Brand third and fourth, and Elcon will take the lead. Let's just take a look at the bug slide again from the overhead view. You see Pack going for the safe way, and the setup of the bug slide a bit more middle of the road for Elcon, but then look at how much he hooks. He's pretty truly on 2 wheels there, and he's able to parlay that in so much more exit speed compared to even Wosal, and gets the best landing to boot. Oh, Brent hitting the pole on the way for the setup of the buck slide, and this time Elcon getting the perfect line once again through that same buck slide, middle of the road for the approach, and then slowly gets over to the inside and then gets a great landing as well, carrying as much speed as he can. Wosal still languishing around the back. It will be Pack in second place, the only one able to go toe-to-toe with Elcon so far in this round. Goes very low, a bit too low on that convex platform, and will clip it with the right side wheels. Forced to respawn. Wosal promoted up to second, but temporarily it was promoted up to third, actually, because Brent was up to second place. Likely another 0.2 here on the docket for Elcon with a great buck slide. Maybe a bit slower, maybe more towards the 0.3. This was not the speediest buck slide that we've seen on this map. And lots of gaps being built up. in between each and every driver. The only one where the drivers can be a bit close are Pack and Wosal. It will be a 0.4 in the end for Elcon. 0.478, 0.438, and a lot of carnage indeed, Ice Crusher, which all started with Bren's exit on the pole. I didn't catch that one in replay, but I did catch Pack's clip from that convex platform. Let's just see that. See, he goes a bit low, and he ideally won't be where Elcon is to really make his way through, but he's going to clip with the rim right there, and thus all of his hopes of a point there will be over. Now, Buck's Life, from Wosal's perspective, again, Elcon gets it beautifully, but Wosal is able to be on par with Elcon this time around. So is Bren. So Pack will be left in the dust and actually has even more problems behind as he finds himself almost a second down on the leading trio. Wosal goes full inside, will exit in the lead. Has he got enough speed to compensate for that? The answer is a yes. He manages to have enough gap to see both Elcon and Brent coming so far as we go on to checkpoint 7 in the start of Sector 3. Good inside hook of the apex for Brent. And look at the speed that Elcon's carried through in the dirt of checkpoint number 8. Wosal tried to compensate but hits the wall, going too high on the outside. Elcon promoted to the lead. Brent is right there in his toe though as we go on to the turnarounds. First turnaround, and it is going to be Bren exiting with the lead. Elcon, can he try to parlay his second turnaround with a bit more speed? The answer is no, he didn't go deep enough. Bren will take the win with a 0.455. Elcon second, Wosal third, Pack in fourth. Let's take a look at the replay of that touch from Wosal. He tried to fend off the attack from Elcon, just goes a bit too high. Way high, and there is that wall scrape right there with the left rear, triggering the acceleration penalty and thus completely sending Genji Wosal's round off the rails. Going on to the next round here on China, which I think is round number 4, as we go all away for the bug slide, and what a landing from Elcon, absolutely wicked there, but Bren is right there waiting to pounce. And it is indeed the 4th round here on China. Oh! Slight clip from Elcon on the outside wall before the dirt turn there from checkpoint 4 for the man from Team Nemesis, who's relegated down to last place. Brand will take advantage of that situation to move up into the provisional lead, and he's being followed through by Pack as well. Pack going full inside, piling the pressure on his sparring partner, but goes a bit too far inside and hits the wall on the way to checkpoint number 8. Bray now in with a safe shot of a 10-pointer, and now look who's there to try and pick up the spoils of Pack's demise. It is going to be Wosal, the man who suffered heartbreak in the previous round with that dirt part. He goes in deep. Does he go in deep enough to catch back up? And it's going to be a yes for now, but is it going to be too little too late? For the man from Genji, he briefly touches the snow, and that's going to be settling the positions. Brent wins with a .508, half a second ahead of Pack. Wosal a further 10th down, and Elcon, forced to respawn actually the final turnaround, will finish with 4 seconds to spare, and that will be changing the complexion of the match as both Elcon and Bren are tied for the lead. Also, I just noticed that I had left the music on for that particular match. I'm really sorry about that, guys. I didn't even notice that. Whoops. Well, anyway, it made for a little bit of ambiance, didn't it? Now we're back with the serious mode. 52, 52, 41, 39. The scores in that order for Bren, Elcon, Pack, and Wosal as we go on to Brazil. Why do some players have no team skin? Oh, you mean no team skin because 2 team skins would be a bit weird. But yeah, I don't know what happened on the Elcon side. I think it loaded yesterday. Maybe it just doesn't load today, so So, start of round number 1 here on Brazil. 206 at the top of the loop for Elcon. Not the best amount of speed. It will be Brent coming away from the loop with a great amount of speed. Same for Pack, who are going to be toe-to-toe at checkpoint 5, the end of sector number 1. Wosal will be at the tail end of the field, about 3/10 down. Oh, Pack going over the burn, going for his particular strategy, trying to get a bit more of an aggressive setup on the boosters and on the reactors. Going, again, maintaining pace with Pack. And look who's there to catch back up and make it a bit more interesting. It's Elcon. 82 milliseconds, the gap from first to third. Wosal just a bit further behind, adding an independent adjudicator to the battle up front as we go over the glider. Going over the sand for Brand, 2-wheeling on the grass and on the water rather, and we're going to be clipping the rock for Pack. Elcon overtakes Brand in the final corner, takes the win with a .955. Oh, I think he got the rock, he got the checkpoint, but that's okay. Let's just take a look at that rock clip from Pack. Ah, same rock that actually Epos fell foul on in the previous match. Actually, no, it's a bit further away. I thought it was that same mark, but no, it was just a bit further as he tried to go for the slalom. But still, the result is the same for the man from Vitality, as he only picks up 3 points for his effort on the first round. Wosile, full inside, 212. Oh, big clip. That's a clip from Elcon. Elcon clipped at the top of the loop before moving on to there. Oh my goodness, there's a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage. Probably an even bigger mistake than that of Elcon, who still gets away with that loop clip. And having played the game of consistency and keeping away from trouble, it will be Wosile and Brand picking up the spoils and managing to make the best of the situation to move up into provisional lead and provisional second place. Now, in which order will they fall on? It's going to be all decided here on the gliders. Wosile entering the lead. Going side by side with Brand. Wosile going inside of the rock, Brand outside. Brand should be able to take the round win. Yes, indeed, after Wosile goes a bit wide. 0.204. Let's just take a look at that. Oh, I was a bit too late. Sorry. A bit too late on the pack clay, but whatever. Brand's team doesn't have a skin yet. Yeah, I think Twisted Minds doesn't have a skin yet. I think ROC might not be having with the skin just yet, I think, as well. Nemesis has a skin, but it's just that it doesn't load on Elcon's side, from what I recall correctly. Going on to round 3 of Brazil, then. Ooh, solid exit from the loop from Wosile, who takes over the provisional lead along with Pack, 24 milliseconds apart after Sector 1. And currently it's Brand currently languishing by the wayside. Oh, full stop pick at the reactor gate from Wosile. Such a shame to have it happen that way. And Pack will thus inherit the lead by about 2/10 from Elcon. Brand looking to try and climb the gap back down. Climb the ladder back up. I'm not quite sure if there was a rule about that. Maybe there was. I haven't checked the rule book thoroughly, Ice Crusher. I'll check in to see. Elcon, in the meantime, catching up to Pack on the first part of the final glider, but Pack should be able to have this round under lock and key, and he does so with a .922, a 10th and a half ahead of Elcon. Brennan Wosile, 3rd and 4th. Let's just take a look at that full stopping in the gate from Wosile. Just take a look at that car right there in the center of the screen. Oh, goes over the sand and then hits the gate head on. One of the worst ways you could have that happen. Wosile purely picks this map to get it gone. Yeah, I saw the message. I didn't really fully read it on stream because I was a bit focused on the production, Mr. Tux, but I did see it. I guess we'll go through it once the map is over so we can get the thoughts of Wosile, why he went with this particular map pick. Bren, checkpoint 5, Sector 1 done. He will be leading ahead of both Elcon and Pac, who are side by side. Wosile, 3/10 down. Brent going way wide, though, on the beach, and will allow Pac and Elcon to move through into the lead. Pac, with his aggressive strategy, will continue to go toe-to-toe with the man from Nemesis. Pac leads, goes high early. Elcon goes a bit lower, a bit later. Still going side by side. Bren as an independent adjudicator in 3rd. 1.5 to 2/10 down. Side by side again. Pac with an alternative approach compared to Elcon. Elcon grazing the sand on the way into the hairpin. Both going over the rock on the inside, and Elcon will take the win with a .925. Okay, so here are the thoughts of Wosile of what he picked that Brazil map. I don't know how to play this map. If I pick it in 2nd, I know that it will be that I'll be there after this map, and I know as well that I won't be playing it anymore. Better to get that off first. So that's his thoughts on getting Brazil picked as map number 3. Because he argues that the most amount of rotations you'll be able to get is 1.4 rotations. So the first 5 maps, then you'll be playing maps 1 and map 2 at the very most. After that, you don't really have to worry about it. So probably a very, very good pick in terms of map pick for Wosile to just get it out of sight and out of mind, as we're going to go on France this time around. Quick score recap on the left-hand side of the screen. Elcon 82, 76 for Bren, 63 for Pac, and 55 for Wosile. Here we go then for the first round. The whole shot will be going the way of Elcon with a 10.112. We go a bit far inside for Wosal. We get away with it though somehow after that little wall contact there. We'll be seeing that a little bit more again. Checkpoint 4. Do we go for the no slide on the part of any player? Not really. There's not really any no slides to be pulled off there. Any snow slide, as I've come to coin it accidentally over the course of this stream. And Elcon briefly hits the wall, which is going to be sending him down to third. And now there's the from Bren. Wosal in contention for the lead. Goes low, though. And that's going to be hampering his second jump. He managed to make it work, though. He has a bit less speed on the landing. Bren is there to pick up the spoils. Pack leading by a 10th and a half. Now down to a 10th as we go to the half pipes. Similar speed for all three. Everybody going for the alternative line. It will be the win for Pack, but Bren and Wosal gunning for second, and Bren with a full stop pick in the side of the transfer will be dropping down to fourth. Wosal will come away with the 6 points, and let's just take a look at what happened to Wosal there. He managed to get away with that clip that you're seeing right there. That little touch of the right rear compared to the wall, that would have been enough to completely kill his momentum in this round, but he managed to get away with it on the bubble row, which is absolutely insane to see. And we saw Elcon go off the top of the bubble road and over on the left-hand side. Not exactly what you wanted to do. And thus, the man from Nemesis will be 4 tenths down on the rest of the field. Bren and Wosal going toe-to-toe for the lead of the race. Duking it out between each other, whilst Pack is just left there to watch and preying on his opponents, looking for a mistake on either side of the wall. Look at the nosedive from Bren. Great landing in the dirt from the man from Twisted Minds. Elcon now making the fight a bit more interesting for third against Pack. Bren will be leading by it to almost 2 tenths of a second going into the half pipes. Bren goes a bit more safe. Wosal can't afford to push, and look at the push from both Elcon and Pack, who are absolutely going out all guns blazing, and Wosal was maybe a little bit too attentive there, and will drop down from second to fourth. Let's just take a look again at that nosedive from Brent. Look at how much angle and how much pitch the car has. He bets on having enough speed to clear the barriers. He does so without even skimming it, and has a perfect landing pretty much on the way towards checkpoint 8. Checkpoint 3, Wosal Bren leading, currently going towards sector number 1. Are there going to be any no slides? Elcon maybe? No, doesn't have the setup for it. Tries to pull off one, but it's not really the most optimal setup for it, so it's not going to be resulting in any notable speed advantage like we've seen Mata get on the regular here on this map. So Elcon down to 4th, Wosal with a bit of a close call with the wall, and it's going to be a brush of the wall for Elcon, which is going to be locking him down to 4th for now. Bren with the best landing in the dirt at the start of sector 3. It will be him leading at checkpoint 8. 1 tenth ahead of Pack. Wosal down a further 10th and 3rd. Going into the half pipes, a bit more entry speed on the way into the first half pipe, and that's a very hefty clip from Wosal, who's completely out of it. Bren versus Pack. Bren getting reeled in, and look at the speed from Pack. He's going to be taking that first place away from Bren. Let's just see if I can yeah, just look at how much speed he carries through. Can I actually read the speed there? It's a 15 kph difference plus 15 that enabled Pack to make his way through the final transfer and gets the landing beautifully done, and will allow himself to move into 87 points and back into the fight as well for a console edition final spot. 4th round here on France. After that, we will be going over to Greece to conclude the rotation. Sector 1 done. Wosal, Bren, Pack. Elcon way too far down after bunking up the start. It's over. And one of the early leaders is standing maybe a little bit further back compared to what he would have expected to be, and starting to feel a little bit shaky maybe. Wosal with the slingshot around the outside in the final part of checkpoint 7. Start of sector 3. Again, Bren has got the landing down to a T here on that sequence of jumps in the dirt. And we'll pull a 10th on Wosal. Pack, having completely messed up that second sector, will be out of the picture as well. Now, onto the half pipes. And again, we saw how safe Wosal could go, and he went a bit too safe on the previous round. This time he does not go for that safe amount. It will be Bren winning with a point, 298. Wosal second, Pack third, and Elcon in fourth. Bren will be in the triple-digit zone. Elcon will be stuck on 98. And thank you, Ajimik, for the kind words on the replay production. This is all very much experimental. I'm trying to refine the process, but I'm really happy with how I have at the moment. So, Greece, fifth and final map of the rotation. Let's take a look at the scores now, shall we? 105 for Bren, 98 for Elcon, 91 for Pack, and 74 for Wosal. What are you using for replays? Well, I'm just using a combination of just the replay buffer and a plugin called Advanced Scene Switcher to automate a lot of the stuff that enables me to show the replays. I'll probably do a bit of an in-depth production sort of thing, like some of the tips that I've garnered over the years to make production a little bit easier for me over on my own channel. Here we go for the first round out of 4 here on Greece. Wosal gets a good start. He will be going toe-to-toe with Bren and Elcon. Pack, having lost a little bit of time there, will seek to catch back up. Gets for a wide entry. Way too wide, and does lose a ton of momentum on the ice slide, so he will be down in last place, 4/10 down. Bren with an aggressive setup on the final drop down, but doesn't have the best amount of speed for it, so Elcon takes advantage of that to move into the lead. Wosal gets a bit further removed from the fight compared to where he would like to be. Through the NASCAR turn, it's Elcon still leading by 55 milliseconds from Bren. Wosal has to put it all on the line here in Sector 3. Around the outside, doesn't go for the uber push, decides to be a bit more conservative and just let the battle play out between Bren and Elcon, but Wosal will hit the wall on the left-hand side of the final jump and will thus remove himself from contention. Elcon versus Bren. Elcon always goes a little bit wide on that second to third platform, but he has enough gap to see Bren coming, and he will be locking in a .247. Just a few days ago, this would have been close to the tournament record, but now you see Elcon has completely pulverized that record, of course, with that .199 that we saw earlier on in the day. Thus, Bren moves on 111. He needs to win the round if he wants to make it to finalist here on this instance, in this map, and have a couple of shots at concluding that match and going to consolidation. Otherwise, he would be moving on to 117. Elcon, very aggressive early apex for the first part, thus gets him a little bit too wide on the second part, allowing Pack, Wosal, and Bren to still be within touching distance of him at the end of the first sector. 46 milliseconds between first and last. Oh, Bren going a bit too far inside, and the man from Twisted Minds is out of the picture this time around. We'll be moving on to 114 points by the end of this round. Elcon Wosal locked in battle as we go to Sector 3 with the big NASCAR turn up first. It will be Elcon carrying a bit more speed compared to Wosal, allowing the Czech driver to move up into the lead provisionally despite a great inside turn from Wosal. Pack is also in the mix, trying to go for a great outside dirt push, but also grazes the wall with the right rear. It's all down to Elcon and Wosal. Advantage to the man from Nemesis by 3/10. Wosal having to uber push compared to Elcon, who can just safe it, and yeah, that's going to be a very hefty clip in the wall of the base of the platform for Wosal, dropping him down to third. He will be able to reach the finish line, though. How about Bren? It's going to be looking to be on the fringes. It might not even be able to make it to... No. And that's a no-pointer for Bren on round number 2, and Elcon snatches the lead away from the Frenchman because of this. That clip in the first staircase part has been extremely costly for the man from Twisted Minds, and that's going to be of a benefit for Pack, who moves on to 101 and can slightly catch back up in the battle for second. Great second apex from Bren, who takes the lead before the ice slide. Checkpoint 5, Sector 1, 77 milliseconds between first and last. Elcon, not with the best exit speed, will thus fall to the back of the field. And again, Bren going for the full inside line before the final drop down, but loses a bit of speed on the exit compared to Pack, allowing the man from Vitality to retake the lead provisionally. Oh no, Bren. 2 rounds in a row where he commits a critical mistake while Stevenson was in the battle for the biggest payouts in terms of points. Pack inherits a lead of around a 10th to a 10th and a half, give or take, over Wosal, going onto the identity. Oh, Wosal tried to go for an uber push and went a bit too far in, thus will be, unfortunately, out in second place. Pack will get the win and the 10-pointer that comes with it with a point 436. Bren is on to 114. He needs a second place now to get the finalist status, and he will not be able to conclude here on Greece. Let's just take a look at what happened to Bren there on the NASCAR turn. Big lift there. Too big of a lift, and you can see already where that's going to be colliding right there. And just play the clip. Boom. Pinballs outside. Forced to respawn. Great apexes from Elcon and Bren. Elcon on finalist status as well on his first attempt. If he wins the round, he's in the consolidation final and locked into the top 6. But he gets a very hefty clip, so that will not happen right there. Goes way wide as well, and it's over for Elcon on this round. Pack, Wosal, Bren remain in contention. Pack could get finalists right here if he wins. Bren needs to get past Wosal for second if he wants finalists as well and make it a triple by the time we return to USA. But so far, he's looking way too far back. 2 tenths down compared to the leading duo. And Pack gets overhauled by Wosal as well. Now to the identity. All three are regrouped within each other pretty much. Wosal leading, but for how long will he lead? And look at the entry from Bren and the identity right there. Makes quick work of Pack, who had a very, very sketchy entry in there. But Wosal sets a brand new tournament record and thus pips Elcon's mark by 2 milliseconds on a .197. And Pack has messed up the identity so much that he ends up on the 114 points count. Bren is on finalist as well. Let's just take a look at what happened to Elcon there. So, makes the clip clean. It's this clip that poses problem. He didn't land flat. He landed a bit sideways and thus will have the right or the left front clip the edge of the block, thus completely spelling doom on his round. And you can see briefly that he then goes way out wide and will be clipping the outside edge there with the right-hand side. Okay, sorry, I just need to reset the clip for a second. Okay, there we go. So, quick set rep. Bren and Elcon both in finalists. Elcon got denied on his first attempt. This is the first attempt for Bren. Pack is on 114. Wosal needs to pull out all the stops on USA, the map where he won his Elite Cup round in the winter season, to make it a quadruple finalist and still have a shot at the top 6. Starting through the quarter pipe. Solid landings from everybody involved. It's going to be Bren at the top, Elcon at the bottom. Sector 1 done. It will be Wosal leading just ahead of Bren. Wosal conventional strategy. Low jump for Elcon. Too low though. He skims the top of the barrier, gets away with it, but loses a ton of time. Now, on to the dirt flick. Dirt flick well done, but look at the speed that Bren is able to accumulate through that same dirt flick at the exit. Will be leaving Wosal completely standing still, along with Pack. Can they try to pull something off in the identity? Bren leads by a 10th, going into the first sequence of turns, still holds that 10th lead by the skin of his teeth, going to the finish, to the line. It will be Bren, the first man confirmed into the consolidation final with a .649. Wosal moves on to 103 points. Pack is on 117. And let's take a look again at that low attempt from Elcon, going too low and skims the barrier with the right side wheels. Just look at how he gets away with it. I thought he was going to be heading on a collision course with the wall, might be forced to lift. You saw how close he was to clipping the wall, but he manages to make it through and survive another day. Now, third attempt at finalists for Elcon. Pack just needs Wosal to finish ahead of him, and he can finish the round nice and easy to get himself into a double finalist situation. Elcon leading, though, at the end of the first 4 checkpoints. Pack going for the low jump. Elcon as well, but look at the speed from the low jump from Pack. Absolutely beautiful execution. Now, the dirt flick. Wosal maybe a bit shallow of an entry. That's going to be paying a little bit of a price in the exit speed, but Elkon gets airtime as well, so it's still very much all pile on at this stage as we go to the identity, and Elkon cracks under pressure, going too far inside, hitting the wall. Now, Wosal and then Elkon can chill. They can just reach the finish line. Wosal would like to go to 113, of course, and he will get to 113 with a .582. Let's just take a look again at that wall clip from Elkon. Tries to go full in, releases just a bit early of the break, and thus will be on the collision course with that little apex right there, and that was enough to send his third finalist attempt in the bin. Double finalist between Pack and Elkon. Can Wosal pull a miracle and try to make it a triple and maybe even send out both Elkon and Pack? Only one way to find out, that's to stay tuned in the next 50 and a bit seconds. Oh, huge clip on the side of the quarter pipe from Elkon. And already an opportunity is opening for Wosal, but he still has to work his way around the man from Team Vitality, the man that we call the Giga Chad, Thomas Cole, aka Pack, going for the low jump. Wosal for the conventional strategy, manages to make it work, but barely clips the wall. How can he survive this? Not quite sure how. We get a slide up for Elkon, who's completely out of it. Pack has got a clear run up ahead. Identity coming up, and Wosal can do nothing else but pray for a no slide on the part of Pack in the Identity. He knows he can afford to safe it. And ladies and gentlemen, Thomas Cole is through to the top 6 of DreamHack Birmingham with a 2.861. Wosal will finish on 119 points. Pain, pain, pain. And with that, we know who is 8th and who's 7th. It will be 8th place for Wosal and 8th place for Wosal and 7th place for Elkon. All right, 5 down, 2 to go, ladies and gentlemen. That means that we can officially cross out those. So $650 for Wosal, $800 for Elkon, which means that we now move on to the top 6. Consolidation final will be coming up next. And of course, you guys know some of the lineup already. We know the full lineup now, of course, and I can just get a little bit of a gander. It will be Bren, Pack versus Mutta and Granati. This is going to be quite something, guys, and I'm looking forward to bring you the action live for that match and for the grand final as well. I'm just going to go for a quick break. I just want to know which time the match has been scheduled to. Oh, it says 18:30. Are we going to be able to go 18:30? Looks as... Oh, damn! We caught up some time! We actually caught up a lot of time there. That's cool. All right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put another 10-minute break, guys. I'm going to be returning at 18:25 then, if that's okay with you. Just the time for me to rest my throat a little bit and take a little bit of a swig, and we'll be back for the consolidation final. Granati Mutta versus, well, Pack and Bren. Stay with us. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back, everyone. We are now on the penultimate match of the day, which is going to be, of course, the consolidation final with Pac, Bren, Mata, and Granadi battling for 2 spots in the grand final, trying to take revenge on the likes of Carl Jr. and Epos and fight for the lion's share of the $20,000 prize pool. So, excuse me. And, yeah, I'm slowly but surely getting a bit gladder by the minute that I'm able to sustain that, to sustain the rhythm. And as a reminder, this is going to be the last match that we're playing at 120 points for finalist status. Next match, the grand final, will be at 140 points for finalists. And of course, there will no longer be 2 winners per match. It will be 3 winners to determine, of course, the final ranking and the final attribution of the prize pool. So let's see what we've got crossed out. So 21st through 24th. That's done. We could just square that away. That's 17th, 20th as well. Top 16, 15 as well. That's been settled a little bit earlier on during the day with the first round of lower bracket matches that was played at the same time as the first winner bracket semifinal. Then we settled that 11th, 12th, and 9th, 10th on that particular round of matches that were the last qualifying matches to EWC. 8th place that was settled. Wosao comes away with 650, and currently Elcon is 7th and will be 7th and come away with 800 euros. This leaves us with 6th through 1st that are left to be attributed, and even if you finish just 6th, you'll still come away with roughly $1,000, 950 to be exact. If you finish P5, it will be 1,100, but if you make it to the top 4, you'll be guaranteed at least a $1,500 payout, and of course, if you go all the way and take the win, it will be a $5,000 chunk that you'll be taking away from the $20,000 total prize pool that is available here at DreamHack Birmingham. Now, you can see on the server, we currently are waiting for everybody to join, and there's still going to be some waiting time. The match is slated to start at 18:30, so you still have plenty of time to get your predictions in with the channel points. 1 for Pac, 2 for Brent, 3 for Granadi, and 4 for Mata. Make sure to make that prediction in if you want to get some payout on channel points. And, I appreciate you guys sticking with through, but in fairness, I don't think I'm making any friends. In case you don't know, I'm still living in the family household, and yeah, it's a house from the 70s, and it's not well soundproofed. I mean, everybody in the basement hears what I'm doing up there. So I've been getting some stern talking to, maybe from some of my family members, but they're gonna have to live with it. There's still 2 matches to go, and hey, there's 8 spots for EWC. The biggest competition in Trackmania this year. How do you want me not to be excited and actually bring the hype to the competition? I guess I gotta rent a studio space somehow, but I'm not made of money, so I guess this setup will do for now. Anyway, this is just me rambling about my own life. We're probably not that much interested about this anyway, but yeah. Also, we're going to be taking it a little bit chill throughout that consolation final, at least towards the same energy that we brought in the lower bracket final earlier on. So I say chill, it's a bit more chill compared to what I had to go through for the first 3 matches of the day, remember? And yeah, I'm very much looking forward to it. And then, of course, in the grand final, I'll try to bring that energy a little bit back up and actually completely send my throat off to the moon in the process. Oh, and there we go. I think I can I show that picture? I think I can show that picture. Let me just quickly bring that in for you guys on the bracket scene. If I can make a browser source. We did see players on the server, and let me just quickly load that other thing in for you. 1920 by 1080. And then just do like that. Here is a picture that was just released a couple of moments ago on the EWC Extra page, and you can see your top 8, first 8 players confirmed to EWC 2026. There they are, holding their little token from EWC as well, with the likes of Bren up front, Mata, and Carl Jr. from left to right, and then behind from left to right, Wosao, Pac, Epos, Granadi, and Elcon, each holding their golden token and their ticket for the main event in Riyadh in the final part of August 2026. And with that, we are ready to go racing into the consolidation final, which is due to start in a little bit. It's currently 29 past 18. It will be soon 6:30 p.m. Central European Summertime. Not quite top of the hour, but top of the half hour in 10 seconds time. And we will be starting, of course, with the pick and ban phase, or the pick and pick phase, as I like to refer to. Nobody putting any faith in Pack and Granadi? Sheesh. All right. You guys may be a little bit of a non-believer, especially considering how Pack ran throughout the weekend. All right. Half past the hour it is, and we are now waiting for the match pick phase to actually be initiated. It seems as though we got all the servers on there. Targeting a start at 32. Okay, we get the message from the chat, that's from the in-game chat, that it will be 2 minutes left until the match starts. Pack and Bank going through. And though we go with the Gumbo for the winner, man. Go with the Gumbo for the winner, G-Make. At least try to get some channel points in there. But yeah, thank you very much for you guys for sticking with me throughout the entirety of today. A day that is still not over. It will be over after the next match is over. Next match being the match after that one. And yeah, I'm very glad to be able to continue bringing the action to you live again. So, lore final. Brent, Pack, Mara, Granadi. And I have a feeling we're going to be seeing Brent pick France once again. I feel like Brent is going to be picking France once again. Mara and Brent have both been picking France on a pretty solid basis, so that could be something to consider as well. Granadi going for the buck slide, maybe? Well, Mara's going to go for the buck slide on China, that's for sure. So I'm trying to ponder which player would get which pick. That's a little bit of a gamble for me as well. But we'll see. We'll see what happens over in the picks. And I was trying to look at the rule. I haven't looked at the rule book all that thoroughly, though. Is there going to be, like, any bonus for winner bracket, guys? Are there going to be any, like, plus 10s and plus 6s for Carl and Nepos? I don't think so, right? I haven't seen that so far. You'd assume Granadi and Mara making it through as they come from upper. I mean, that's a fairly reasonable thing, but I feel like momentum is with Brent and Pack, so I reckon they could still have a solid shot to get in it to win it in case Mara and Granadi kind of fall asleep at the wheel. Pardon the pun. So, just waiting for that map order selector to pop up, and it does indeed pop up, so here we go. For the pick phase, Mara will pick France. I mean, that was pretty much expected. He has been picking that map on the regular. Granadi picks USA. So the two wheel guys lock in their favorite picks. Brent is left to ponder between China, Brazil, and Greece. Brazil will be picked by Brent as map number 3. Greece and China, the choice left for Pack as map number 4. Might be more China than Greece, if I'm not mistaken, because the identity of Greece has not been all that fruitful. He will pick Greece regardless, and thus it will be France, USA, Brazil, Greece, China for your map order for the consolidation final of DreamHack Birmingham. The format will be different, Who's. It will be until 3 finalists win that the match will be played indeed, and most importantly, we're bumping the point limit from 120 to 140 in the grand final. There we go. The map order has been pinned. Thank you very much, Payfish, for noting that down and allowing me to pin that at the top of the stream. For those of you who want to know what the map order is and just joined in after the pick phase, make sure to check the pinned comment at the top. Match starting in less than a few seconds, ladies and gentlemen. There we go. We got the map switch performed, and we're going to be starting off on France 2026. Map selected by this man on screen right here. Mara from Team ROC Esport, who won the Elite Cup on France along with the one on China to kick off the season with a flyer with 2,000 points. And he's going to be just taking a little bit of a backwards route through that first chicane before we actually get going. Ladies and gentlemen, Ghana, Mara, Pack and Brent battling for 2 spots alongside Carl and Epos in the grand final of DreamHack. Clean start for everyone involved. Whole shot will be for Brent with a 10.088. Nice apex on the final part of the second corner there for Mara. Now the jump from the platform onto checkpoint number 4. Brent leading. Mara will be going for the no slide. Just watch this. Goes for the no slide, but doesn't perform it all that well. We'll be able to catch up to Pack and Granati at least, but it will be Bren that will actually still hold on to a really solid lead of a tenth of a second going into checkpoint 6. The slingshot around the outside. Granati executes it well. Nice late apex as well from Pack, or late slingshot rather. Gets so much speed for the first jump. Kind of compromises the second jump, but still manages to make it through. It's still all to play for. A tenth between first and last on the way towards the half pipes. And a clip from Pack, which is going to be condemning the Vitality driver to 4th place. And also not the best entry in there for Moda. Granati has so much more speed compared to Bren, who also clips on the penultimate transfer. And it will be the win for the man from Big with a .178. Moda in 2nd place takes advantage of the mistake from Bren to move 1 spot further up. 3rd place for Bren, Pack in 4th. Let's just take a look at that again. Just look at the way that Granati overhauls Bren, and just below you can see him right there. There was just a small clip there on the part of the man from Twisted Minds, which just cemented Granati's lead and win, and also allowed Moda to move up into 2nd place. Here, a small clip at the top of the barrier from Granati is going to be relegating the big player to 4th. After the jump into the platform, we'll see the gaps after for the first sector. Moda and Bren side by side. Who gets the no slide? Oh, he tried to go for the no slide, but gets the clip on the inside of the corner. So he will be relegated down to 4th this time, promoting Granati up to 3rd. And it will be Bren with a pretty solid lead of a 10th again. But look at how much speed Pack carries through. Goes for the slingshot in checkpoint 7. And it will be cracking under pressure. Bren with that slide brush from the right side of his car. Half a second of a lead for Pack ahead of Bren. Bren has to fend off the attacks of Granati, who slows down dramatically through checkpoint 9. Bren can opt to go safe, but don't go too safe, just like Wosile did in the previous matchup that you could see. And Pack will be able to take a round win pretty easily with a 107.918. Bren and Granati 2nd and 3rd. Will Moda reach the finish line? The answer is a yes. Let's just take a look at that little clip from Bren right there. You'll see it on the other side. Just there, that little clip against the wall, enough to trigger the acceleration penalty, thus promoting Pack into the lead and eventually into the round win. Solid start from everyone. It will be Bren emerging in the lead by 78 milliseconds. Jump down on the platform, then just jump into the dirt of checkpoint number 4. Moda again trying to go for the no slide. Granati with a very, very aggressive slide in, but the no slide is starting to pay off for Moda as he makes his way past Pack and is now back within the clutches of Bren. The two, of course, former teammates last year as part of Team Jetlag Racing. They went all the way to the runner-up spot in the World Cup. Bit of a low second jump for Pack, makes it work beautifully nonetheless. Moda, though, exits Sector 2 with the lead, with about a 10th and a half of a buffer to work with. Not that much, all considering that we go into the half pipes and everything can go haywire really quickly. Moda doesn't go as fast as he would like to. Bren takes advantage of that to move up into the provisional lead. Pack is following through in 2nd place, and Bren will clip very heavily. Moda versus Pack, and it will be Pack winning by 18 milliseconds with a .250 to a .278. .268 even. Granati and Bren 3rd and 4th. Let's just take a look again. Here we go to the final turn, following the perspective of Pack, and you can see briefly brushing the side of the block there for Bren, and that's enough to send his round off the rails. Fourth and final round on France. Currently, everybody's still in it to win it. Granati trying to go for the no slide to recoup some speed, but is not executed as well as Moda, and also is pretty far down. Moda, though, manages to retake the lead and sprint away by about a 10th of a second on the way to checkpoint 6. We avoid hitting the wall on the outside for the Australian. Do not hit the wall on the outside as well for Pack, but everybody's regrouping nice and easy as we go through the 2 jumps in the dirt. Bren retakes the lead away from his former teammate in Sector 3. Just a 10th down. Moda finds himself in 2nd place, and Granati briefly clipping the wall on the inside before the half pipes. Brand doesn't get the best of entry speeds, though. Mata takes advantage of the situation, but he even stalls out on the second transfer, so Brand is safe for the rest of the round and will take the win with a .283. Pack moves up to third, courtesy of the mistake from Granati earlier, and the wheelman from Germany is down to fourth. And at the end of the first map, it will be a pretty even points distribution all across the board. 27 for Pack, 23 for Brand, and 21 apiece for both Mata and Granati, as we're moving on to our next map, which is going to be USA. The map pick from Granati himself. Okay, taking a little bit of a breather there, guys. Round 1 out of 4 in USA is underway then. So, bobsleigh. Brand has always been able to pull a solid advantage in there, but so far everybody is relatively even at the outside and at the exit of the bobsleigh. As we go through the quarter pipe, everybody makes it through clean, and it will be Granati at the tail end of the field. Checkpoint 4, sector 1 done, and Pack streaking away to the distance with a 1/10 of an advantage. Pack with the low jump again. Makes it work nice and easy. Now onto the setup for the dirt flick. Following along with Mata. No clip from Mata. What was that? The same kind of no clip that Pack had a little bit earlier on. At that same spot on the same map, mind you. It will still be the Englishman leading. Identity coming up. Brandon Mata going side by side, toe to toe, and trying to take the fight to Pack. Oh, huge clip from Brand. Mata versus Pack, and it will be Pack winning with a .611. Mata almost losing second place to Granati with a clip at the end. But let's watch again from the perspective of Mata that dirt flick and see how close we got to disaster. Once again, almost clipping at that little brick there. Tournament record, the TR stands for, Kimi. Best time that has been driven throughout the entire weekend. Mata with a slight clip, I think, at the exit of the quarter pipe, so he will be dropping down to fourth, but it's still all regrouped within 1/10 of a second, unlike what we saw in the first round where Pack just streaked away. Brand Pack low jump. Mata low jump as well. Rather middle of the road, but still manages to make it work nicely. Still going with the wheelman from Australia for the dirt flick. No slide outs, but it will be a very hefty clip for Brand on the right rear. The man from Twisted Minds is out of contention. Pack retaking the lead in the double right-hander before the identity, but Granati and Mata are not done yet. Granati's done for the day, though, with that double clip. Pack versus Mata towards the line. It's going to be Pack resisting the attack of Mata by 28 milliseconds. And here we go again with that little dirt flick. This time it will be Brent's demise that we're going to be highlighting. Goes a bit late, goes a bit wide, and there is that brick right there, making contact with the right side of his car, and thus completely ending his chances to score a 10-pointer. Round number 3. Mata with a slow start will be relegated down to the last few sectors, and actually Brand with a completely flailed start as well. Oh no, this is not good. This is not good for the man from Twisted Minds. We're down to 3 contenders realistically left on the track, and Mata is looking very distant right now to both Pack and Granati. Pack set up for the low line. The great Apex will be keeping pace with the German wheelman from Big. Through the dirt flick. No clip, but maybe a bit more speed on the part of Pack, continuing to keep pace with Granati. It's still going very, very racy. Mata a bit too far back, has to prey on the mistake from either of the two leaders. And the mistake will come from Granati, who gets the no slide and will promote Mata up to second place, but Pack is completely untouchable here on this map, despite a very hefty clip at the end, which brought him virtually to a dead stop. He will still take another 10-pointer for himself with a .793. Fourth and final round of competition on USA, a map that we might see later on if the match lingers on a bit more longer than what we would expect it to be. Oh, beautiful quarter pipe from Pack. That allows him to take the lead. Onto the two dirt turns, Brent pushing, almost clipping the outside of the wall in the same fashion that he lost the final round on the KO here on this very map. But so far, he keeps it clean and off the walls. Onto the dirt flick. Dirt flick, he keeps it off the wall as well. And great exit speed from Bren in that particular dirt flick exit as well. He takes the lead over from Pack. Ooh, very aggressive inside line, and he pays the price for it with very slow exit speed. And now Pack is there waiting to strike and looking to make the move happen in the final few corners against Bren. Down to the wire, and again, Bren with a bit of a clip on the inside will concede to Pack, who gets a much cleaner line through there. And that will be yet another 10-pointer going the way of the man from Team Vitality. Let's just take a look at the replay from the dirt flick exit from Mr. Pack and Mr. Bren as well. Just look at Bren looking very, very good inside. But then the identity was pretty much where Pack had the pocket. Nothing that Bren could do there. And now we go on to the next map, which will be Brazil. .744. The tournament record currently held by Apos, which we saw be driven a little bit earlier on today. The world record still courtesy of Scrappy at a .725. I wonder if we're going to be seeing that drop down after the results that we've seen so far today. 67 points for Pack. Currently sitting 53 behind finalist status required. 43 for Moda. 36 for Granati. 38 for Bren. Going on to camera 3. Pack, Moda, Granati, Bren in that order. Looking very tightly knit though. Despite Pack getting the better start, it's still all to play for. Oh, Bren forced to correct the sliding wide on the berm, and thus will be dropping down to fourth in a perennial fashion. Pack versus Moda. Through Sector 3 we go after checkpoint 12. Both going for the same kind of approach, going a bit lower than what we've seen so far and going fairly late. Moda taking the lead after the no slide cancel. Very nicely done there. Pack in second place. Granati a bit too far behind in third. Oh, we go over the sand for Pack, trying to go for a bit more aggressive glider section, but Moda is way too far gone. Granati now trying to challenge Pack for second place. Will not make the mistake. Moda takes the win with a .853. Bren down to fourth, half a second down. And this time Moda will be a little bit slow on the restart after that small plastic U-turn. 212 through the top of the loop. Not enough to really catch back up to the top three though. So it will be Moda trailing the leading field by 2/10 as we see Bren battling for the lead against Granati and Pack. Granati managing to go toe-to-toe with Bren. Pack going full inside on the sand before the reactor. All again over the berm. But this time the gap might be a bit too much to bear through that first part. Sector 3 starting now. Bren a bit slow at the exit of checkpoint 11 through 12. Granati in the lead, goes high early. Will still hold a steadfast lead of a 1/10 of a second. Moda back in the conversation along with Bren and Pack. They're still a bit far away from Granati though as we go to the glider. Granati just skims the berm, doesn't go over it as we go alongside the rock. 50-50, one inside, one outside, and Granati takes the win with a .044. Moda 64 milliseconds behind. Pack and Bren locked in third and fourth. Just 1.5 tenths between first and last. That is one of the best rounds we've seen so far. And with that, Granati moves up to third and will be climbing back up compared to Moda, who's sitting on 59. Following along with Moda through the loop. 210 at the top. Still around the highest exit speed so far this round and gets a good double bounce. Will be going toe-to-toe with Bren and take the lead after checkpoint 5. Pack in second, Bren in third, Granati in fourth. Mora still leads, but had now Pack right on his tail. Sector 3 started. Both going for the same kind of approach again. Bren a bit further behind, about a tenth and a half down. Mora with a good slide cancel again retakes the lead before the gliders. Can Pack try to pull something together? Mora goes slightly over the sand, but keeps the car flat on the road. Goes outside the rock. Pack goes inside the rock. It's not enough for Pack to dislodge Mora, who piles on another 103.982. And the Australian moves on to the nicest score of all, 69 points. Pack moves on to 83. Fourth and final round here on Brazil. After which we will be moving over to the next map, which will be Greece. Bren leads after the first sector, ahead of Mora by 51 milliseconds. Granati with a poor start will be 8/10ths down. Pack in third, in the middle of them, trying to go for an aggressive reactor again. Will be keeping pace with the leaders at least, and will be trying to overhaul Bren for second. And now he will be promoted to a battle for the lead as we see Pack make the junction with the two leaders. Separated by just 23 milliseconds in checkpoint 14 and 15. Over the glider we go. Over the sand, Bren goes at the entry to the chicane, keeps it nice and flat. Mora emerges in the lead, goes outside the rock just like Bren. Pack inside the rock. Can Pack do something to dislodge Mora? The answer's a no once again for 7 milliseconds. Mora surviving each and every snipe attempt that has been attempted here on Brazil in this match with the 103.9 to boot as well. And he moves on to 79 points. He's just within 10 points of Pack. And speaking of the devil, it is up to Pack's map pick to be played. Greece 2026. Quick score recap at the left-hand side of the screen. 89 for Pack, 79 for Mora, 56 for Granati, 52 for Bren. Round number 1 out of 4 is underway here on Greece. Currently, everybody nicely grouped together. Nice second apex for Bren on the way to checkpoint number 4. The ice slide. Bren takes a bit of penalty grass on the way in. That's going to be compromising his line and a bit of his exit speed. Bren, Mora, Granati, Pack regroup within 80 milliseconds after the first sector. Now, the first series of drop downs. Pack will be emerging in the lead, but just a bit slower compared to Mora, who will actually snipe him at the gate by 30 milliseconds. It's still all to play for. All 4 drivers regroup within a tenth of a second, half a tenth now, as we go to the NASCAR turn of Sector 3. Mora still leading, ahead of Pack. Bren and Granati still in it. Will win it, though. This is one of the closest rounds we've seen so far. This time, Bren falls a bit by the wayside. That's actually Mora. Both have the same skin, so it's easy to make the confusion. Now to the identity. Bren has the pocket compared to everyone else. Goes a bit wide, though. Allows Granati to have a bit of a fighting chance, and he will take that fighting chance and take it to the fullest of his ability with a .255, 54 milliseconds ahead of Pack. Bren finishes in third. Mora down to fourth. One of the best rounds we've seen so far in this consolidation final, indeed, Antimic. Gaps of less than half a tenth throughout a good portion of the round. Mora, who's going to be at the back of the pack. Oh, goes way inside. He's going to be losing a lot of speed and time there. He's going to be very much confirmed in last place at the end of Sector 1. Bren also having a bit of a moment at the start of the first staircase. Packing the lead. Granati up to second. Started Sector 3 with checkpoint 9 in that big NASCAR turn. Speed roughly equivalent for everybody involved, but it's still going to be packing. Granati slowly but surely pulling away from Bren. Now, checkpoint 12, the outside dirt. Are we going to go for the push there? Bit of a brake turn setup. It will be going toe-to-toe with Granati there, Bren. Pack still holding a lead of about a tenth of a second, going into the identity. So far, so good for Bren and Granati. They're still going to go side by side, but a much better nosedive for Granati. It's not enough, though, for 1 millisecond. I want to take a look at that again, if I can actually get the clip going. There we go. You see the nosedive was actually much better on the side of Granati. He gets a ground contact a little bit earlier compared to Brent, so he's able to reaccelerate a bit quicker. But Brent had just enough of a gap. Look at the speed difference. 2Ks between these two cars, but then 1 millisecond of the line is all that separated the two of them, with Brent on the good side of the fence this time around. Oh. Granati with a small wall hit at the chicane from checkpoint 3 will be relegated down the last half a second down. Pack has moved into the triple-digit zone as well, with 105 points collected. Bit of a sideways landing, with the right side landing first in the middle of that drop-down staircase for Pack, but still holds onto the lead by 62 milliseconds from Mutta. Bran has completely flunked the first staircase part and will be out of it. Start of Sector 3, Pack still holding onto the lead from Mutta by 76 milliseconds, and it looks as though the gap is relatively stable so far. Of course, everything can come undone in this old-school feeling map with the identity coming up now. Both looking to try and make it through clean, and they're going to make it through clean nice and tight, with that .232 for Pack getting close to dipping into the .1 zone that Wusal and Elkon have been dipping into throughout the tournament. And Pack will be moving on to 115 and just needs a second place or better to get to finalists. Mutta moves past the three-quarter mark on 91 points. Pack with a solid, nice, rounded line through the ice slide. He's still going to be a little bit slow, though, so he will be languishing at the back after the first sector and the first 5 checkpoints are done. Granati leading, Bren and Mutta chasing him down, a tenth and a half behind. Pack back in the conversation as well. Granati leading into Sector 3 through the NASCAR turn. Bren and Mutta side by side within the same ghost, give or take. Checkpoint 12, the outside dirt turn. Are we going to go for a push? Not quite. Granati goes a bit too far off to the right side, though, so we'll be in a bit of a slide. Mutta gets left a bit behind. It's all down to Bren, Granati, and Pack as well to duke it out in the identity. All 4 regroup now. Is there going to be any big snipes happening there? We're going to have to circle back to the top 3. It's going to be all down to the wire. Bren will be emerging in the lead and take the 10-pointer for himself with a .312. Granati second place for 47 milliseconds ahead of Pack, who will unfortunately end this map, you guessed it, on 119 points. And we now go to China. The last map of the rotation, the last map that was left in this particular map pick phase. So Pack, regardless of the outcome, will be finalist as long as he reaches the finish line within the allotted 10 seconds. 94 points for Mutta in second place. Then Bren moves up to 75 points on fourth, and it will be 80 points for Granati on third. Quick helicam for Buckslide. Bren and Granati going for it. Granati gets the best execution. And Bren with a bad landing will be reeled in by both Pack and Mutta. The gap from Granadi is very consequential as well, with compared to those that opted for the safe way or fail the buck slide. A 3/10 lead for the wheelman from Berlin International Gaming. Does not slide out at all either during the first ice slide, but look at the speed that Brent carries through that centrifugal force or centripetal force part there through checkpoint 6. Now onto checkpoint 8 we go. Granadi going a bit wide. Brent opting to go for a bit more of a tighter inside line. Loses a bit of speed as a result and allows Moda to get back in the conversation. Pack has been shuffled down to the back of the field. Going on to the turnarounds, it will be between Brent and Moda for second place. Granadi is a bit too far out in front for them to do anything about him. Second turnaround coming. Granadi will take the win. Moda versus Brent. Brent has a bit more speed and will snipe Moda away. It will be a 0.3 flat for Granadi, 0.434 for Brent, 0.483 for Moda, and a 0.638 for Pack. Here we go again with that overhead view of the buck slide. Just look at Granadi zoop his way through with the right side or left side of his wheels and then gets a perfect landing at the bottom, whereas Brent teetered a little bit on the landing and thus dropped a lot of speed. This time Moda goes for the buck slide and same goes for Granadi, and both are getting it pretty much picture perfect. Brent though has completely messed up the setup and then they will be completely out of it in this round. Pack is in finalist and can win it all if he wins this round. Granadi still holds on to the lead though, goes a little bit slow through that convex platform. Checkpoint 7 ringing the bell. It will be Moda leading by about a 10th. In fact, nearly hitting the wall on the inside, but does a good enough job to save it, but will be losing a lot of time in the dirt subsequently, allowing Granadi to slot himself nicely into second. Turnaround number 1. Moda, Granadi, Pack in that order, but Pack managing to catch up a lot of time to Granadi with a much better run through that first booster. Second booster, Moda still holding on to the lead. Pack versus Granadi. Granadi has got enough speed to fend Pack off. 0.401 for Moda, who wins the 10-pointer. Granadi second, Pack third, and Brent down to fourth. This is not Pack's map indeed. I mean, it's a decider map in this one, but Moda has been the one that's always had the puck, as can be attested by the tournament record here of a .061. Formerly the world record, by the way, until Granadi beat it in practice with a .033 that you see at the top left. Oh no! Huge turtle for Moda! And the chances of the Australian to get back up the pecking order have taken a serious glancing blow in this round. Granadi also, having completely messed up the start, will be down the third. It's all down to Brent to keep the 2 spots in the grand final open now, as he leads back by 0.3 of a second, but goes a bit wide on that convex platform on the way to checkpoint 7. Brent still holding a nice lead, still able to keep that gap somewhat stable, thus allowing himself to enable Twisted Minds to get another 10-pointer here on that round, going through the turnarounds from the perspective of Pack. First one clean, second one will be clean as well, and we're going to be seeing what the time is for Brent as he crosses the line. It will be a .323. Pack finishes 3/10 down and gets denied. Granadi third, Moda down to fourth, will be only getting 3 points for his effort, and that is all due to this. Just look on the right-hand side of the screen, right there for those 2 cars. Now, advancing the clip, and actually he clips with the rear axle the very edge of the block, thus sending his car into a turtle and forcing him to respawn, thus costing him a lot of that time. And we now see both Brent and Moda failing the setup for the ice slide, which we were showing that replay. Safe way for Pack. Granadi did get the buck slide accordingly and will thus be leading by 1/4 of a second. Granadi could try to keep the dream alive once again for those 2 open spots in the grand final of DreamHack Birmingham. Currently holding Pack off by about 0.3 of a second. Checkpoint 8 going all the way up the dirt. He can afford to be a bit more conservative. He doesn't have to hang it all over the edge. Close to the wall on the inside though. Careful, Ghana. Here we go for the first turnaround. The booster is nicely negotiated. Maybe a bit more speed for Pack, but that's not enough to really turn the tide around here. On this round, he will get denied for the 2nd round in a row here on China as Granadi clocks in a .382 and moves under 110 points. Moda will be on 114 and Brent will be on 97. And that concludes the first rotation. We'll be circling back to France. Mura's pick. A map which he didn't get to take advantage to the fullest of. And we'll be seeking to correct the shot now. Quick sit rep again on the left side. Pack finalist for his third attempt. Mura in second place on 115 will get finalist if he takes second place in the next round. Granadi on 110 will be finalist if he wins it. Here we go then. First round of the second rotation of France. Whole shot for Bren with a 10.098. He almost drifted to the left-hand side of the road. Manages to keep it on the right side, though. Mura is out of the running. Mura will be on 118 at the very least. Pack, Bren, Granadi fighting off against each other. No slides attempted. Bren leading ahead of Pack and Granadi, who are going toe-to-toe for second. The visual gap now down to a few milliseconds as Pack has jumped a lot of speed through there, and it will be Bren grazing the wall on the outside of checkpoint 7, starting sector 3. It will be Pack leading, Granadi up into second. Now, going through the half pipes, Pack has a 2/10 buffer to play with. Opts for a safer strategy and does lose a lot of speed. Granadi here there to reel him in. And look at how much gap he has come back up down to the wire. Pack trying to do something else, but it's not going to be enough. It's a double finalist situation, and Mura unfortunately has to wait for one more round as he moves on to 118 points collected. Round 2 on France. That's the third consecutive deny for Pack in terms of finalist attempts. And the start does not really leave him in a position to retaliate either here in this round. Checkpoint 4, start of Sector 1 will be going the way of Bren Granadi. Pack barely clipping on the inside, and another secondary clip as well along with Mura. They're going to be both out of the running. Mura will be going in finalist. Now Bren could make this into a triple if he fends off the attacks of Granadi. Granadi gets a solid outside line though, so Bren is going to have to work for it. Doesn't get the best of landings in the dirt though. And that might be settling one of the spots in the grand final of DreamHack Birmingham as Granadi inherits a 3/10 lead, courtesy of that very heavy set landing from Bren. Going onto the half pipes. Granadi trying to just bring this one home. Can't afford to save it too much though. And it will be the round win and the grand final ticket punched for Granadi with a .646. Bren second, Pack in third gets denied another time. Mura down the fourth, mixing into a double finalist for the last final spot. Let's take a look at that jump from Bren again. Goes a bit too far off on the left-hand side. Lands with that little bit of a divot there and will be landing very hard. Watch this. And look at how much speed he loses right there and then. A delta of over 20 kilometers per hour, which allows Granadi to just blow his way past through and go into the grand final. And Mura did not reach the finish line. I thought he was going to be reaching it, but no. Mura still on 118. He's going to be kicking himself if Pack wins this one. Especially considering that this is the penultimate round of France, and Mura gets into trouble again. He's completely out of it. Has to rely on Bren to force the issue into a double. Bren again going for the side jump and clips heavily. And that is how the cookie crumbles, as a wise man from Germany once said. And with that, it is nothing more than a sector of honor and a couple of half pipes of honor a la Tony Hawk for Mr. Thomas Cole. The Giga Chat Pack from Vitality, the two-time world champion, is the last player confirmed into the grand finals of the DreamHack Birmingham Road to EWC Trackmania tournament, and will get to have his revenge against the likes of Carl Jr. and Epos. Let's just take a look at what happened again for Brent. It's going to be a very, very outside shot from the perspective of Pack, but you can see goes a bit low, doesn't have enough speed, and will clip the edge of that block right there. Just watch. Very heavy clip with the rear wheels. And that is all she wrote for the man from Twisted Minds. And with that, we now know 5th and 6th as a matter of fact. And it will be thus Granadi in 5th and Bren in 6th. And that means that if we go back onto... Oh no, Granadi has made it through. It's Mudda. Sorry. Bren and Mudda. There you go. Mudda finishes on finalist as well. So Mudda will be 5th and thus Bren in 6th. There you go. So we can cross out $950. That's for Bren. $1,100 or $1,100 will be going the way of Mudda. And of course, that leaves us with just one match left to go. And not just any match, ladies and gentlemen. The Grand Finale. Carl Jr., Epos, Granadi, Pack. 2 Brits on home soil looking to take away the $5,000 grand prize and the trophy that comes with it versus the 7-time world champion versus the wheelman himself, the OG wheelman from Germany. I'm going to take a quick break. I'm wondering what the timing for the matchup will be. It's still slated at 19:15. That looks to be a little bit close. But, yeah. I'm just going to wait for the timer to be refreshed. I think it's going to be a... If we're sticking to the schedule setting game, it should be starting in 5 minutes. I don't think we're going to be starting in 5 minutes, guys. Just a hunch. Just a hunch. I'm just waiting for information to be updated on the activity in the club so that I can actually set the timer accordingly. I'm going to pop up my countdown timer doc to make sure that I can have that on hand. And I'm probably going to try to get some communications going with the admins on site just to see when the match will be taking place. Schedule. Has that been updated? Not quite. It's still said 19:15. I don't think this is going to be happening that soon, guys. But yeah, let me just quickly take this off. All right. Yeah, I'm a bit frightened. Yeah, my ears are kind of in pain actually from wearing that headset so much. I hope you guys understand me just taking a bit of a respite for my ears. So still looking for that newfangled time for the match to be played at. I'm guessing there's going to be a little bit of stage setup that is going to be ongoing as well. But that's all right. We can still wait a little bit. We are here for the rest of the tournament, and we are here for the grand final. We're going to put it all on the line, guys. Don't worry about it. Maybe not as much as I would have liked to, but as you can hear, I'm pretty shot. So, yeah. Okay, I'm still frantically refreshing the activity. I don't think it's... Defo had a good chance if he didn't fail 2 or 3 no slides in a row. Yeah, that's true. Mudda kind of bunged up the no slide execution so far. That's really where he fell apart in that particular sense. And that's really where he lost the match and the spot in the grand final. I totally agree with you. Over. Yeah, it's a bit ironic to fail the nose slide after having such a good track record of keeping his nose clean and being able to drive the rounds round in, round out without any kind of issue. Yeah, it is a bit of a shame to see that kind of unfold in that way. All right, anyway, you know what? I'm just going to put in a 10-minute timer by default, and whenever we get actually a time assigned for the match, I'll be updating the timer accordingly. So I'm just going to take a break and get myself psyched up for the grand final. Carl, Epos, Granadi, and Pack duking it out for the lion's share of the $20,000 prize pool and the big trophy at DreamHack Birmingham. Stay with us. We'll be right back. All right, ladies and gentlemen, just a quick sit rep. I still don't have any info on when the match is supposed to start, and there's still a bit of a countdown on the official stream. So I'm guessing there's still a little bit of setup time going on for the grand final, which I'm guessing is due to be played on stage. So I'm just going to be extending that break a little bit, just to allow my throat to rest a little bit more. I'm going to put on the let's say just a 5-minute timer to be sure. Let me quickly refresh the activity in the club. Yeah, still nothing. So another 5-minute break for now. I know I'm subjecting you to another break, but I don't feel like talking for now. I hope you don't mind it too much. 5 to 10 minutes normally? Yeah, it says 7 minutes left on the clock, but I'm going to put in a 6-minute break, if you guys don't mind. All right, so I'm going to go off again, take another drink, and I'll be right back. Stay with us. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm cutting the break short because we do have the next order of business, the biggest order of business of the weekend, along with EWC qualifying, the grand final starting in less than a minute. Carl Jr., Epos, Pac, and Granati battling for the lion's share of the $20,000 prize pool at DreamHack Birmingham's Road to EWC tournament. And you can see that everybody's on the server. We are set to start in less than 40 seconds time. Granati and Epos, I mean, both looking to be very much on the sharp end of the field. They've looked so throughout the entirety weekend. And yes, Lord Woot Turbo is casting over on the EWC channel indeed, and that is confirmed by the man himself in the chat. I hope everything is going well on your end. I'm doing all right, getting ready for the final of this tournament that I've been so happy to cover with you for the first 2 days, and I'm still more than happy to do on my own, albeit it gets a bit tiring over on the old throat, if you know what I mean. So, it is 1931 CEST. It is now time to go racing here in DreamHack Birmingham for one final time this weekend with the grand final. I don't know if we're going to be seeing the picks and bets, if they're going to be locked in. I did see a tentative order. Match is going to be starting in 10 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. So, match starts now. And we are going to be moving on to the very first round. Thank you very much, Dendeze, for the bits. And we're going to be starting off on Greece. Here is the map order pinned at the top of the screen. It will be Greece, Brazil, USA, China, and France. And with that, it's time to let the field loose and go racing for one final time. Granati, Epos, Carl Jr., and Pac. Who will walk away with a big trophy at DreamHack Birmingham? Only one way to find out, and it's to watch this stream right here. Pole shot for Carl on the first checkpoint with the .672. Pac will be the first to make a mistake by clipping the wall on the inside of checkpoint 3 in the chicane. Carl, Granati, Epos. First, second, and third. No winner brackets advantage for both Carl and Epos. They have to start from a clean slate. The staircase section, Epos slides off and just scrubs off a bit too much speed, allowing Granati to move through into second. It will be Carl Jr. up in the lead by a 10th and a half. Now Epos climbing back the pecking order, looming large in the rear bumper of Granati's car. Checkpoint 11, start of sector number 3. Carl still leading by a healthy margin, going on to the outside dirt turn. And then we're going to go to the identity where Granati had a lot of success, and a great success as well in that outside dirt push to get back within the back bumper of the 7-time world champion. Here we go. Great speed on the entry. Granati able to continue to carry it through, but Carl Jr. still hanging on. Who gets the best nosedive? It will be Granati, who parlays that into a victory with a .373. Carl second, Epos third, and Pac in fourth. And you'll be able to see the clip from Pac in the replay. That was at the chicane after checkpoint number 3 right there. Just a little dink of the wall on the right-hand side, and that was enough to send him down to fourth. And here as a reminder, we're going to be moving on to a 140-point limit. You can see that just above, past the sponsor rotation there. And we're going to be playing until the first 3 have won their finalist status rounds. So it will make for a longer map rotation for sure. Epos going a bit too far inside. That's actually Granati going a bit too far inside. Both have similar hues of black and blue on their cars, so it's easy to make the mistake when you don't have the name tags on top of them. But right now, Granati looking to try and get back in the conversation. Right now, a 10th and a half behind the leader, which is currently Epos going toe-to-toe with Carl Jr. And a huge clip in the plastic at checkpoint 8 for Granati will get him out of the running. Pac in third place, looking to try and catch some of that lost time back up. Epos versus Carl in sector number 3. They're still going at it side by side. Outside dirt, roughly similar for the two leaders, but Pack is able to get it slightly better and does catch back up some of the gap that has been built up. Identity coming up, and Epos fails the first round, and it will be a great entry by Pack into those platforms to make redemption on the first round and take the 10-pointer for himself. Carl's on 12 points, Pack's up to 13, 14 points for Granadi, who still holds the lead. Will Epos be able to reach the finish line? He does. Let's just take a look at what happened to Granadi in the plastic, shall we? There you go. There's that little edge right there. Just a clip from the right front, and that was enough. And I saw a very slight clip at the gate of the checkpoint for the wheelman from Big that completely settled the deal in that round. Round number 3 underway. Granadi and Epos side by side into the ice slide. Carl going too far inside and losing a lot of speed as he tries to recover. He will be languishing in the back by around 3/10 after Sector 1. Epos, Pack, Granadi in that order. Huge slingshot for Pack through the final drop down, taking the lead away from his fellow countrymen. Checkpoint 9, start of Sector 3 with the big NASCAR turn. Still Pack holding onto the lead. Epos, Granadi second, third. It will be between the Team Liquid player and the Big player for second place, as Pack seems to have got first place under lock and key for the second round in a row. Goes a bit wide at the first set of platforms, though. Still has enough gap to see Granadi coming, who will be slotting into second in between Pack and Epos. Pack will win with a .255. Carl Jr. reaches the finish line in last place. Pack with a very slow start on the start of round 4 here on Greece. We'll be leaving Granadi, Epos, and Carl Jr. to battle it out for the first part of the track. Oh, huge clip on the inside of checkpoint 5 for Granadi. The wheelman is out of it, promoting Pack up to third. Epos slowing down dramatically, and a huge clip from Carl at the exit of the first few drop downs will promote Pack up to second, and Epos is back in business in the lead. Through the NASCAR turn, it's still Epos leading by 44 milliseconds as we go into checkpoint 11. Nice tight inside line on the way towards that checkpoint for Pack. Full outside dirt, beautifully done as a slingshot from the man from Vitality, who retakes the lead from his fellow countryman. Carl down to third, just can watch what happens next. And what's happening next is a 3 out of 4 identity record for Pack, who will take a third win in 3 rounds consecutively. Third in 4 rounds here on Greece with a .597. Let's just take a look again at that clip from Carl Jr. a bit further in the distance. Focus on the green car, and you can see landing right there, and then just a couple of frames later, just a clip from the right rear against the edge of the block, which puts him virtually to a dead stop compared to the rest of the opposition. Epos through, then Pack through, and Pack eventually parlayed that into a win. And thus we move on to our next map. It will be Brazil up next. Quick recap of the scores. As you can see, Pack 33 out of 40. A very good track record for now, with that early setback being second round. Well, or first round, rather, he finished in last. 23 for Granadi, 19 for Carl, 17 for Epos. Oh, disconnect from one of the cars. It looks as though we might have a quick round skip coming in the second. Oh, yeah, round is skipped just to make sure that everything is all good. Looks as though we have all players on the server. It was Epos who I think had to disconnect earlier on. Epos, of course, holding the current tournament record here on this map with a .744. Not that far off from the .725 that Scrappy currently holds as a world record. Wonder if that mark will be broken. Maybe not, given that players could afford to get a little bit more complacent in their pace now that the EWC qualifying job is over. But with the likes of Carl Jr., Pack, and Granadi against him, it will very much bring the best out of the 2-time XP Evo champion. And everything has been confirmed all good, so we are now officially racing for the first out of 4 rounds on Brazil. Okay, following along with Epos in camera number 3, following through the loop. A loop where he carries 220 kilometers per hour of speed. That is among the fastest loops that we've seen so far in the stream, but Carl gets a good set of bounces, so he will be keeping Epos in check, although he still holds the lead by 51 milliseconds after sector number 1. Pack, Epos, and Carl going for the same trajectory over the sand. It will be Carl and Epos going side by side, and Carl taking over the lead. The 7-time world champion will be entangling sector 3 with a 55 milliseconds, and Pack is right there with him, his former teammate at Solary, now back to being an enemy, and on the track an opponent here as we go onto the glider. Carl with a wider setup. It will be a full Brit battle in first and second place. Epos and Pack both slaloming on the inside of the rocks, and it will be Pack winning this early battle with a .957 at the stripe. And it will be Epos second, Carl and Granati third and fourth. Pack in a supreme form at the present moment, as you can see, already a quarter of the way towards finalists there or thereabouts. As a reminder, we're moving on to 140, not 120, so there's still some ways to go. Carl at 216, but entered the loop very late and very much on the back foot, so he will be down in last place, and that's a bug on the way to checkpoint number 5 here. Grana Pack first and second. Pack going over the sand again. Great chicane from Pack, which will take the lead away from Granati in this particular race. Checkpoint 12. Pack leading by 67 milliseconds. Epos in third, a tenth and a half down. So far, in an orderly fashion, the top 3 make their way to the gliders. Granati still in hot pursuit of Pack. Going over the sand there, avoiding having the tires skim on the right-hand side. Great corner from Granati, but has low exit speed because of this. Pack will retake the lead again and post yet another midpoint, 9.966. Let's just take a look at what happened there for Carl Jr. Gets on the bounce there, and it's the same kind of bug that has befallen Massa as he transitions over to the road right there, exactly the same spot, and that is going to be lifting Carl's car up into the air and also completely taking him out of contention in that round. And yeah, Pack seems to have settled into the groove nice and clean. Pack may be looking to get a little bit of a revenge from Milton Keynes from Red Bull Faster, where he was not able to lift the trophy on his home soil. Looking to do so here at DreamHack. Carl and Epos side by side for the lead. After checkpoint number 1, it will be Pack chasing them down through sector 2. But it's still Liquid versus Falcons at the moment. Checkpoint 12, start of sector number 3. 14 milliseconds between the 2 leaders, and Pack a bit too far behind to really do anything about it at the moment. It's going to all come down to this dirt turn where he catches up a lot of time and will allow himself to be in contention as we go to the gliders. Carl's car slightly bobbing to the right-hand side. Will take the lead over from Epos. Can Epos retaliate with a great final corner? The answer is a no for 60 milliseconds. Gave it a red-hot go, though. That was one of the closest finishes we've seen. I think I'm clicked it a little bit too tardy. Yeah, I think it was already with the round finished at that point. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, you could see the gap, 60 milliseconds at the end. I was just a bit late on triggering to see the full snipe that Pack saw Epos attempt there. Okay, round number 4. Following along with Epos, 210. Not the fastest loop we've seen so far. And actually, case in point, Pack and Carl with 2 great exits and bounces will be right within the back bumper of the man from Team Liquid. And they are now going toe-to-toe with him through the second sector and onto the gliders, all going over the sand again, and great exit speed from Pack and Epos, who are going to be going side by side for the lead. Checkpoint 11 cross now to checkpoint 12. Great apex before the checkpoint from Pack, who takes the lead at sector 3 for 27 milliseconds. Carl has to prey on a good dirt turn. It's not so good. He manages to get a much better approach than Epos, though. Pack inherits a lead of about a tenth of a second into the gliders. Carl going full inside, almost hitting the reactor gate there. Manages to keep it clean, but not enough to dislodge his former teammate Pack, who takes the win on a .947 and thus gets very close to the halfway mark. He's on 67 points. There are 70 required for halfway mark, 140 overall as a reminder. 42 for Carl, 38 for Granati, 37 for Epos. Up next is USA. A map which has been so often picked by Granati for good reason, because he can really do some damage on that track, but so can Pack, one of the tech legends. Neo slides, it's what he eats for breakfast, literally, as we now go onto that map. 67 for Pack again, 42 for Carl, 38 for Grana, 37 for Epos. Carl, of course, holding the tournament record, as you saw a little bit earlier on during the day, with that .421, just 8 milliseconds away from Gwen's world record, a record that might be destined to fall by the end of the day. Bobsleigh, a bit of a bobble, actually, up the wall from Pack. Manages to keep it contained, though, and not lose control. Epos loses a bit of time as he goes for a bit more of a safer approach for the quarter pipe, and it will be resulting in Epos in last place after sector number 1. Pack leading ahead of Grana and Carl, who are going to be swapping positions, checkpoint after checkpoint and corner after corner. Low jump for Pack and Carl. Grana going for the safer strat and losing a lot of speed compared to the two world champions. Through the dirt flick. Oh, we are avoiding the clip for Granati, but we still lose a fair bit of time compared to both Pack and Carl. Grana can still try to make an attack for second place, but he has to contend with Epos as well. Goes a bit wide. Pack leads Carl into the identity. Carl with a good amount of entry speed goes on the attack. So far, Pack is resisting the pressure fairly well, but clips barely enough to allow Carl to move through into first and Epos into second. And that is going to be very costly for the Englishman as he passes the halfway mark. Let's take a look at that again. It's going to be on the apex there. Does get the slide, but gets the clip on that helper block there with the left of his wheels. And that is going to be allowing both Carl and Epos to move through into first and second, respectively. Round number 2. Great exit from the bobsleigh from Granati, which will be putting him in contention for the lead with Epos, as Pack was looking a bit slow. Checkpoint 4, sector 1 done. Grana leading Epos by 49 milliseconds with 23.985. Epos, Carl, Pack going for the low line. It did not work out at all for Epos, so he will be out of the running for the big points. Pack going through the dirt flick, a bit further behind. A bit slow on the uptake. It's going to be Carl with the best dirt flick exit that takes the lead away from Granati, who now has to fend off an attack from Pack to prevent second place from slipping through his fingers. Now onto the identity again. Carl holds on to a great lead and should be able to parlay that into a win unless there's something catastrophic happening at the ending, which it does not happen. Granati had a bit of a tough time through that final plastic part, but will reach the line in third, Pack in second, Epos in fourth, and Carl moves up to 62 points. Just as a quick look again at what happened there for Epos as we start the next round. Just a bit of a early landing, a bit too hard on the inside, which has sapped the momentum of the Team Liquid player quite badly. And as a result, he's kind of paying the price for that, currently languishing down in third in the points with 46 points, just one ahead of Grana. Checkpoint 4, it will be Pack leading this time. 61 milliseconds ahead of Carl. Epos and Granati side by side. Attempt number 3 at the low jump for Epos, and this time it works, and it works beautifully for him. Look at how much speed he's able to carry through there. The dirt flick. Pack enters very fast in the dirt flick. Is he going to lose out on the exit? The answer is not really, actually. He manages to keep the gap within a tenth of Carl Jr. Epos is part of the high-speed train composed of Carl, himself, and Granati. And Epos clips heavily on that identity. He's completely out of the running. Save for Carl Jr. Granati up to second. But it will be Pack moving up to 80 points out of collected. 87 points, sorry about that. .680. Let's just take a look at that unfortunate demise for Epos again. goes a bit too tight too early, and will, again, in the same fashion that's Pack a little bit earlier on, will actually clip on the inside of the helper with the inside of his wheels, thus allowing Granati to move through to third place. I think we are on the fourth and final round here on USA. If I can check, yep, we are indeed on the fourth and final round of USA. So after that, we will be moving on to the next map, which will be China. Carl leading at the end of Sector 1, just ahead of Granati, going toe-to-toe with him. Pack and Epos trying to tandem this together. The rift between the bottom two and the top two having formed already. Carl going for the low jump. Granati's conventional strat, the gaps still remain similar. Now onto the dirt flick. Any big slide outs? Nope, just a slightly slower exit for Epos, allowing Pack to be back in the game. And again, Grana and Carl going at it once again. Through the identity we go. Pack going back into the thick of it. Epos clipped on the inside. It's over. It's a three-way fight for the lead. Towards the finish line we go. Granati is completely checked out, and Carl Jr. will resist the assault of Pack at the ending with a .744 versus a .809. And Carl is also past the halfway mark towards finalist status. 76 points for the Canadian. Pack moves on to 93. Next stop on the tour. China, the opening map of the season, a modern interpretation of Bicycle from the Winter 2021 Trackmania Grand League season. A season which has seen Carl Jr. take the title again at that time. In a very different times, with very different teams being involved. Epos wasn't even on the scene just yet. Granati was still part of Loud Esports, if I am not mistaken, or had already joined Alternate Attacks, was competing in the Open Grand League at the time. And as for Carl and Pack, Pack was part of M&N Gaming, yet to win a Grand League title, and Carl had already won the entirety of the 2020 seasons. Carl will not go for the bug. So does Pack. The old guard decides to go for the safe line. Everybody else goes for the bug slide, and Epos and Granati pull it off beautifully, allowing Epos to take the lead. Granati in hot pursuit at 10th behind. Through the ice slide, where Pack slid out in the Elite Cup earlier on this year. He manages to make it through clean, although down in last place and without any speed after checkpoint 6. Carl is also in the wars. It's going to be the new guard up in front. Granati Epos, first and second in that order. Carl in third, looking to tandem this together with his former teammate, trying to catch back up the time lost. On to the turnarounds, following the perspective of the 7-time world champion. Deeper run through the booster for Grana and Epos to retake the lead. Epos versus Granati. It's going to be the battle between these two at the line. Who gets the most amount of speed? It will be Granati sniping Epos at the line for 6 milliseconds. A .305 to a .311. Let's take a look at that again. Exiting the booster, and we'll take a look at the speeds. You can see the gap in speed plus 4 kph, which is just enough with the amount of road required to actually parlay that into a win for Granati. And now we're going to be back to the West Camp for a little bit to see the bug slide from above. Carl and Pack go safe. Epos, Grana go bug. Bug successful for Epos. And Granati is in the wars, having to fend off the attacks of Carl and Pack, but he will be back down to 4th. Epos leading on the way to sector number 2 with the ice slide starting that sector. Oh, almost sliding out actually for Carl, but he went a bit far inside. Checkpoint 6 on the way up the left-hander, then checkpoint 7. It will be Epos leading sector 3 starting, and now Granati in the wars, fighting tooth and nail against Pack for that second position. Epos looking very much settled in front as we go towards the ice turnarounds, going from the perspective of Granati, who goes in a bit deeper compared to Pack, so that will allow him to get past the Englishman for second place. But the other Englishman up front is completely uncatchable, and that will allow Epos to take the win with a 105.288. Granati with a second place, Pack and Carl third and fourth, and Granati is past the halfway mark as well. Only Epos is missing. He's just 2 points away from 70 points collected. And Pack is the first player into the triple digits as well. Again, bug slide successful this time for both Granadi and Epos. Look at the gap that they've already pulled compared to the rest of the field. And also pretty much in sync with each other. 37 milliseconds between first and second as Epos goes a bit wide into that banked dirt corner. Sector 2 with the ice slide. Epos goes full inside. Doesn't have as much speed as Pack though, and will be paying for it dearly in checkpoint 6 as the man from Vitality retakes the lead. Checkpoint 7, the start of Sector 3 now. Granadi and Carl side by side and now make it a three-way fight for the lead as Pack joins the fray. We're not going for the over push around the outside on the dirt for either of the top three. Epos is completely out of the running. Onto the turnarounds, following Pack along. Did we go a bit too deep for Carl Jr. for Granadi though? I think we did. That was the wheelman who went in so deep that he gave second place away virtually to Pack, who takes away the points that Granadi would have gotten, and Carl takes the 10-pointer on a point for 11. Pack moves on to 106 points. Carl is on to 103. 93, sorry, not 103. 20 points for first place. I mean, I bet he would have liked that, but that's not the case. And thank you very much to the Raiders that just came into the party. Thank you very much, Horsefred and Tails. And you're wondering, wait, LuckersTurbo sounds a little bit different. That's because I'm taking over. This is Geek here, taking over for the rest of the day in that grand final. Oh, that nosedive, well, the front axle for Epos cost him a fair bit of time. But also the bug slides have not been perfect on either side for Epos and Granadi, and Carl and Pack take advantage of that to move up into first and second. Sector 2, onto the ice slide. Carl, Pack going side by side. Much more speed for Pack here. Taking the lead away from his fellow competitor. Going into Sector 3. 38 milliseconds between first and second. Epos and Granadi languishing at the back without anything else to do but watch as the two goats of the game duke it out against each other. The people that went together to finish a story that had started 3 years away from there with a defeat in the World Championship final in Montpellier. A story that got concluded in the World Cup by lifting the trophy together. This time it will be Pack going to the checkered flag first with a .344 and another 10-pointer to his name. Carl Jr. is on to 99 points, and it will be 78 for Granadi, 75 for Epos. Pack is well on his way to potentially lift the trophy on home soil here in Birmingham as we go on to the next map, which will be France. The final map of the rotation. Quick score recap at the left-hand side of the screen coming up now. 116 for Pack. Not finalist just yet. Finalist is on 140. 99 points for Carl. 78 for Granadi. 75 for Epos. A map that Pack and Carl are more than intimate with. Not really its current guys, but as its predecessor, of course, Halfpipe. Map originally made by Kisla in the fall 2020 season of the Trackmania Grand League. Pole shot will be for Epos on a 10.103. Drop down onto the platform, then the jump towards checkpoint number 4. No heavy clips from the rear axle. Are we going to get any nose slides? I don't think we got any nose slides at all. Everybody going for the conventional strategy. So it's still all to play for in Sector 2 as Epos, Granadi, and Carl Jr. are side by side. Pack waiting in the wings as we go for the outside turn. Checkpoint 7, the start of Sector 3, and the jump in the dirt. We go for the low jumps for Epos, Granadi, and Carl. Pack goes for the conventional strat. Epos exits with a beautiful amount of speed and pulls the lead to a 10.5 compared to Carl Jr. And it can still all come undone here. The half pipes, the identity. Carl with a bit more enter speed compared to Epos. Epos who clips and will be out of the running as well. Granadi and Pack first and second, or second and third. It will be Carl Jr. up in first, and a hefty clip for Pack will condemn him to third place. Granadi almost sniped Carl Jr., but the Canadian wins it and moves on to 109 points with a .325. Let's just take a look at that clip from Epos again, if we can. So you can see briefly the ghost, just a small clip on the first transfer, the first half pipe, and that was enough to do a lot of damage to the points count and the points hopes of the man from Team Liquid. And a hefty clip once again. This time it will be courtesy of Carl Jr., who's forced to respawn all the way at the start. He might not even be able to reach the finish line in time at this rate, as we now circle back to the lead battle between the two Englishmen of Epos and Pack. Yeah, this looks very grim for Carl Jr. Might be sticking on 109 at the end of the second round as well. Epos leads on the jump into checkpoint 6. Pack carrying a bit more speed than Epos, trying to go for the slingshot around the outside towards checkpoint 7. Now sector 3 starts. Pack going for a much more straight line approach, while Epos swipes the track from left to right or right to left, trying to go for a bit more of a lower jump. Pack with a bit more speed into checkpoint number 8 will keep the fight honest and keep Epos honest, who has the most speed into the transfer. It looks as though Pack has got a bit of the upper hand and a much better landing as well for Pack until we get to the second transfer, which gets completely haywire and might even jeopardize his second place. Epos will take the win. Pack will be confirmed to second. Epos with a .322. Let's just take a look at that again. That's the second transfer, and just a clip from the left front on that little ledge right there was enough to send the 10-pointer in the bin for Pack. He salvages +6, but this one is a rough run way to go. Pack still has 126 points in the bank, so it's still very good progress for him so far. As we see a clip once again from Carl Jr., it looks like, yep, the 7-time world champion is back on the sidelines as he finds himself clipping at the reception of the first few jumps. Granati this time taking the lead. Checkpoint 4 into sector 1, it will be the wheelman leading by a 1/10 of a second from Epos and Pack, but Pack getting back up the pecking order. I'm not sure if Carl did finish. I wasn't really paying that much attention, but it looks as though he might not have finished. Yes, stuck on 109, as I feared. Start of sector 3. Granati going for the sideways jump as Pack barely skims the wall, but that's enough of a damage to allow Granati to keep the lead for himself. Epos, having completely bunged up the second and third sector as well, promotes Carl back up to third. The identity should be more than safe and easy for Granati. Pack should be able to have an easy time, but he has a very slow landing actually onto the second transfer. Loses a lot of ground, and here comes Carl Jr. potentially for second place. He makes the move stick. .247. More points given away, and I'm going a little bit late on this, but he lost a lot of speed in the second transfer. Then the third transfer just compounded his misery and allowed Carl Jr. to swoop in through for second place. Carl moves up on 115, Pack sits on 130, just one round win away from finalists. Pack with a bit of a different setup, maybe a bit of an awkward line here. We'll be falling towards the back of the pack. No pun intended. Sector 1, Carl, Epos, Granati, Pack in that order, separated by 172 milliseconds. And still Epos continuing to hold onto the back bumper of Carl Jr., trying to be dragged along with him. And a bit of a rip between top 2 and bottom 2, especially Pack very far back, looking to try and get some gap back up, but he hits the wall on the way to checkpoint 7, the start of sector 3. Everybody going for the low jump up front. Epos, after checkpoint 8, still leads by 72 milliseconds. Carl and Granati side by side. Epos with a bit less speed on the way to the first transfer. This could be the time to strike for both Carl and Grana. Let's see what happens. It's going to be Epos still trying to hold off the charge. Carl Jr. a little bit by the wayside. And Granati with a great final transfer will be pipping Epos to first place with a .192. Pack down to third. We'll be on to 133. Let's take a look at that final transfer. Beautifully done by Grana. Absolutely beautiful stuff from the wheelman, who moves on to 108 points and past the triple-digit mark. And so we circle all the way back to Greece, the opening map of that grand final. Quick reminder of the scores popping up on the screen. 133 for Pack, who still needs to finish in first place in order to get finalist status. Otherwise, he will be on 129. Carl Jr. on 119. He would be on 139 along with Pack as long as he wins back-to-back wins. 108 for Granati, who's just past the triple digits. And Epos yet to pass triple digits on 87. First round of the second rotation of Greece is underway. Granati with a hole shot. Carl going on the attack against the wheelman. Pack in third place. Epos a bit further down in fourth. Onto the ice slide. Who gets it best? It looks as though Granati got the best exit out of it. Will lead at the end of Sector 1, but Ghana has a bit less speed compared to Carl on the way into the staircase drops. And so the Canadian takes the lead. Pack in third, still languishing and struggling to find any kind of aperture to really strike through. Not really able to get some pace back up. And that gets compounded into the NASCAR turn as he now finds himself a quarter of a second behind Carl. Through the outside dirt, Granati pushing a little bit further than Carl. Gets a bit more exit speed from that by the tune of around 10 to 15 Ks. Going on to the identity, this is where Granati had the pocket compared to his opponents in the previous match. It looks as though he will be continuing to have the pocket compared to everybody else. A clip from Pack which will reduce his hopes into tatters. And he will be falling onto 137. And Granati takes the win over Carl with a .229. Just take a look at that entry to the identity from Granati. And then take a look at that clip from Pack in that drop down right there. And that's it. That was enough of damage to be done to the man from Vitality to bleed points away to Carl and to Granati. Granati back in the fight as well for the win overall as he moves on to 118. Epos also crossing the triple-digit mark at 100 points flat. Ice slide, that's a bit too far inside for Carl. Compromised this line greatly. He will be towards the tail end of the field at the end of Sector 1. Pack takes advantage of the situation. Just needs to reach the finish line anyway to get finalist status. Grana Epos, first and second. Both in dire need of points. Looking to keep the dream alive to take it all here in Birmingham at the NEC. Kana goes a bit wide through checkpoint 11, but that's okay. He manages to make it through good as well. Pack in third, looking to try and trail Epos by the tiniest of margins. All three regroup together as we go to the identity. Carl is way out of it. Epos going a bit far to the outside. Can he parlay that into a win with a carry of speed that he has? Pack is completely out of it. Grana versus Epos. Nobody can stop Grana on this identity, and he will be moving on to 128 points. Epos is on 106. Grana wins with a .221. Pack in third. Carl in fourth. And ladies and gentlemen, it is the time of the first finalist attempt for Pack. Good luck to him. One round win stands in between him and the trophy and the $5,000 that come with it. But so far, he hasn't really been able to really find the real magic here on Greece. So the door is still very much wide open for both Carl and Granati to make their way through. Epos as well, although it's a bit more of a long shot. Carl and Grana side by side at the end of Sector 1. Pack looking very slow after the ice slide. Will be dropping back down to fourth. Now Epos on the attack. Looking to try and recoup some speed back. Pack with a small clip. It's over. First attempt will be denied. Carl versus Granati for the lead. Currently advantage to Carl for a tenth of a second. Epos a further tenth down. Sector 3 started already. Checkpoint 11. Still Carl leading. Granati in second place. Are we going to see a full outside push from the part of the wheelman? No, but it's going to be Epos who makes the best push. It's still going to be all to play for. But Granati tries to pull away from Epos as we go into the identity. Here comes Epos back. Carl trying to save it a little bit more. This is where Granati always has the upper hand, and he will demonstrate it once again and move himself onto 138 points collected. 134 for Carl Jr. .266. This man is on a wire when it comes to the staircase. Ideal scenario, Epos first, Grana second, Carl third. Epos would be on 120, would be a triple finalist. 3 .2s in a row. Maybe we could get a whole suite of .2s, Shumi. That could very well be on the cards, given how the rounds have been contested on the second rotation. Pack on his second take. Likely a dud with the start like this. Epos, Grana, Carl. In that order, the top three. Epos in the lead. Grana scrubbing a little bit less speed compared to Epos in the drop downs before checkpoint 7. Will be taking to the fight for the lead and now make it a three-way fight with Carl pressing B for boost before the NASCAR turn. All three separated by 53 milliseconds. 57 now at checkpoint 11, going into the dirt. Who gets the best push through the outside dirt? Carl going a bit more conservative. 20 milliseconds between first and third. Carl hits the wall on the left side. He will not reach finalist status on this round. It's all down to Epos to try and get 120, but Epos is completely out of it as well. And back clips as well in the platform. It will be Granadi making it a double with the Englishman on a .333. Carl is on 138. 2 points away from finalist. Epos reaches the finish line. From Greece to Brazil. Epos had been on a wire throughout the entire weekend. This could be the one to put us all, maybe not in a triple, maybe a quadruple. Pac has also been very good in that matchup. So this could be the round to win it all and the map to win it all for the man from Vitality. Carl just needs to reach the finish line in order to reach the finalist status. Here we go then. First round of the second rotation on Brazil. Following along with Granadi with this finalist status on his car. The red trigram and the red number. Let's see the loop. Top of the loop speed, 206. Not the best speed and actually loses a lot in the exit of the loop compared to the rest of the field. Carl Epos back in that order, 1, 2, 3, after checkpoint 5. Top 3 going over the sand, maybe a bit aggressive there for Pac, but look at the speed that he's able to carry through that chicane there. A bit sideways on the plastic. It's Carl versus Epos for the lead. The two finalists languishing at the back, having to pray for a mistake or some kind of shenanigan happening for the top 2 in the gliders. Here we go, on to said gliders. Carl Epos, first and second. Epos going for an alternative approach. Gets much more speed through the penultimate corner. Final corner, a bit of a bobble there for Epos. And it will be the Englishman from Team Liquid winning with a .915. Triple finalist as Carl moves into second place. And Epos could still make things that much more tense. Back-to-back wins are what he needs to make this into a quadruple with one round showdown to go on Brazil to determine the winner of DreamHack Birmingham. That could happen. Epos through the loop, 218 speed minimum. That is insane. Doesn't get the best of bounces though, allowing Pac a bit of an inkling into the lead. And look at the chase. 3 red trigrams against a single player who hasn't gotten the red trigram just yet. Epos still holds on. Pac side by side, going into sector 3. 10 milliseconds, Pac into the lead. Epos goes high early. Pac goes a bit late. Great air speed for Epos, who retakes the lead again. Epos into the gliders, into the lead. Pac in second place. Can he try to pull something together? Epos tries to get this one over the line to move on to 133. Watch out for Pac catching back up onto the final corner. Is it enough? The answer is a yes! For 8 milliseconds, Pac is your winner of DreamHack Birmingham with a .910 to a .918. Epos gets the worst outcome of all. He's on to 129. If he wins this round, he's on 139. 1 point away from finalist. Round 3 out of 4 on Brazil. All 3 regroup together. Epos leading by the slimmest of margins at the end of the first sector. Carl emerging in the lead with a great exit from the first glider compared to Granadi. They're still going at it side by side. The gap 17 milliseconds between first and third. Epos is not going down without a fight just yet. Looks to at least get some more money out of Birmingham than he could potentially get away with in fourth position. Currently sitting in first place in the round. A 10th ahead of Granadi going into the gliders. And Granadi forced to lift out of it as his car skims with the right side wheels, and Epos is completely out of it. Carl moves into second. Back-to-back heartbreaks for Epos as you watch it again. That final corner from Carl allows him to finish 54 milliseconds back from Epos. It seems as though the outcome is inevitable in almost every single Trackmania tournament that Pac and Carl attend. Either of them win. Except for XP Evo, but that's another thing altogether. And now Grana has the potential to put the dagger through the heart of Epos. But Epos gets a solid loop out of that on the final round of Brazil. After that, we will be going on to one final round on USA to decide it all if Epos is able to make it through to the finish line. Epos still holds a very nice lead of a 1/10.5 of a second over Granati. Into Sector 3. Now he has to pray for a mistake from Epos. Another bonk of a rock could really turn everything on its head. The glider's coming up. Penultimate hairpin. Epos nice and clean through there, slaloming through the rocks. And Granati trying to go for the throat on the final hairpin. It's not enough. It's a .038. And it now all comes down to one single round on USA to determine who will get on the last step of the podium here at DreamHack Birmingham. The next 62 seconds, among the most important of this entire weekend here in Trackmania. Epos versus Granati. Who will join Pac and Carl on the podium of the road to EWC tournaments? Good luck, have fun. May the best driver win. Grana in the bobsleigh will be emerging ahead of the Englishman from Liquid by a few milliseconds. Onto the quarter pipe. Nice and clean landing, a bit lower for Grana, managing to exit with the lead. A bit more substantial this time, over a 10th after checkpoint 4. Doesn't get the best of entries into the dirt, and look at how much Epos catches up. Two strategies, one low jump, one more conventional, and the low jump works beautifully for Epos, retaking the lead before the ice patch that goes into the dirt flick. Grana with a bit more speed, exiting the dirt flick though. That was beautifully done by Grana. And he now leads Epos by 71 milliseconds going into the identity. Here we go. One last few corners for all the marbles. Epos catching back up before the second sequence. He avoids the cliff. It's down to the line. A huge cliff from Epos is going to settle it all. Granati is on the podium with a .639. Let's watch that again. Here comes the final set of corners. Epos is in there to win it, but watch as he takes the jump. Goes in, not enough speed, a bit too low, and we'll have the right front clip with the left side of the girders of the plastic. Enough to get Granati through and take third place. Epos just had the worst luck of them all, has there. But your final standings, of course. Epos 4th, Granati 3rd, Carl Jr. 2nd, and your grand winner at DreamHack Birmingham, the one and only Thomas Pac Cole. Boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, am I glad that we finally pulled through. Man, 7 hours of live streaming, ladies and gentlemen. Well, precisely, yeah. 7 hours, 16 minutes, and 50 seconds of me just shouting at the top of my lungs, probably drawing me the ire of the highest authority of the house. But I don't care. It's been an amazing weekend. Absolutely stout weekend, guys. I'm so happy to have brought this home for you, for Turbo, for you guys. I'm so happy. I was going to say we wanted to see interviews, but I think I just want to cut the stream off immediately because I'm like... But... what a weekend. What a weekend, guys. It's been fun. I hope you've enjoyed the ride. I hope you've enjoyed the cast. I know some people might not like me getting shouty and whatnot, but honestly, if you have to be shouty whenever the stakes are as high as they were throughout the entire weekend. That's all I'll say. And for those of you who don't think so, then you might not be passionate enough about Trackmania. It might not be cutthroat. It might not be cut well enough to be a commentator. That's the way I say it. And before I take it offline, I have a couple of people to thank. I know we've been thanking them all the way through, but I think one last round of applause is due. First of all, thank you very much to the one and only LuckersTurbo, the man who I'm currently babysitting the channel for the last 7 hours for getting together with me and allowing me to cover the event along with him for the first 2 days and allow me to take over the channel for this final day of competition. A huge thanks to Leviathan, the goated graphic designer of this beginning of the year, who made this nice, clean, cuts through like a knife visual package that I've been iterating on for some of the stuff that happened today, like for instance the intermission screen, like that gets to get a little bit of a spiffing up. Also, huge thank you, of course, to the guys over at the EWC staff for allowing us to co-stream and bringing you the event live to you like this. And of course, huge thank you to you guys all for watching, be it for Turbo, for me, or for us both. Whether you've been there from day one, or if you've joined for the grand final just with me, it's been a pleasure to bring you those 3 days of action live to you. I hope you've enjoyed the show as much as we did, and I hope you've enjoyed some of the little additions that we had, including, again, this one. I suck at drawing hearts, but there you go. That's one of the main additions there, along with the replay system. So happy to see how all of this turned out. And I'm looking forward to try and integrate more of that in some of the other casts that I have planned for the future. I won't be able to reveal my plans just yet. I can't say more. All tight-lipped. But make sure to keep an eye on our socials at TMGGeek and at LuckersTurbo on whatever, Twitter, Instagram, on Twitch. I'll be trying to stream a little bit during the week, but I think my throat might say no. Well, it's going to be a bit more chill, but still, I think my throat might say no for a couple days. I think it might be understandable. Have a great day type of behavior from my throat. But give it up as well for the players that were on site and gave us a thrilling 3 days of competition. I'm so happy that we got to cast this together, that we got to cast this thing to cover, because Cup Mode just feels good. It's a good early representation of what the action might be like at the Esports World Cup on the final weeks of August in Riyadh, and I'm looking forward to see how all this shakes out. Of course, we're not on the way to Riyadh this yet. There are still 2 very important milestones left to go for the players, and they're going to have their eyes forward and their eyes on the next objective. Of course, they're going to have to keep an eye on that, as we do here around here. Merci pour le cast, les replays sont géniaux. Pour la communauté FR, je fais un petit aparté. Un grand merci de nous avoir suivis. Et merci d'avoir gardé le tout civil en gardant le chat en anglais. Merci beaucoup du respect. So yeah, just a quick French, quick fouge aparté, as I like to call it, just to thank the French community, which has always been, especially in the last few years, a big part of my community. I know this might be a bit hard to coexist at times, but we all want to be a fraternal. We are a fraternity here in Trackmania, and I want to encompass both of these languages. And I guess what in the German is, also für alle deutsche Zuschauer, vielen Dank für den ganzen Weekend mit uns zu sein. War richtig, richtig Hammer-Weekend. And yeah, as I said, we are all a fraternity out here. I want to be able to include everybody in there, and I hope you guys appreciate the gestures. No matter the language, no matter the skill level, no matter your social background, racing is for everyone. We better keep it that way. Anyway, I think I've done enough yapping for today. My throat agrees, and I think you guys probably agree my head agrees, because I'm just like, my head is so achy right now. But thank you very much, and for one final time, it is time to sign off. On behalf of LuckersTurbo, this has been Thomas Mengozzi, aka Geek, bringing you to a close here at the Road to EWC DreamHack Birmingham tournament. Much love, be kind, stay safe, and until next time, Godspeed, people.